Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ati ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimo egu mawego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimo egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ati ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa he ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ati ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ask kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
I Sunday, oh Wendy, oh Sunday, oh Wendy, if there's someone, Sunday, oh Wendy, I guess I live Sunday, oh Wendy, and maybe when I go, you Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a game, Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a game, Sunday, oh Wendy.
And there it is, right there. I was still waiting for the music to stop, and then certainly it did. And there I am on your screens. There it is right there. Good day to you. Good day to you. Hope you had a wonderful day. I hope you did. Hope you had a wonderful day. So good day to you. Another day, another session. You know how it goes around there. The usual protocol, please click on the like button as you're coming in. If you look at your screen and you see just the amount of people, it doesn't really matter the number of people viewing, but the relationship between the people viewing and the like button is always something that somewhat jars. So if you can help us push up the like button, then you'll be doing the platform a great help. If you want to help the platform further, as soon as you've clicked on the like button, make sure you're clicking on subscribe as well. So doing those two things, you have fulfilled all righteousness. So that is your ticket to enter. Your ticket to enter is the like button and the subscription button. So do both. Having done both, these next set of things are now at your discretion. If you want to come join us on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you click on that hyperlink, I'll post it in the comment. I'll post it in the comment section again, so it is immediately to hand. So as I read for it, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So hold on, it should be to hand. Yeah, so there it is. So if you click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, it brings you into a studio space. Soon as I've finished reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in a conversation. It's an open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that if you want to come join us on the screen. And if you spend more than a minute on this platform. You know the sequence of the introduction. The invitation to buy your host cups of coffee is always ever an invitation. So click on the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee if you feel inclined to do so. 3 easy steps, and it's all done, and then you can go wild there. So good day to you, or Sunday, or Wendy, and all that. Plenty to go through today, as always is the case. So hopefully we get people coming in earlier, because we nearly abandoned yesterday's session. Hopefully we don't get to abandon today's session. But the headlines that we will be contending with. Now, yesterday, pardon me, yesterday we were discussing about how the Obidient spaces, they've taken their agitation to the White House to go and present their protest there. So they've taken their protestations to the White House to alert the American space as to what they feel is going on in Nigeria. So very swiftly, the Buhari administration bought a plane to go and counter that narrative in America. APC did not rig presidential election for Tinubu to win in Katsina, Lagos, Nasarawa, Plateau. This is Buhari regime. So a case for the defense being presented. Just, I'm sure they're outside the perimeter fences shouting across the White House, but that shouting now being joined by the federal space itself. APC did not rig presidential election for Tinubu in Katsina, Lagos, Nasarawa, Plateau, Buhari regime. So from that headline, you can already guess as to what the counter narrative will be. So that's that. That battle continues. Atiku Obi's petition against Atiku Obi petitions against President-elect Tinubu can be concluded in 7 days. Agbakoba is the person making this headline here. So a senior functionary within the legal spaces of Nigeria, of course. So now, and hopefully they do conclude it within 7 days, so that we need the air cleansed, whichever way that air is going to be cleansed. If they are going to cancel the election, let them cancel it immediately. And if they are going to let it ride, let them let it ride just as quickly. But this holding the whole country in abeyance is just leading to confusion. It's spreading false hope and false confidence to so many quarters. So let this matter be settled. And if we can do it within these 7 days, then a hurrah from all of us. Atiku Obi petitions against President-elect Tinubu can be concluded in 7 days. A senior functionary within the legal space, Agbakoba. So Agbakoba, Abia. So this one will be interesting to see actually. Abia, Kano, Borno among least transparent states in 2022. So there's a report that grades all these states in terms of performance when we conclude the cycle. So whatever cycle was completed, that report has now come out, and the least transparent is really to read the most corrupt. That's the only way to read it. Abia, Kano, Borno amongst least transparent states in 2022 report. So curious to find out then what parameters they've used to arrive at that. Peter Obi slams Lai Mohammed for falsely accusing him. Peter Obi slams Lai Mohammed for falsely accusing him of stoking insurrection. So the language has to be carefully managed in the course of the next phase now going forward within the Nigerian space, because there's been a lot of high octane, the charge up the polity sort of language coming out from all quarters, I have to say. So now the language needs to be ratcheted down, and the finger pointing has started now. So Peter Obi stands accused, he fights back. Peter Obi slams Lai Mohammed for falsely accusing him of stoking insurrection. So the language does need to be reversed. So now this next headline, it goes to the heart of everything that has been discussed during and post the elections. So figures are now coming out. And if you're going to wait for any readout, I suggest you wait for this one, because this puts data to all of the fallacious narratives or factual narratives, whatever narrative everybody is spreading or it's going on in everybody's head. This puts data and facts to it. 88 died in 2023 elections. Over 450 rights violation petitions received. NHRC. So there it is right there. So the official figures now coming out. So even one person dying during an election, by the way, is a tragedy. So there's no gainsaying that. Nobody is trying to diminish or play down the death of a person. But the figure, anyway, let's get to the body of it. Then we'll see exactly what he has to offer. So stay there. How Peter Obi skirted around his phone scandal with Bishop Oyedepo as APC chieftain says another embarrassing audio is coming. So we did say even on this platform that is almost a certainty that there will be further revelations, even more damning than the yes that day. Maybe it will be no more me. Because that yes that day now, maybe it will be the next one will be like a Pornhub sort of a thing. We wait in anticipation, but still staying with that yes daddy space. NCC denies tracking and leaking phone calls of Nigerians. So of course, how that leak came out is the thing. So who recorded Peter Obi and Oyedepo in the course of that conversation is the thing. And a lot of finger pointing at the security services and the telecom regulators. So they come out very quickly to deny and distance. NCC denies tracking and leaking phone calls of Nigerians. So let's see then the quality of that denial. So this one now, and by the way, some of these stories, I may just give you the headline because I'm now saying that I have quite a bank of stories to present to you. It's just because the news space is so rich. Yesterday, we were struggling to find something to discuss because there was a dearth in the news space. But to today now is an abundance of things to discuss. So stepping out of Nigeria to the global space for a moment, Saudi Arabia's crown prince says he no longer, let's take that again. Saudi Arabia's crown prince says he is no longer interested in pleasing the United States. So you can see some sort of a distancing from the United States because a couple of days ago, 2 days ago, we had a narrative around how the Indian space is now looking to globalize their currency, the rupee, and move away from the dollar. And this language now coming out of Saudi Arabia is a move away from the dollar narrative. So China promoting the yuan as an alternative. Is it yuan? Is yuan, isn't it? Their currency as an alternative to the dollar, and Russia already calibrating out of the dollar space. So with the impact of all of this on the American economy is going to come suddenly and very impactful. Saudi Arabia's crown prince says he is no longer interested in pleasing the United States. So in pleasing the United States, so let's go on to this one now. This next story now is a fact-checking and rebalancing. If you were here with us yesterday, we had a clutch of Obidient weighing and raging at this space. And their narratives was around how the Southeasterners were being mistreated in Lagos. So I'm glad that that data of the figures of deaths and incidents has come out. But this next story now that I'm going to bring you, it speaks directly to the conversation we had yesterday. So we had a clutch of Obedience on the platform, raging and gnashing at the teeth about how the Obedience were being mistreated in Lagos, citing several and various examples. And when you tell them to present anything to back it up, they rage at you and call you an ethnophobe. So a lot of wild and very high octane words are used in yesterday's session. But some of the things that were said yesterday now, fact checks, the followers of this platform have sent in details that, let me just bring it to you. We were discussing yesterday, like I said, we had a bunch of Obedience in yesterday, and they were doing what they usually do, all these dog whistles and etc. They were even accusing us of gaslighting, but they don't really understand what gaslighting means, because what they are doing is gaslighting. They were citing an example of a market in Lagos that is dominated by the Southeasterners that was suddenly shut down by the chairman of that local government for no reason. So the reason then attributed to the Southeasterners being weighed upon and chased out of Lagos. You all heard it yesterday. But today now, people have presented even more details to that space. So we'll examine the details and mirror it against the allegations levied yesterday. So a lot of that going on. So a lot of that going on. A rich menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it. And by the way, the super chat button is open. Maybe I forgot to tell you yesterday, but today I'm certainly telling you. So we want to see an abundance of that. So just to cheer up the platform. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, as I already said, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to join us on the studio. And if you, Thomas, can you please, Thomas, what are you doing? Sorry, I beg your pardon. I don't know why Thomas does that. Thomas, please don't do that. Right. So click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to buy your host, you know what to do anyway. Just do the usual things that you usually don't do. I would say you usually do, but you usually don't do. Maybe surprise me today with an abundance of likes. Just the likes and subscribe will do, but the coffee and super chats also welcome. So all that. So as we said about that, let me take a micro intermission before we delve into the heart of it. You know where we're going? The K Guides. Egbelemu, only water.
Only water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koneri wagweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Powerful, potent prayer by the K Guys. So Iku koneri wagweshe, as guys, I bring you this. I'll try and speed through the reading as much as I can because there's plenty to go through. Nigerian government accuses Peter Obi, Dati Ahmed of treason. So this is the precursor to the Obi denial. The Nigerian government has accused major opposition leader of treason weeks after the candidate of the ruling party won a hotly contested presidential election. Our government spokesperson, Lai Mohammed, gave the government's position during engagement with journalists in Washington, D.C. in the United States. Mr. Mohammed, who is the information minister of the outgoing government, accused the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, of inciting people to violence over the outcome of the presidential election, saying it is treasonable. Mr. Obi came third in the February 25th presidential election, won by Bola Tinubu of the ruling APC. Mr. Obi and Atiku Abubakar, who came second, are, however, challenging the results of the election in court, saying the election and result coalition was flawed. Both men have publicly called on their supporters to refrain from violence while they challenge the results in court. The allegation. The news agency of Nigeria reports that Mr. Mohammed is in Washington, D.C. to engage with international media organizations and think tanks on the just concluded 2023 elections. It also reports that the minister had so far engaged respectively with the Washington Post, Voice of America, Associated Press, and Foreign Policy magazine. During the respective interactions with the media organizations, the minister said it was wrong for Mr. Obi on the breath to seek redress in the court over the outcome of the polls. Let's take that again. During the interactions with the media organizations, the minister said it was wrong for Mr. Obi on the one breath to seek redress in court over the outcome of the polls, and on another breath, incite people to violence. Obi and his vice, Dati Alibaba, cannot be threatening Nigerians if the President-elect Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC is sworn in on May the 29th. It will be the end of democracy in Nigeria. This is treason. You cannot be inviting insurrection, and this is what they are doing. Obi's statement is that Obi's statement is that of a desperate person. He is not a Democrat that he claims to be. A Democrat should not believe in democracy only when he wins elections. The minister said in challenging the election results, there was no pathway to victory either for Mr. Obi or Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the PDP. According to the minister, both Masters Obi and Atiku failed to meet the constitutional requirement to be declared as president. The constitution has stringent criteria for anybody who wants to be president of the country. Not only must he have the popularity of votes cast in an election, he must also have scored 1/4 of votes cast in at least 25 states. Only the president-elect met the criteria, scoring 8.79 million votes and having 1/4 of all the votes cast in 29 states of the Federation instead. The minister said Atiku came second with 6.9 million votes, but was only able to make 1/4 vote in 21 states. He said Mr. Obi came third with 5.8 million votes, but won only 1/4 of the votes in 15 states. You cannot win an election in a poll where you came a distant third and failed to meet the constitutional requirements. I'm alarmed and surprised that this has to be reminded anyone, but people do. You cannot win an election if you don't meet the constitutional requirement. If Dati Baba Ali, if he has ever said one right thing in his life, that statement is certainly right. What he said to Shenwo Kimbaloye, you cannot be declared president if you don't meet the constitutional requirement. So maybe that message first to his principal. You cannot win an election in a poll where you came a distant third and failed to meet the constitutional requirement. Peter Obi, whilst complaining of fraud, has not disowned his own victory in Lagos, he said. Masters Obi and Atiku are currently in court to challenge the results of the February 25th presidential election. Elaborating on his mission to the United States, Mr. Mohammed said he was there to correct the negative narrative being promoted by naysayers and oppositions in the election. He said the opposition, having lost the election, was alleging fraud, calling for its cancellation and constitution of an interim government. We have come to balance that skewed narrative and to tell the world unambiguously that the just concluded general elections in Nigeria are the freest, fairest, most transparent and authentic in the history of the country. The election is the most fair and credible because of the introduction of the bimodal voter verification system, which I regard as a game changer. BVAS technology had helped to weed out ghost and illegal voters eliminate multiple voting, and return sanity to the election. Relying on INEC's report, the minister said the BVAS during the polls worked 97%, giving unparalleled credibility to the election. So a lot of things to unpack there. So just that last paragraph alone, people keep saying that this has been the freest and the fairest elections that we have ever had in the country. And the statistics continue to back that up. So we saw from the voter turnout and et cetera, that it was difficult then for those ghost voters or those although we had some underage voting right across the country, especially in the north and the southeast, but it was difficult for illegal votes to penetrate the technology that has been put to stymie them. So that in itself is a quantum leap in the freeness and fairness of elections in Nigeria. And the INEC went on to say that the technology worked to a 97%. So that again is a real leap for the technology that is coming. So all of the data coming in tells us that this is one of the freest and fairest elections that the country has ever had. I want to bring you I want to bring you this Obi pushback so that everything is aligned and we wrap that up as one narrative. So let's just see. All right. Oh, okay. So let me bring you this next one. Let me bring you this one now. So this is now Obi responding to the allegation of treason, because that's one of the weightiest allegations that can be levied against anybody. We all know the penalty for treason. So Obi moves quickly then to distance from that, to respond to that. Peter Obi slams Lai Mohammed for falsely accusing him of stoking insurrection. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has described as unfortunate the claims made by the Information Minister Lai Mohammed, accusing him of treason. In a series of tweets posted via his verified Twitter account on Tuesday, Mr. Obi claimed that the ongoing effort by some high quarters to depict him in negative light is completely malicious and fictitious. In the past few days, I have observed various campaigns of calumny directed at my person, with the latest being allegations attributed to the Information Minister Lai Mohammed in Washington, D.C. It is most unfortunate that these consistent efforts to portray me quite to the contrary to what I am and what my core values are coming from such high quarters. Minister Lai accusing me of stoking insurrection is totally malicious and fictitious. So there is an undercurrent of stoking insurrection, especially that explosive interview that Ali Yusuf gave on Channels TV to Seun Okinbaloye, calling for people to rile against the state if an elected president is sworn in. So that's the language of insurrection. So let's take that again. It is most unfortunate that these consistent efforts to portray me, quite contrary to what I am and what my core values are coming from such high quarters. Minister Mohammed accusing me of stoking insurrection is totally malicious and fictitious. Mr. Obi said this in reaction to a recent statement made by Mr. Mohammed, accusing Mr. Obi of inciting people to violence over the outcome of the presidential election, saying it is treasonable. Mr. Mohammed was reported to have made the statement on Tuesday during engagements with journalists in Washington, D.C., in the United States of America. During the meetings, the minister said it was wrong for Mr. Obi on the one breath to seek redress in court over the outcome of the polls, and in another breath incite people to violence. Reacting to Mr. Mohammed's statement, the former Anambra State governor noted that he had neither discussed nor encouraged anyone to undermine the Nigerian state. I have never discussed or encouraged anyone to undermine the Nigerian state. I have never sponsored or preached any action against the Nigerian state. used their official positions and agents to make false allegations against me. I am on record as always advocating for peace and issue-based campaigns and never campaign-based. I wonder if we should still be saying this is the most ridiculous thing. This is a yes daddy. You spot the yes daddy in this next readout. Spot the yes daddy. So spot the next yes daddy in what I read out next. I am on record as always advocating for peace and issue-based campaigns and never campaign based on ethnicity or religion. Yes, daddy. I am committed to due process and presently seeking redress in court. Mr. Obi further urged those in the business of the marketing process to stop presenting Nigeria in a bad light. I wonder who is presenting Nigeria in a bad light. This is most ridiculous of things. I urge those engaged in the marketing process to stop presenting Nigeria in such a bad light. And they had to put an, anyway. Our future generations deserve a new Nigeria. So he's still doing this new Nigeria. The campaign is already over now, Mr. Obi. So forget the new Nigeria. Our future generations, the mantra chanting. What does that even mean, a new Nigeria? It's just, anyway, that's the language of politics, isn't it? Our future generations deserve a new Nigeria where they can live in a secure and etc., etc. You know how that goes. So that's the pushback then from Peter Obi. But the language of incitement is certainly identifiable within some of the languages that we have been hearing from the political space, especially the obedient space, we have to say. Let me go on to the next readout. Article Obi's petition against President-elect Tinubu can be concluded within 7 days. So I'm just going to give you a couple of paragraphs from this because I don't want to overlabor. I'm not quite sure if people chime with the readout, just want the conversation. But we have to do the readouts to set the background for the conversations. Article Obi's petition against if it can, then we hope it will. The petitions contesting Bola Tinubu's presidential election can be expedited and concluded within 7 days before he takes the oath of office on May the 29th, says jurist and former Nigerian Bar Association President Olisa Agbakoba. This is, however, on the condition that the Presidential Election Tribunal and the Supreme Court are proactive, according to Mr. Agbakoba. In a signed statement on Monday, Mr. Agbakoba said the expedition of the matters in court would doubt detention from talks of an interim government alleged by SSS, the nation's security police, last week. We strongly believe that between the tribunal and the Supreme Court, the petition can be resolved within 7 days from today. So I'm not quite sure how the petition can be resolved because the presidential petition tribunal is at the appellate court level. So it's not at the federal high court level, by the way, it's at the appeal court level. So whatever decisions is gotten there is still subject to an appeal because there's still another process of appeal because before it is fait accompli. So before it is fait accompli, there's another recourse in law. So how those two recourses, that cause and then recourse, can happen within 7 days is just, it sounds somewhat fallacious to me, but what do I know? I'm not an SAN. We strongly believe that between the tribunal and the Supreme Court, the petitions can be resolved within 7 days from today. This will cool the temperature in Nigeria on the issue of interim government, the lawyer noted in the statement. It is very possible to conclude these petitions provided the court systems are very proactive. The jury said, whilst advising the relevant courts to adopt the speedy procedures known with case of arbitration. So yes, let's see. Is there much more No, there is a lot more, but I think we get the gist of what he has to say. I'm not quite sure if that sort of level of rush to justice would not be inherently a miscarriage of justice. So that's the recipe for a miscarriage right there. So I'm not quite sure what you are saying, S.A. Ansar. S.A. Ansar, APC did not rig presidential election for Tinubu in Katsina, Lagos, Nasarawa Plateau. Buhari regime. So this is Lai Mohammed still in Washington, fighting desperately for the credibility of the elections. President Muhammad Buhari's regime has continued its media blitz in the United States to persuade foreign interests that the February 25th presidential election was not rigged in favor of the ruling APC standard bearer, Bola Tinubu. Mr. Tinubu was declared president-elect by the Independent National Electoral Commission amidst cries of foul play by the main opposition party's presidential flag bearers, Atiku and Peter Obi. International and local observers decried pockets of violence widespread. International and local observers decried pockets of widespread violence, pockets of violence, widespread voter intimidation, and lack of transparency during the election. I'm not quite sure how widespread. The only real incident of purported and supposed voter intimidation was the MC Oluomo Mama Chinedu thing. I'm not quite sure that there is any more substantial incidents of voter intimidation that was recorded. I'm sure people have several anecdotes that no, Gbadebo told, Mayowa told me as I was going that don't vote for Peter Obi. I'm sure there are anecdotes at the individual level that is not verifiable. But the only real, what could quantify as voter intimidation was the Mama Chinedu skit that we had from the MC Oluomo. But so that, of course, but then, of course, these are particular platform that we're reading from, notorious for making up stories. International and local observers decried pockets of violence, widespread voter intimidation, and lack of transparency during the election. So I'm not quite sure what lack of transparency they are claiming that is being reported, because there's an ambiguity in that statement. So that needs to be unpacked even more. So we want to understand just what that lack of transparency means. But the regime insisted that Mr. Buhari delivered on his pledge to leave behind a legacy of free, fair, and credible elections in 2023. However, the incumbent himself violated electoral regulations when he displayed his ballot paper to show the public whom he voted for during the presidential election. During his engagement with international media organizations and think tanks, the regime's propaganda minister, I'm not quite sure that if that is his official designation, I suspect that his official designation is a minister of information. So that just tells you the lilt and tilt of this particular space that I'm reading from. During his engagement with international media organizations and think tanks, the regime's propaganda minister, Lai Mohammed, in Washington, stated that Masas Buhari and Tinubu losing their home states, Katsina and Lagos respectively, proves that the election was free, fair, and credible. But major opposition parties, the PDP and Labour Party, are questioning INEC's lack of transparency in uploading. So the fact that I'm still scratching my head here to have an understanding of just all this noise. The fact that the results were not uploaded in real time is not an issue of transparency. It's an issue of technology. If that invalidates, that doesn't invalidate the results, by the way. The only thing that invalidates the results, I've said it enough times, the only thing that invalidates if what is uploaded onto the INEC server is not a reflection of the votes cast in that space, and which they are saying they are incident of. So that invalidates that particular polling unit. But the fact in itself that it wasn't uploaded in real time It's not a transparency issue, it's a technology issue. But major opposition parties, the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party, are questioning INEC's lack of transparency. Well, it doesn't even have, it annoys me the more I read it. This is lazy and dishonest. This is fraudulent journalism that we're seeing here. But major opposition parties, the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party, are questioning INEC's lack of transparency in uploading the election results in real time. The minister said, in fulfillment of the president's pledge to restore sanity to the electoral process, Mr. Buhari resolved that he would not confer a special advantage on any political party, including the APC, during the election. Mr. Mohammed explained that law enforcement agents were not used to rig elections in favor of any party or politician. A proof of this resolution is that the president's party lost the presidential election in Katsina, his home state, and by the way, if the elections were rigged, then why was Lagos State not rigged? Why was Kano State not rigged? Why was Katsina State? Because it's very difficult to, if anybody says that Tinubu won Lagos, even by a landslide, the argument against that would not be a strong argument, you know? So if they said, if rigging was going to take place, Lagos should have been rigged. And if they said Tinubu won Lagos, nobody will argue against it. He's a Yoruba man. He's a former governor of that state. And they say the godfather of that state. So if they said Tinubu won Lagos, there can't be a strong argument against that. So the fact that he lost Lagos, does that not run contrary to this rigging narrative? It's unbelievable. That's just what it is. Unbelievable. A proof of this resolution is that the president's party lost the presidential election in Katsina, his home state. Equally, the president-elect Bola Tinubu lost his state, Lagos, whilst the chairman of the party, Abdullahi Adamu, lost in Nasarawa State to the Labour Party, the information minister told journalists in the United States. He added, the director general of the campaign organization of our party also lost to the PDP in Plateau State. Not giving this election more credence, nothing gives this election more credence than those facts, because there was no rigging in states where our big wigs come from. The minister added that the APC lost in 4 states, Katsina, Kano, Kaduna, and Lagos, with the highest number of votes in the elections, even though they are states controlled by the ruling party. Because those are cold hard facts. Katsina is controlled by APC, and Katsina is Buhari's home state. If the results come in and they tell you that APC won Katsina, nobody can argue too strongly against that. Certainly not. You know, if the results come in and they tell you that Tinubu won Lagos, nobody can argue strongly against that. Certainly not. If they tell you that they won Kaduna, where El Rufai is a demigod, the argument against that will not be that strong. Maybe Kano can be contentious, but certainly if they told you that they won those states, you cannot present a strong argument that they did not, because they are the czars of those spaces. But then they are telling you the results came in and they lost those states, and you're telling us that it's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable sometimes, you know. It's like anyway. Let me not say anything silly. All right, I'll give you maybe 3 more readouts because I'm starting to tire of it as well. But I must necessarily give you this one. So let me go to this one now. And by the way, there's still room. There's still space on the studio if you want to come join us. So let's go to this one now. This one gives us data to back up. Right, 88 died in 2023 elections. Over 450 rights violation petitions received. NHRC. The National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, Right, here we again. Apologies, system issues. I'm not quite sure. I got shut down from my own. But there it is, system issues. So yes. Where was I? So that yes. Let me bring it to you again. Hopefully, yeah. No, that's fine. So let's pick it up from the top again. I'm sure it was those pesky obedience that were after me. So let's see. Let's get back in there. And there it is. Right, 88 died in 2023 elections, 450 rights violation petitions received, NHRC. So let's go. The National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, says it received 450 human rights related cases from the February 25th and March 18th election, in which 88 people died. The human rights advisor to NHRC's executive secretary, Hilary Ogbonna, announced this Monday at a media briefing. The NHRC inaugurated the Mobilizing Voter for Election on October the 17th, 2022. The MOVE is a multifaceted and multi-dimensional program and human rights-based campaign that seeks to facilitate access and promote the electorate's participation in the 2023 election. MOVE's broad goal is to promote access and participation and credibility and accountability in the 2023 election in Nigeria. The NHRC said it set up a national hate speech register in October 2022, recording 22 hate speech cases with investigations launched on committed before and during and after the elections. The commission revealed that 88 people died during the elections. And by the way, that is both for the presidential and the gubernatorial space. So the organization, the data crunchers that were monitoring that space, they've arrived at a figure that 88 people died in the course of that election. So that's the totality of everybody right across the country, by the way, not just in Lagos State or for the purposes of you-know-who. The commission revealed that 88 people died during the elections. The emerging threat and fear existing insecurity and violence across the country. There are hate speech and incitement from politicians and their supporters. New threats are the attacks on media organizations and intimidation of the judiciary. The commission added, possible impact are losses of faith and integrity. So I think the real thing, the real come out is really the figures that have come out. So what has been now documented is that 88 people died in the course of this election, and the reported incidents related to the elections, 450 human rights violation petitions. So interesting data to note. So we note that okay, do we still want to do this Peter B something else? No, let's just leave the Peter B space for a moment. It's somewhat tedious. Let me bring you just two more. Let me bring you two more, and then we come into the room. I wonder if people are bailed when the system crashed. We'll see, and then maybe we'll just pack it in early. NCC denies tracking and leaking phone calls of Nigerians. The Nigerian Communication Commission, and actually, let me share the screen as well, since I've been doing that all the way through. So let me share the screen. Let's do this. Un momento, por favor. Un momento. Do you know that I speak a smattering of Portuguese? Un momento, por favor. Un momento, por favor. NCC denies tracking and leaking phone calls of Nigerians. So this is really echoes of the Yes Daddy space. The Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has denied any involvement in the tracking and leaking of phone conversations between individuals, groups, or organizations. The commission stated this in a statement issued and signed by its Director of Public Affairs, Ruben Moka. The statement reads in part, the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has been inundated with inquiries by the media on the allegation of telephone tracking and leakage made against the commission by some individuals and groups in the social and alternative media. The commission wishes to make the following clarification. The commission denies the allegation in their entirety. By the provisions of the Nigerian Communications Act 2003 and other extant laws of the Federation, the Commission does not and cannot track nor leak telephone conversations of anyone. The Commission has reported the allegations, which we take seriously, to relevant security agencies for proper investigation and necessary action. The Commission restates its commitment to discharge its responsibility to the Nigerian people in accordance with the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the NCA 2003, and other extant laws of the Federation and global best practices. Recall that last week, a purported telephone conversation between Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and Bishop David Oyedepo went viral. Some Nigerians, including musician Peter Okoye, questioned the safety of telephone calls in Nigeria. So this is Peter Okoye now, who is trying to resuscitate his rather should not have ever existed but now dead career via the portal of the Obidient movement. Dear Nigerians, so this is Peter Okoye now, a latter-day politician. Dear Nigerians, how safe is your private telephone conversations? Just saying. Peter asked on Twitter. So this is Peter Okoye milking that Obidient space for every ounce that he can offer. So the milking of the Obidient space. So I think that's probably sufficient enough of a readout. There's one more readout that I will give you, but I am going to, there's a precursor to it. So I'll show you a video clip and then give you that readout, and then we come into the room. I might just, let's just bring on the panelists as well. So let's go. So we've got Solly from Amsterdam. We've got there's almost certainly in his truck somewhere the majestic Adanle Koko, of course, Patoski, otherwise known as Patrick, new to the space perhaps, All Na Vanity. So All Na Vanity joins us and making up the list, World Peace. So World Peace joins us as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let me play you this clip now. Before I play this clip, I was going to actually bring up yesterday's conversation and play you the build-up to it, but I'm hopeful that a lot of you watched yesterday's session, and it is incentive for you to go and watch it if you have not watched it. So watch it after this. But we had quite a raucous sort of a session with all manners of allegations made. Allegations that the Southeasterners were being targeted in Lagos. People were pushing for some sort of verification, but the people making the allegations, they could not really come up with any verification. Citing several examples, one of the latest example being cited was a market being shut down in Lagos, a market dominated by Southeasterners being shut down by the local authority, wherever that is in Lagos. And they're saying that that local authority gave no reason. They just shut the market down for no reason. I can give you a clip back of yesterday's session, but your incentive to go and watch it. So that's the build up to that. So now watch this clip, and then we carry on. Watch this clip first, and then we add more to it.
And it is generally believed that this is fallout of the just concluded election, where some section of the country residing in Lagos are being ordered to leave Lagos or be frustrated out. Please, We want the authorities concerned to find out from the local government chairman his reason for locking traders in this market out today, Monday, the 3rd of April 2000.
Okay, so they presented that story to us yesterday. So that's the video clip of that story, but the story doesn't end there. So now let's pick that story up from there and progress it. So let's progress that story. So this is the person that was pushing that story out on Instagram, preach love, but certainly a hate preacher by the content of this. So this is what this person is saying. Lagos state government, please don't push this too far. If the allegations are true, this unfair treatment to Igbos won't end well. We all want peace in Nigeria, so allow the traders to carry out their trade. So that was the sort of tonality being pushed out, even pushed onto this platform yesterday. But the right to reply, it comes now. So, and I'll post a link, by the way, in the comment section for those who want to read it in a bit more depth. So this is now the right to reply. So let's see now what's going on exactly. So this is the response then from the local authority. They said that they were using cart pushers to pack refuse instead of LAWMA and dumping of the refuse along Oshodi Apapa Expressway. So you see now, do you see it now? So this is this market space then, rather than have the spend of having refuse properly removed by the facilitation provided for by their local authority, they just use all these wheelbarrow people, all those people, those people that follow you around the market, that to push a wheel cart for you to pack your things to your car. They use them to just pack refuse and go and dump them on the expressway. So it's a totally different narrative then, is it not? For they shut them down because they are Igbos. So they were using cart pushers to pack refuse instead of LAWMA and dumping of refuse along Oshodi Apapa Expressway. Can you imagine that? Governor Sanwo-Olu's aide speaks on why some traders were locked out from a market in the state on Monday, April the 3rd. In a viral video, a man claimed the traders were locked out from the market location in Ijesha, an area in southwest Lagos, in the southwest state. In a tweet shared on his handle this morning, Gawat explained why the market. I'm not quite sure why this thing is not scrolling in the manner that I should. In a tweet shared on his handle, Gawat explained why the market was locked up. In the first instance, he mentioned that it was opened on the same day after much appeals. So a totally different now. But then, of course, this now fact and truth, it will never reach anywhere like 1% of how far the news and the clips that they just randomly shut down a market for reasons of the ethnic stock of the people trading there. But so having now heard this, is this justifiable reason for that market to have been shut down or not? So it's not as though it would have been one instance. There have been several warnings. I think it actually goes on in another readout. I saw it go on to explain that they sent officials in, they pushed back those officials. There was a lot of aggression and everything, and then eventually it cascaded into that. So So that's it. That's the fact now that counters that. They were using cart pushers to pack refuse instead of LAWMA and dumping it, the refuse that is, along Oshodi Apapa Expressway. The governor's aide speaks on that. In a viral, etc. In a tweet shared on his handle this morning, Gawat explained why the market was locked up in the first instance. He mentioned that it was opened on the same day. It was opened on the same day. So it was a stern warning and then opened on the same day. A totally different picture from the one that was painted yesterday, and no doubt all over social media. So you see now, when I push for facts, do you see now why I do push for facts? So let's kick it off. I'm not sure if Ajanle Koko is ready. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to see you, Ajanle Koko. So you were here yesterday, that rather raucous session that we had, the back and forth, and we were asking that, look, we cannot just attribute reasons for whatever just because some people are in some market, and therefore whatever happens in that market is ethnic based. So now the facts, is that sufficient enough reason, by the way, for a market to be shut down? After several warnings, you continue to cart market refuse and dump it on the expressway. Is that sufficient reason to shut down the market as a warning?
Yeah, thank you, Oman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. A lot of our people doesn't follow the rule. We know ourselves. We are Nigerians. We don't. We like to disobey the law. We like to disobey the rules. And in this case of that market, you see, market leaders, in every market they have leaders, and the reason for the leaders is for them to ensure that every owner of booth or stall or shop follow the rules. But in the situation where you find the market leaders incompetent and couldn't organize and make sure that those that own shops in the market follow the rule, then the government will take action against them. And government take action like this, a tough action indeed, an action they never expected. People will say a lot of things, and but what these local government have done to release their own side of the story, I think it is good for everyone.
Does the punishment fit the crime? Does them dumping refuse on a major motorway from the market, is that sufficient enough for them to for a warning shutdown of the? Does the punishment fit the crime?
What I want to know is how long have they been doing that? How long have they been dumping refuse on the express road? How long have they, how long has the government make efforts to ensure that they follow the rules by dumping the refuse where it is provided for them to dump the refuse? So it is a barbaric action on one side, but at the same time, Nigerians, they know how to handle themselves.
And the market was reopened on the same day when they went to plead and promised to be of good conduct. All of that was not. That's what they told this. They said the market was opened that same day.
So, like I said, they know how to handle themselves in order, to in order to ensure that they follow the rules. So it is also, it is good that the government said their own side of the story for clarity, for people to know what actually happened, and it is good so that people that have been carrying this rumor and saying that it's because they hate Igbo or they don't like people. I mean, the reason for closure of that market is to punish people from the east or an effort to kick them out of Lagos. You see, people.
Ajali Coco, let me interject a little. I tend not to. Well, let me just put it this way. I don't believe whatever they're saying. One, if they want to bring out the fact that people are dumping whatever, I need a video
You don't,
verification of that.
please.
But
Can you?
let me ask my question first.
Look,
One man, let me. I'm landing. Can I do
Hold on.
something?
I'm not going to. Don't turn this into another ridiculous session. So, you're a welcome member, and don't make it ridiculous.
One man, I'm not
Yeah,
making it ridiculous.
yeah.
I'm coming
Just
to.
don't stand do
Yes.
ridiculous stuff.
Like I said, I don't believe it, but I'm
Yeah,
getting
no, that's
somewhere.
up to you.
I'm
But
getting somewhere. That's what
don't be
I'm saying.
ridiculous. Yeah.
This is my opinion. One man, don't say ridiculous. Don't say that. When I'm making an opinion, whether it's ridiculous to you, it's not
Oh, what
ridiculous
are
to
you saying?
others.
They should go and bring you proof that they were dumping refuse. Have they said they were not dumping refuse? They,
Let me
look,
say something
hold
in
on,
that sense. Let me
hold on.
finish now.
Yeah, you will finish. Hold on. It goes on further to say, it says the abuse of council staffs resisting them from performing their legitimate duties in the market. Market reopened since yesterday morning, same day after appeal.
That's what they said.
Okay.
Okay. Now, let me go to where I'm going before you started, trying to
All right. Get there
do
quickly.
your thing.
Mm.
Even if it was to be true,
Mm.
like I was gonna say, the real question is, if you're going to punish people, there are people that are, let's say that it's true, right? It's not everybody that's gonna be doing that certain behavior. You cannot punish everybody
All right,
because
let Ajale
let
Koko
me
no, please. I don't want you to turn it into a ridiculous session. Sorry, Ajale Koko, carry on.
Look, this is not the first time for such incident to happen. It has happened several times before, and it has happened in a market dominated by Yoruba, Igbo market, where they sell pomo, where they sell vegetable and all these other consumables. These are Yorubas dominated. They closed it. There was a time, sometimes last year, they closed it. They punished them for not carrying out the sanitation exercise in the market, for not carrying it out as they were prescribed to do it. They did it in Oyibo against the occupier of that marketplace. And these are Yoruba people. Why are they applying the same measure in this market dominated by Igbo for not following the rules, for not carrying out the sanitation as expected? And then you want to say that, oh, they hate Igbo, or they want to send Igbo out of Lagos. Oh, it's because of the election. They want to kill them. This is becoming too much. These guys should stop carrying out unnecessary propaganda that cannot, that is capable of setting the state ablaze. They should calm it down. Election has come and gone, and another election will come again. And are we going to say because of election we should tear ourselves into pieces? Are we going to say because of election we should hate each other forever? I mean,
Ajale Oko, let me even give you the information. That Oyinbo market I think it was September 2020.
Thank you.
It was both Oyinbo and Ladipo market that were closed.
Thank you.
I think there is supposed to be a canal behind Ladipo, And in Ladipo's case, they were dumping refuse into that canal.
The same
So it
thing.
was September 15, 2020 that they closed both markets.
They
And
closed
the
it.
and
These are
the Eze there when they
dominated market.
apologized.
So sorry, we're one voice. Yeah, we're losing you, but one voice. Yeah, one voice. Carry on.
Patrick, continue. I mean,
So carry on,
can we,
Ajani.
No, carry on, Ajaliko. I just wanted to give you that information.
thank you.
No,
Look, they should just stop this. This is absolute nonsense.
sorry, it's a thing. Carry on, Ajani.
Am I dipping in and out, or where is it coming from?
We are losing you, and maybe we will lose.
Are you losing me, or
No, we are losing. We are losing one.
No,
man. We are not losing a jacket.
It's sounding grainy. You know that.
Man.
That's sort of
Ajaliko is sounding
yeah,
well. I think
carry
it's
on.
one man.
They said it's you,
that
one
is-
man.
is-
Okay.
is
So
sounding
Is it me?
it's you.
Oh, all right.
It's
All right, carry on.
You are
Let me
breaking.
you. Okay. So I mean, we
see if
we have to take it easy. We have to take it easy. These
So Ajali Koko,
guy,
you think it's right to punish majority of people because of action of some few?
not the action of few, it's action of all of them. It's all of them that don't do the cleanliness and the don't follow the sanitation rules in that market. It's all of them. That is the way. And I've just mentioned you, and Patrick just buttress what I'm saying as well. They did it in Oyibo. And and another market. They've done it in several markets like that before. To us that live in abroad, it look ridiculous. But they over there, they know themselves well, and they know how to handle each other. I mean,
But
it just happened.
Ajali Koko, I
Yes.
want to ask why now? Because
No, forget about
if
now. Forget about this. Is. I mean, when you are asking now, incident can happen anytime, and
I
action can
know,
be taken against incident anytime. Don't say because what is the now? What is the
I
now?
know. You know why I said if it's people that are smart, yeah, there is a sort of a sensitiveness around this period that even if that thing has been going on, you have seen so many things going on, people trying to have this sense that they are being punished for, because they are in certain tribe, and you're coming out to do it now. I think it's not smart, even if they have been doing it a long time ago, and you didn't close their market
So
since
they should
then.
stop because some people's feelings are being hurt.
No, I'm not saying they
They
should
should not
stop.
progress
No,
again.
I'm not saying
That's
that.
basically what you are saying.
I'm not saying
When
that.
is the right okay? When is the right time to do it? When do we know
That
that the
is,
feelings have stopped being hurt? When is the
you know, that
advice
is
us?
why I said. That is why I said I've worked in the market. Yeah, I've sold something in the market. So what happens when you're doing something bad is the people, tax collectors there, come and lock your shop. If they notice you are the one at fault or people at fault, they lock your shop, they fine you. It's either you get fined or they lock your shop, you don't sell something that day, and you learn your lesson. So I feel like there have been so many things they would have done to actually even get money from whatever these people are doing, than just making it in such a way that it becomes an eyesore. That's just what I'm trying to say.
Okay, Des, let me tell you, if you if you listen to the article well, as one man read it, he said they have make frantic effort, several effort to ensure that these people follow the rules. But they didn't respond. They didn't want to do it. So they have to use this irrational action against them I call it irrational because we are here, you look at, but they have to take this, strong measure, strong action against them in order to force them to force them to do right. This is not the first time. It is not the first time. They have done it in several market places around Lagos. So why? Okay, there's never a time, and this is very common with Easterner in Lagos. In any marketplace that is dominated by them, whenever they take action against them they will say, oh, they hate them. But we don't hear it when it is taken, when such an action is taken against market dominated by Yoruba or any other ethnic group. Only them, only the Easterners that we always come up. It has happened several times in the past like that. Every time they will do that. They don't want any government action against their ridiculous, how do I say, ridiculous behavior. Anytime they have committed some ridiculous behavior and government is taking action against them, they will term it. They will go online and term it and call it hate action. Hate action, or they will say, oh, they hate them every time. This is not the first time. It's happened in the past.
In short, Adani Oko, that September 2022, they said it was targeted at them. I read it that, the reason why they closed it was they are targeting us. You understand? Whereas if they will close if Soludo close a market in Onitsha, they don't say it's targeted, that they hate them.
He did something like that, and he didn't complain. They didn't complain.
This whole thing has been escalating. This whole thing has been escalating this electoral period. This whole thing has been escalating this electoral period. I have not really seen where Igbos are doing this. They will say it's because they are Igbo in the past. There hasn't really been a lot of cases. This has been the highest cases I've recorded.
Because you never showed interest, you never follow it. I am telling you.
No. Ajali Koko, I lived in Lagos. Calm down. Before I came to United States. I lived in Lagos for like 3 years, so I know Lagos. So don't say that I don't monitor there. It's never really been this. Something happens, they say now because they want us. No, it has never really been like that. This thing happening now.
You don't know. What you don't know, you don't know.
How?
This is what I'm telling you. It has happened several times in the past against.
Example.
They did that maybe Ladipo sometimes ago. They call it the hate Igbo. They did it at Oshodi. They said they hate it. But when they did it at Alade Market against Yoruba people, there was no cry. When they did it against
my 12, Hausa,
they did complain. Or Hausa people, Hausa did not cry. I mean,
yes,
come on, man.
Follow that. Hausa, they did it for them.
They did it in several places in Lagos. When they did it at Mushi Market, Yoruba people did not cry, they hate us. But only when anything in any marketplace where Igbo dominated, that is when Igbo will cry to the high heaven. They hate us. So every time they want to call that, they hate them. What is the problem?
It's not good.
Every time they want to say they hate them. As if government should not take any action. I'm not supporting government. Sometimes government they go to the extreme, but they make it run. They don't select. They don't select. That is what we do. You guys always like to paint it as if government is selective in carrying out action against you people. But when they did it against any other ethnic group, they won't cry. They will take it, they will negotiate, and they will get back to business. But at a single time, look at this, just happened within some few hours. They just closed the shop for a few hours, and they went all over the internet that, they hate Igbo. It's as a result of election, and this and that. Just a few hours, just to correct some just to put action, just to ensure that
It was really just for a warning, isn't it? Because
just like a warning, and they
Ajale Koko, they went on further to say they abuse council officials, resisting them from performing their legitimate duties in the market. So there is a build up to it's just I don't know, man. About yesterday, the way it was being painted yesterday was a totally different thing from what actually happened.
You may want to
have you ever Ajali Koko,
Yes.
if you any one of you have ever actually kind of worked in a market or maybe sell something, like what I'm saying is there is no one man or somebody that is more powerful than these tax collectors or people that are managing this market. They have this organization that are more like I will call it touts or whatever, that's kind of get people in order, I would say. So their job is more like when people complain or they go and see when there is something. I'm just trying to create a narrative. So when this kind of things start happening or people dumping something, the way they can do it or the more they can even gain more is go and lock the shop. I've seen so many of my people, they lock their shop for doing something. It's either they lock your shop for a full day, or they'll fine you reasonable amount of money, then 20,000, something like that, and you pay it. If you don't pay it, they won't unlock your shop. So that to me is more effective. And
Yeah,
you learn your
no.
lesson.
They have their administrative processes, but dumping refuse on a highway, I think is justifiable enough to send a stern warning to the market. But thank you. Bring home that space, Ajahn Lekoko, and then we move it on.
I mean, they should just calm it down. Why every time they want to cry that Yoruba people hate them or government hate them? There was an incident that happened, if you may recall, one man, sometimes ago. Same thing happened. Government carried out action against them in one market. I can't remember that. Maybe it's at somewhere in Apapa or somewhere like that. And they cry, oh, they hate us, they do this. The second day, or during that week, government took action against Yoruba-dominated market in Yaba. You remember that computer village in Yaba that Sanwo-Olu went to bulldoze, that place that they are trying to convert to Google.
Yeah, we had quite an argument about it, didn't we? I said it was right. You said it was wrong. Yes.
I brought that video to counter it. That what of this? When you people are crying that they hate you, government took action against you in your marketplace. Look at what they have done to Yoruba people. Where this is a tech village, IT village, where you see sound, intelligent people that are running these people. These are university graduates. These are people that are good in IT, and government went to destroy that place, and they have confiscated that land. Now they're trying to build. They said they want to use it for what are they trying to?
They want to use it as an IT hub for Lagos State. Yeah.
I said these are Yoruba market. But anytime something happens, government take action against your recklessness or your disobedient to law, in the marketplace, they will cry to heaven that Yoruba people hate them, or government in the land hate them, or this and that. They should just put an end to it and just follow the rule. It is not the first time. It happened several times in the past. I think it will never stop happening. This one is not going to be the last time. They should get it right. When people doesn't follow the rule, it is a responsibility in a society. It is the responsibility of the government to set people straight to follow the rule in any way they know that is good to do that and achieve results. So if that local government that took it action believe that this is the way to do it and achieve the result after attempting in a very civilized and peaceful means in the past that did not work, well, It is good. It has worked now. You will see they will never do that again because they know themselves in Nigeria. They know how to handle themselves, both the government and the people. So let our people from the East just calm it down and not always cry to the heaven or go to the internet and spread propaganda against the authority and against Yoruba people particularly, because every time they want to term it as hate. They hate us. They don't want us to run our business. They don't do this. They don't do that. They should just stop this now. It's too much. The same thing, this market that wants in Balogun, they cry to the high heaven that it is
MC Oloma.
Some people, it was premeditated, and the government was behind it, and government does. I mean, if you watch the firefighter, everything went there to crush the fire. They did everything to make sure that fire did not spread more than necessary. But but look at everywhere on the internet that it was a result of election. They don't like us, they hate us, Yoruba want to send us away. This nonsense campaign of calumny should just stop against Yoruba people and the authority in Yoruba land.
All right, let me take you to another talking point, Ajale Koko. So the figures are coming in, and the figures that are coming in are 88 died in 2023 elections, over 450 human rights violation petitions received. So that human rights violation petition, I'm assuming it encompasses voter suppression, intimidation, all of that. So the figures that gives us just a snapshot of the incidents that happened at that election. 88 died. So that's not to say that since February only 88 people are just attributable to the elections. 88 died in 2023 elections and over 450 violation petitions. So over 450 rights violation petitions. So yes, for even one single person to die in an election, it is cause for outrage. But are those figures, do they mirror what we are hearing in the aftermath of the elections? That because these 88 people, we're talking nationwide, not in any state or any sub-region or any divide of the totality of the reports that they've gotten attributable to the elections, 88 dead. Does that figure surprise you, Ajande Koko?
It's unfortunate that we have to lose the life because of election in Nigeria. Yeah, I'm surprised that so much life could be lost. 88. It's a disaster. I mean, it's a disaster. In any way we want to watch it, we want to look at it. It's a disaster. But how does that affect the outcome of the election? It has nothing to do with the outcome of the election. The outcome of the election, we have. I mean, we have all seen it, and how we can measure the outcome versus incident is by looking at how many polling stations do we have across the country. I mean, the total of polling booths, and how many polling booths did we record incident across the nation. That is how we can measure the I mean, looking at the areas of incident, number of polling booths that we recorded incident against number of polling booths that we have across the total. That is, looking at both sides, that can give us a picture of the percentage of the incident against the polling booths that we have, and that is when we can, if the percentage of where all these incidents occurred is so low, then we should not look at the outcome as a disaster. But if it's too high against the outcome, I mean, if the incident where the incident is too high, or the percentage is too high against the number of not police booths we have across the country, then we can start to look the outcome that this outcome is questionable. For example, let us look at Lagos State. Lagos State have over 13,000 polling booths. But how many places do we have incidents? Is about 83 or 84? Oh, how do you want to use incidents?
And how many of those incidents were even fatal? Is the question, because an incident will be somebody throwing a punch or some so that's an incident.
Yeah,
so how many of those incidents were fatal?
Yeah, what I'm referring to as incident is that where did we have maybe overvoting that were cancelled? Where did we have trouble? Maybe some people were trying to snatch ballot box, and as a result of that, the result in that polling booth were cancelled. Where did we have some kind of incident that were that by electoral law would not accept the result of such polling booth? So in Lagos, like I said, they had incident in 84 polling booth against 13,000. So that is just minute. 84 to against 30,000.
Ajali Koko, what
Yes.
are we doing? I mean, am I seriously? We are talking about 88 people dead. We are talking about who win election mattering. We are talking about how to prevent 88 people's deaths. No, you're directing it another way. I don't like where you're directing it to. We're supposed to be talking about this issue, and you're taking it somewhere else.
Follow the build up. Follow the build up. It started with the fact that people shouldn't die.
You didn't follow me.
That's the reason we are supposed to be talking about. Keep nailing on it. Keep trying to find
let him talk now. When is your turn? Speak it that way.
Exactly.
Okay, let me talk the way you wanted me to talk then. So
Daniel question so speak the way you want to speak. Let him speak his own way.
So the killing of people, the loss of life is unfortunate, but the outcome of the result, with all the incidents that happen, I think the incident doesn't affect the outcome. It is the outcome is being accepted by the electoral umpire that the election was free and fair, and they declared the result, and they have handed over certificate of return to people that won election at different parts of the country, different level of elective offices, Senate, Federal House of Rep, governors. So, but it's unfortunate that we have to lose life. So I think federal government should take a look of this incident and try as much as possible to investigate them, and ensure that in the coming election, or anytime we're going to have election, they put in place a measure that will prevent the occurrence of this incident. It is unfortunate that we have to lose life. Those people, they are Nigerians. They love their country. They didn't know that untimely death will happen to them, and it's just unfortunate. And I hope that the people that have been elected to govern the country will govern well and make life better for all Nigerians. So federal government should investigate them and make sure that the occurrence of this incident could not occur next time that we are holding election. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, of the feedback that I've been getting from the panelists, I want to get the conversation to as many people as quickly as I can, because even me, ASP, was saying yesterday, just the length of time that he had to wait. So, let me move the conversation around. I want to move it in and Saki Fada rejoins us. So, we get quickly to Saki Fada, who has, after licking his wounds, from the summary flogging on February the 25th, is now sufficiently brave enough to rejoin now. So we get to Saki Fada just as quickly as we can. But before we get to Saki Fada, let's go to All Is Vanity, who joins us for the first time. So All Is Vanity, unmute yourself. Are you there? All Is Vanity. All Is Vanity. Look at that. All right. I don't think we have are you there? You have to unmute yourself. All Is Vanity. All right. Let's go to Patrick then. Let's go to Patrick. Patrick, you are there, I'm sure. So Patrick, then the elections are over, but the agitations and the fight still continues. The people feeling aggrieved that they were cheated out of what they feel they should have gotten. They are agitating both at home and abroad. The whole of the UK has been subsumed with a constant our mandate was stolen at demonstrations. So those demonstrations have now been taken to the United States, where they are now going to picket the White House. So picket the White House, but the government has now had enough, and they have sent in an emissary by way of Lai Mohammed. So Lai Mohammed now in America, countering the narrative being presented, and this is what is presenting to Washington Post and all of the senior news platforms in America. APC did not rig presidential election for Tinubu because it lost in. Oh God, there's some. No, that noise coming from you, man. No. Who's that? Oh no, that's Fash. Is that you, Patrick? No, that was Fash.
No.
No. So yes. No. Don't do that, Fash, please. Sorry. Let me just build it up again. So all of that I said, APC did not rig presidential election for Tinubu in Katsina, Lagos, Nasarawa, Plateau, Buhari regime. So the Buhari administration, like I said, they've gone to America to present a counter narrative to the narrative that the opposition spaces is spreading around the globe like a wildfire. So this narrative now, it goes to the heart of what happened on February the 25th. If elections were rigged, the arguments Lai Mohammed presented in America, how come Katsina State, Buhari came from there, they lost it, if they said they won it? So you know the argument, so present us your thoughts. The counter-insurgency being run by Lai Mohammed, Patrick.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they had to go there to do that. They don't have to. As in sending a minister there to counter it. They have the United States has embassies here, and other international partners countries have embassies in Nigeria. I'm sure they are getting information from the embassy, and then what Lai Mohammed is going to even tell them is going to be, they are not going to hold it strongly. But now in this case, it's not even going to the embassies; it's going to the news platforms to make all those claims. I think it's just another way to spend money, as far as I'm concerned. It's not supposed to be there.
Sorry, Patrick. You say it's not supposed to be there, but is there not an argument for him to be there? Because these people are picketing and protesting at the White House. The White House permanently, international media always there. So those international media looking for news stories, they will just use the protest as news fillers for their news platforms globally. So so there has to be a counter narrative.
So if the APC feels that they actually won and they knew they actually won, they should mobilize their people to also go there now and counter the.
Oh, are you saying it's not a government functionary that should have gone?
No, at all. The government is an umpire. If they say their mandate has been stolen by who and for who, so the people that claim that have been claim to have stolen their mandate should also go there and take a position. I don't see any reason why. It's very sad that Nigerians, I think this generation of Nigerians or this generation of people, they are politically immature. That's the way it is. They are politically immature. You are not the first time person to lose election. You are not the first set of group to lose election. And you have lost an election. You have lost an election. You have lost an election. And then you are going to international community. What are they going to do about it? What's White House going to do? White House is going to cancel our election or what? I mean, it's crazy.
I think they are trying to delegitimize the elections. That's really the
No,
objective. Yeah.
the legitimization or the international community, the United States cannot legitimize any election. They don't have such powers.
But they can delegitimize
Yeah,
it.
yes,
They can.
no, they cannot delegitimize. The highest they can do is to review their partnership or their relationship with you as a country. Whether you have a good election or not, if they have reason to review their relationship with you, they are going to do it. If they discover that, even if you have the best democracy, if they discover that your government is taking a position that is not in their interest, they will review their relationship. So that's what's important. And mind you, even if you have the worst election, if you are protecting their interests, they will build good relationship. Look at what Israel is doing now to Palestine. Let me not even go there for some reason. Why as America still support them? Look at Saudi Arabia. Do they have democracy in Saudi Arabia? Why is America still very good with them? Even so many countries like that in the Middle East, they are partners that have had families, monarchy, and structures perpetually ruling until Ayatollah came to Iran. When the Shah was there, was America not having very good relationship with Shah of Iran? Was that a good system? But because of their interests, they continue. So whether the election, whether Abacha becomes the president of Nigeria, as long as Abacha can foster a good relationship and protect American interests, they will do. Look at Mobutu now. America is after his interest, so they are just wasting their time. It's just like some IPOB that went there and say we are Jews. They protested to Trump that time. As far as I'm concerned, that's the way it is. But it's not the duty of government to go ahead and start doing that. Government can write to embassies, through embassy to White House, and tell them, give them profile and the outside of story of the election. And then the APC guys, and I'm aware they are doing that because I got some mails for APC some APC groups in North America that they should also stage a counter protest and let it be. So it's not really, it's going to be neutralized. Once you have a counter protest, that's all. It's just going to look like two groups together. But it's like embarrassing themselves. Which other African countries after having election go to White House or go to anywhere, Washington, to say they are protesting? It is crazy. They should learn to win and lose election. They are so immature. They just, that's why when they were campaigning, if you take a position that is against them, they abuse you, they do everything. And they cannot even accept the fact that they have lost. And mind you, this victim role they are playing, they're trying to play the victim and trying to see Yoruba as somehow. It's going to continue for the next 4 years, if possibly 8 years, because Yorubas have just taken the position of the Fulanis. That's all. So the Yoruba people better brace up for that. And that's not how to be good. That's not how to be a good member of a country. If you have interest or you have other things that are of concern to you, there are legitimate means of putting that across. Not in this way. Not in this way. But they are free to do whatever they like. They are free to protest. They are free to do anything. But Washington cannot say, oh, yeah, swear this person in or cancel this election. So many people are going to stand up against it now. So they don't understand what is happening. They don't understand what is happening. That's just the truth. They don't understand international. They don't understand international relations. So that's why they are behaving that way.
All right. All right, brilliant. Let me take you out of the Nigerian space for a moment and let's go to the international space. This has repercussions on Nigeria as well. Saudi Arabia's crown prince says he is no longer interested in pleasing the United States. So this is coming off the back of that storyline that we treated just a couple of days ago. India promoted their currency. It says Saudi Arabia's crown prince Mohammed bin Salman has reportedly told his associates that he is no longer focused on pleasing the United States and wants something in return for any concession given to Washington. This change in attitude may have significant implications for the long-standing strategic alliance between the United States and Saudi Arabia, a major oil producer and key player in the Middle East. The Crown Prince has also expressed indifference towards President Biden. So there's something that seems to be emerging within the international space with the there's something that seems to be emerging within the international space with people somewhat pivoting away from that American space, and this is the latest incursions of that. But how impactful would this mean? Because if they are saying they are no longer going to be making concessions to America, maybe you guys will not start to be paying the proper price for petrol. So do you see that the international community somewhat, they are realigning and moving away from that petrol dollar-led economy that has been the mainstay for several decades?
Yeah, I am very sure America must be strongly re-strategizing. America is not a small country, and they are a collection of intelligent and smart people. They have structures, they have process, they have the technology. That's just the truth. They have technology. All the big technological companies that are running the globe today, they are in America. Even when they are owned by foreigners, those companies are American. They are a large number of them are American companies. So it's going to be very strong for him. The only thing that can happen in this case is if Saudi is reviewing his relationship, maybe they are cutting down their crude oil supply to US. America is going to get supply from I'm sure
not necessarily cut down their surprise, but make them pay a competitive rate. You know, they make concessions for oil in America, and that's why America protects them so much.
America will get that concession from other places. Somebody like Tinubu will be willing to give it to them in return for technology, for other trade, for deals. If, for example, Tinubu needs to give concession to America for crude, for America to help him close the gas pipeline deal with Europe, Tinubu will be willing to do it. Angola is there. So if this guy, I'm sure he's on American radar. You know what he did to that journalist in was it in Turkey or where now?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's on the American radar. But there are so many options available to America. There are a lot of opportunities that are going to happen by the time Tinubu is sworn into that.
Do you think we are entering the beginnings of the end of the American age?
No, America is going to reposition. That's just the truth. America is going to reposition. If we say at the end of American age, who are those that are going to step in? When you are talking of America, you are talking of the UK, you are talking of Israel.
No. You know what? When you are talking about America, you are not talking about the UK. You are not talking about Europe. You are not talking about the American might. Do you know what you are talking about when you are talking about America? You are talking about the dollar, because international trade is denominated in the dollar, and America has the printing access of that. But international trade now wants to pivot from the dollar, and that might well mark the end of the American age.
No, I feel strongly, except I don't know what is happening in Middle East now, in Europe now, between Russia and China and India. But as it is today, the IT infrastructures, the international network of systems of exchange between nations, all of them are running on American platforms. I don't know. I am aware that China and Russia and India are trying to build an alternative platform basically
Yeah,
for those 3 points.
off the back of the Ukrainian war, you know that
Yeah,
one of the punishments of the Ukrainian thing towards Russia was to kick them out of the SWIFT system, which is the system that money moves globally, which is run by
exactly.
America and the West. But now China made note of that, and they are somewhat deviating from that SWIFT system. India are looking to deviate us. So I think America is
So
about to fall. I think America is about to follow.
I think the point is that if America sees that, they might decide to play softly on that war. That's just the truth. It's either they play softly on that war or look for very strong ways to make it difficult for Russia. Either they must have something they are going to hold China on, and have something they are going to hold India on. Because, for example, if India and China are responsible for 1/3 of total crude oil sales purchase from Russia, then the effect of the sanction is going to be very, very limited. You understand? On Russia. I'm sure they also have some reserves in terms of resources and other things, but I don't see America not having prepared for this. They must have anticipated some of these things, and I'm sure
Yeah,
they,
but
they must have prepared for it.
their anticipation has always been to go and bomb but they can't go and bomb China now, so it's impossible.
You
They're
see,
not going to bomb Saudi now, so
I think America
and
has
these people are moving against them.
I think America has long shifted apart until recently, until that Iraq and Iran. America has for a long time shifted their strategy from bombing. That's just the truth. You see them withdrawing from the Middle East gradually, except in places where they feel that okay, this country has a very strong threat to America or to American partners. They can then strategically position themselves in those countries. But I think America also realized that this thing has to be doing with economy. It's very strange. I think the funny guy that would have been able to stand up to them and get very good deals for America was that guy, that Trump. But though he's irrational in some other ways. But if it was Trump, they probably would have had this Ukraine war, and he probably would have. He was really dealing well with China. He was really cutting deals and maximizing American gains with China, with other countries, even with this same Saudi Arabia.
But
Trump was really getting good deals.
is in prison now, is it not? So is out of the question. Yeah,
So that's the issue. But I think America should think twice. I think this man is not really getting the best for America now in terms of deals. And look at the way he withdrew from Afghanistan. Look at what Ukraine has turned to. It's very unfortunate that Ukrainians are the ones really suffering, bearing the brunt. A number of them are here now as refugees in Canada. We have Ukrainians in Calgary here that are now refugees, and it's
but
very sad.
we have never heard this strong and anti-American stance from the Saudi Arabian space before. We've never heard
No,
it
no, no.
before. Yeah.
Yeah, we've never heard it. Even when every other states in the Middle East were taking strong positions against America. American partners like Saudi, Jordan, Kuwait, all of them have been very, very consistent with America. But I think this guy is going to review his position. Maybe he wants something, and you see with time now they'll go to the table and they will close these things. But the major issue that America should even watch out for should be India and China. They need to start working. It is easy to still deal with India, building good relationship with India, and use India in a way that is meaningful. Than it's going to be easy for them with China.
I interject.
Yes, you can.
Yes, Patrick, I like what you said earlier. You said America will be in a position. And look, all this noise that American dollar will America will collapse. So these people are coming with alternative currency to challenge dollar. It's just, I think it's just a fallacy. And why I said that is that today 90% of international trade settlement is done in dollar.
But that's the space that is being attacked, Ajande Koko.
Yeah, hold on. 60% of the world central bank reserve around the world is in dollars. This same noise that they are making now, that, oh, we have some people coming together to challenge dollar, it happened in the 80s. 80s and 90s, when they are coming up with this EU. They are coming with euro. So euro will challenge dollar. How far has euro challenged dollar?
It has cut into the dollar space, has it not?
Hold on.
The potency of that American dollar is on the wane. That's just what it is. Even country like some African country was just moving away from the dollar. I was reading earlier on today.
Look, all the BRICS, what they are trying to do is to come out with inter-trading currency among themselves that are BRICS. Will that extend to other countries around the world? We don't know. Even the China e-currency is a failure. It's not getting momentum as they expected. It's not making much economic impact or making in as they thought it will be. So what they are trying to do is inter-trading to have a currency just like euro that they can use for inter-trading activities among their members nation. So if you look at every international organization that drive this world or the financial world, dollar is the backbone. So they have a lot to do to say they want to break in. They can come up with something, nothing wrong, but America is not sleeping too. America can fight back. As at today, American GDP constitutes 24% of the world GDP, just only America. So if you put all those countries that are GDP, or what do you call them, BRICS country together, yeah, they constitute a substantial figure too. But all of them together, the China, the India, the Russia, the South Africa, and the Brazil, all of them, they are like 25% too. Put all of them together.
Yeah, but that's not the point, Ajane Koko. The point is, what percentage was America a decade, 2 decades ago global trade, and what percent it's on the decline? That's just what it is, America.
What I'm telling you,
can I put to that space too?
The end of the American age.
There is no end of American age. If America should come to end, the world will come to end. The world.
No, it won't come to an end as a country now. It's not coming to an end as a country now. The grip.
Hold on.
Before that end will come, one man, I don't think you're gonna be alive, though.
Hold on.
Mama, can I speak to that, please?
Yeah, let Angela Koko land and then come in.
Okay, sir.
We saw what happened in. Is it? When was that? During the Bush time, before Obama came in, when the world economy almost collapsed because of this housing market problem that we had in United States. That's to tell you that that's just one sector almost collapsed the world economy. So what I'm trying to tell you is that as long as we still have, I just told you earlier, 90% of international trade settlement is made in dollars.
You said 60% earlier on.
No. I said 90%. What I said 60% is the, central bank reserve.
Yes, but Ajanle, hold on, Ajanle Koko. That space is what is being attacked. So whatever percentage you have now, people are aligning to cut into it.
Well, they still cannot do anything without United States. Those BRICS countries.
Russia is doing it already.
The China, the India, the Brazil, all their economy connected. The Mexico, or what do you call them? They are all connected.
South Africa.
They are all connected with US.
Yes, but Ajane Koko, what you keep defending, keep defending is
I'm not sure. Go on. Yeah.
Is actually what is being attacked. What you keep defending that you are seeing America, that is exactly what is being attacked. And this is checkmate, basically, because you keep on saying that, during the crisis, the economy collapsed and the other countries followed. Exactly. That is the problem. That is why more people will join BRICS, because if everybody is owing in dollars, including America, how does America pay its own debt? They will just print more money. Other countries cannot print dollar. Other countries cannot print dollars. So our own value of our currency will reduce.
So we're effectively subsidizing America if we are denominating in their currency.
So let's say we were owing $2 million before, and that was 20 million naira. Now we owe 40 million naira, and then it's going to keep on increasing, and we are still piling up debt. And who is going to continue doing that? Who is going to continue? So a lot of people are going to join BRICS, especially all those countries that you say, the way America attacks a country is two ways, either by placing restriction or by bombing the place. All those countries that they've placed restriction on, they will join BRICS very quickly. So, so you are going to see the amount of dollar use being reduced and reduced and reduced. And if you can look at the history of the Roman Empire, how they fell, America is following it step by step. Just that America still has the best weapons in the world. That's just the only difference. So this dollar dominance does see America's dollar dominance only favors America. That is the problem. Everybody is suffering from it. Whether you like America or whether you don't like America. And let's be factual. China is actually applying a capitalist system. They are using communism to cover it up. But what the game that they are playing is capitalism. That's why they're able to join all these countries together, because the game they are playing is let us make money. We need to stop playing with these guys because they are holding us down. They are joining all these people together because everybody will be able to finally make money and be equal in terms of finance to America. So who wants to really side with America if they have their own money, if they are sustainable alone? And what will America do with them? Look at LGBTQ. They are bringing it to America. They will say either you apply it or we place embargo. Why are they not saying the same for Qatar? Why are they not saying the same for Saudi Arabia? Who is going to keep on taking that nonsense? Nobody can develop. They are bullying everybody. Everybody. Even in Europe, they are bullying them. That's why they can go and bomb their energy source, and Europe is keeping silent. They are bullying everybody. Nobody's going to take this forever.
America does not bully your Europe. America protects Europe. America.
How is it protecting? You bomb the source of energy. Something that is keeping people warm.
Without
that
America,
the energy base of the whole continent. You bomb it. How is that protection?
So Russia will have.
We are paying more for gas. We are paying more for energy. That's how we are protected.
Look,
is that how we are protected? That's our protection.
If not for America, Russia will have swept the whole of European country.
How do you know? Did Russia release the agenda? Did Russia release the agenda, or is that what American media told you?
Do you know what they call now?
Say that, or is that what?
Hold on. It's not settled down. Calm down. It's a conversation now. Let Dorothy come in. Dorothy come in. You wanted to come in, yeah.
Okay, Woman, thank you so much. I want to appreciate
go straight to the topic. Yeah, thank you. So sorry, it's just time. Yeah.
You spoke about America standing its ground and maintaining its hegemonic position. You see, a whole lot of things has happened at the international level. Since I was a small boy, I've been a very keen watcher of international politics and relations, geostrategy, and geopolitics. I've been a keen follower. What America is doing right now, it will seriously backfire. Patrick made a statement the other time. He was talking about Trump, how Trump was managing the situation. There is a grand norm in American diplomacy, foreign policy, as enshrined by Kissinger. You don't fight two great powers together. America, for the first time, is taking on China and Russia, a military superpower and an economic superpower. And because of that alone, these guys are coming together. The more they come together, they form that axis in the east, which can match America fire for fire. You see, let me tell you, the game at hand right now is that status quo has to change, and that's what they are doing. Do you know that last week, China sealed a deal with Brazil? That is the largest economy after America in the Western Hemisphere, in the Americas. After America itself, I think Canada, I think Brazil is the third. We join both the North and the South together. Now, $150 billion worth of goods will be settled in what? In yuan and real. What does that mean? 150 billion, remove it from the word, for the hegemonic influence of the dollar. Petro yuan is coming on board. Saudi is saying that he's going to be selling his oil. Probably
hold on. You know that Petro yuan. Nigeria is also part of that deal as well. That
yes,
we treated it here. I can't quite remember the terminology.
It was a swap.
About 4 years ago, Nigeria started moving. If you go and see, check the strategic reserve of many countries. Many countries have started moving their strategic reserve. Even Israel, the long-stand ally of America, moved some of his money from the strategic reserve in dollars to other currencies. So what the only effect of that thing, when we are talking about the American power, the American firepower, is based on the dollar hegemonic influence as the global reserve currency. What does that mean? America either use economic power to sanction you, to straighten you to order, or they use military power. Now, if you are taking away the American power economically in terms of the global dominance of dollar, what it means is that more countries will not listen to America again. That is what is going to happen. And it's already happening. In Kenya, do you know that Kenya is buying his fuel right now? They are not using dollar right now. I heard Ruto saying it live and direct. And if you watch what Ruto was saying at the US African summit, and the tone of Africa generally at that summit, Ghana talk about it. Nigeria doesn't play. Nigeria normally send its own small boys. Other countries send them out. A whole lot of things are going to come into play that you might not like. South Africa is playing that tone as well. So America needs to tone down that war. That war in Ukraine was the card that broke this camel's back.
Well, America is sending
weaponization of the dollar was the biggest mistake that Biden used. That weaponization, that everybody now look like it, that okay, if they go ahead and do it with Russia, that means China, I'm not safe. I'm the second largest economy, the manufacturing hub of the world. I'm not safe. Yesterday, European Union said it yesterday that they would rather key with China. China is the largest trading partner of EU. In 2020, they overtook America, by doing a trade of about $700 billion US, and that has been increasing since 2020 till date. So Europe will be dead economically if they try any nonsense with China, and that was the reason why von der Leyen, EU policy chief, and French President Macron, they were in China. China was to do the work of business, making sure they retain the strategic alliance between themselves and the EU and China. And von der Leyen is to say, come, we don't like the support you are giving to Russia. But the fact is that America needs to tone down on that war. I begin to say it. Don't forget that Ukraine war did not start now. That Ukraine war started in 2008 Budapest conference, where America signaled that they would like Ukraine, Georgia, and one other country to come on board NATO. And that was where the problem started. You see, people don't look at the Ukraine war. Ukraine war started since 2008. In fact, it has always been around, but it started in 2008. And you don't forget that you are dealing with Putin. Putin is one of the, he has been a KGB-led guy. So he understands intelligence. There's no intelligence that America is getting that he's not getting. Forget it. These guys are smart guys. So if America wants to retain its hegemony, they need to tone down that war and find a way out of that war. And if you look at it very well, I'm also asking myself, why is America not doing this? Russia did it before in Syria. They helped Syria out of this quagmire, and everything went smoothly. Why can't America do that, maneuver that, use their diplomacy, power of diplomacy? They have been doing that for a long time. They are very good at that. But I don't know why they told the part of war. And it's not coming. It's not going to be good for everybody.
Do you agree with my assertion that the American golden age is slowly reversing?
Well, just like Ajan Lekoko said, you see, America is an economic behemoth and a technological behemoth. It's not easy to bring them down.
No, they are not going to dislodge them. Hold on. It's just they are not going to dislodge them next year or next decade. But what I'm suggesting is that the American golden age has plateaued. It has reached its tipping point. It has reached its critical mass. Because the world does not want to be as it is anymore. And you are right. That the one that really tipped everybody was that swift thing that they did to Russia during the Ukrainian war. So all of the senior countries, Saudi, China, India, they made note of that no, we cannot have it that you will switch off our finances because we are in a disagreement. We're in a disagreement with you. So they are looking for alternative ways because they are going to confront them, and they don't want their finance. China is ultimately going to confront America economically, and China has the alliance of certainly Russia and probably India. And if those three align and Saudi gets on board, America is in big trouble.
Serious one. You see, it's going to be a slow decline, but that decline can be halted. It's just about redefining your foreign policy. You are the big brother. I used to say it. That was what Russia did to its strongest ally in the Southeast, in the Middle East, Syria. When the thing came on board, what Russia did was, come, we are going to collect all the weapons from you so that everything can be maintained. They can maintain status quo. But if America still continues to weaponize this currency, I can tell you, most of the G20 countries, G20, that is the global 20 countries, they are not happy with America on that swift thing. They know they are coming for them anytime soon. If America does it with Russia and all the members of the $1 trillion club, $1 trillion economic club, those countries that have like $1 trillion economy, or probably half of it, half of $1 trillion, all of them are panicking right now. They know, and they might be playing with America, but they understand the dynamics. That this thing, if it goes with Russia and it also ends with China, then all of us were in trouble. So America needs to just tone it down. Then with that, probably they might hurt it. Of course, we know that empires doesn't stay for long. Definitely, another empire will definitely want to come and upstage the former one. But
do you think the American age has lasted longer than it should have?
No, one man. Sorry, let me just.
Global issues shape all these things.
Can I give you one?
Patrick, come in.
You see, if you look at the way China is operating, China does not seek to displace anybody. China is not seeking to displace anybody. China is interested in growing its economy, and if you gain from it as a country, you gain from it. Live and let's live. That's what China is doing.
You don't think China is after America's global dominance?
China is
No,
not even
no.
interested in dominating anybody. China wants to grow and continue to expand.
that's
China has a large number of people. They need to feed them. They need to maintain those people. So they have their priority, their people. So if it means building relationship with everybody to make sure that their people are well taken care of, they will go ahead, and they are not seeking to displace you. So don't displace them. Don't look for their trouble. If you help the economy to grow, they will do everything for you. They are not seeking to dominate your economy or control you at all. That's the way I see it.
All right.
Look at the
I think you are
infrastructure
not
that
right.
they are
But
living around.
they've been dominating African countries' economy. So don't
How?
say they don't, and they've been using
How?
African.
How, one man? How, Ajari Oko? How?
Oh, haven't you seen many African countries have been taken over by China?
Like
Do
which
you
one?
have proof
Like
of that?
Tanzania,
Like Zambia.
Zambia, and other.
Do you have proof of that?
They are all,
If you don't know that,
they don't know.
no, don't worry. If you don't know that China controls
They
Zambia,
use assets of several
then you are not in this conversation.
I mean,
Look,
China.
To me, those are part of America propaganda.
No,
You
it's
see,
not
America.
yeah,
Let me
really?
that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah,
Proof.
those are
That's
part of
what I'm
America
asking for.
propaganda.
Really?
Please bring
Wait
proof.
now, one
Please
man.
bring
Wait,
proof.
wait. You see, I think it was on this platform. Did you play that press address of the president of Ghana along with the vice president of the US, where the president of Ghana said, I think America is just worried for the continent, that we are not as worried about China in Africa the way America is worried on our behalf. And the Zambian president was speaking to a German ambassador, say, why are you worried about China? That the Chinese people are here, they are doing their business. And if I want to go to China, anybody wants to go to China, they have free access. But if they want to go to Germany, they have to queue for how many hours, days before their diplomats or their staff, member of government agencies, are able to even get into Germany. So that they are even better off. The president of Zambia is telling them, look, we are better off with China than you people. China will come there. They will look at when America and Europe, when they came to enslave us now. They took our resources and gave us nothing. China is coming to take your resources, but they are building infrastructure, they are building stuff, they are doing so many things. And they are not enslaving your people in that sense. That's the point.
Those infrastructure is those
enslave?
Let me explain. Those infrastructure.
Let me tell you how they enslave you.
Most of those infrastructure.
China is building infrastructure. They bring most of the worker that we do that from China. They won't hire
because they have the experience.
No, stop. It's not the
now compare that to those who are even taking us to their country to build their own infrastructure without paying us.
If that
compare that to those
no, hold on, Patrick. That's a non sequitur. But
what is non sequitur? What's non sequitur then? You are talking of slavery. You are talking of enslaving.
No, we're talking about contemporary politics, are we not?
No, we are talking of enslaved. But somebody mentioned being enslaved. If slavery contemporary, then if we talk about slavery, we are talking of the past. And then let's bring the past and compare. Somebody has come to this country, help us to build infrastructure. They are bringing their people to help us build infrastructure. We are paying them, they are taking our resources. Another party has come to this continent, took all our resources, took our people, went to their own country to build their own infrastructure and left us scrapped. The wells, the oil wells are empty. The mines are empty.
Can you hold on now? Just let it be a conversation, please, now. And everybody, please, let it be a conversation. Don't just override what China is doing. How is it different from what you've just described? Do you know what China does? They'll loan you the money, but not give you the money. And then they'll tie that loan of that money to a resource, which they'll get at a very cheap rate. And then they'll tie the labor for that infrastructure that you're loaning the money for to nothing leaves their country. So they'll take your resources, go and perfect it into a product, take everything from you, and then maybe you get some infrastructure that you claim you get, but they've ripped you off 10 times. It's a form of slavery. What China is doing in Africa.
It's far better than what all these Western countries have done. Far better. At least they are living infrastructure. At least they are living something.
Is that they are living infrastructure that they will come back later to come and annex or to come and take over when
They don't. No.
When
No,
they
No,
that's
there are
start,
just
ways.
Western
You
propaganda. That's Western
that's personal
propaganda.
propaganda. Those are
They don't do that.
propagandas.
Yeah.
Those are
See,
propagandas.
they own a percentage where they will take out, for example, all this kind of railways, they will have a percentage where they are going to take out some share or percentage of money over a couple amount of years. It may be 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. After they are done repaying or everything, it all goes back to government. They just have a percentage there. The way China is
All
doing their
right.
business, they know how Africans behave. They know how Africans are. They are not going to do as if they are going to do business with Europeans. So they play with the structure that is there. They don't come and try to destabilize the system and force you to do it their own way. They work with with the system that they have. They do their business. Yes, they benefit. They give you the loan, they benefit, but at least they still leave you with infrastructure. That
then
But my
All right.
infrastructure is
brother,
very
woman,
beneficial.
woman,
China is destroying
Is it
Africa.
better we do
woman,
it with the
woman.
Westerners who even
Yeah.
oppress us after
Let
taking
me let
advantage
me
of
bring
us?
you to one thing that we probably didn't look at. We say, okay, let's look at contemporary dealings. Do you know the contemporary? Do you know the way Europe and America is dealing with Africa in contemporary times? That is what is happening in DRC. Pockets of American companies, European companies destabilize the place. People start fighting, and the companies move in and take the minerals even for free. They have mercenaries in DRC protecting American companies that are mining in those countries, and those companies are mining illegally because they've succeeded in destabilizing the place. That's what is happening in DRC. That's what's happening in Central African Republic. That's what they wanted to cause in South Sudan. That is what's happening in a lot of so many East African countries. The only stable region in Africa is West Africa and Southern Africa. What are we talking about? The mines are empty. Uraniums were being taken out of DRC that was used in the Second World War. Those Iranian, those mines still have pits. There are still pits in DRC. A lot of resources are going out of DRC. And how can they easily do that? Just to destabilize the system. They wanted to do that in Nigeria. But Nigerian people are very resilient. And we are not ready to die. So we don't want to cause any war. And look at the way we have managed our security situation. Look at what is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. In the Sahara Desert, uraniums are illegally being taken out of the Sahara Desert, and they are causing some crisis there. Look at what has happened in Libya. What happened to all the gold, and what's happening to Libyan oil now? What's happening to the oil in the Middle East? So what they are doing the contemporary time is to destabilize the system, and they drill the oil. What has happened to all the Libyan oil reserve when they took over from Gaddafi? What happened to all the reserve in Iraq when they went there? So those are the system. Do you compare? Tell me a country that China has invaded and has taken over their reserve. Tell me a country that China has gone, even Russia, that they have gone, destabilize the system. Wait, now destabilize them, cause them to be killing themselves, and now steal all the crude away. Do you know how much in resources that France is taking out of Africa from all those francophone countries? Trillions of euro from Africa by France. They are compared to hold their reserve with France. And you are saying colonization. Is China not better than France? If China is the one managing those francophone countries, is it not better? If you have visited Benin, Togo, Mali, Guinea, Burkina, then you understand what I'm saying. I've visited those countries. Yet a lot of resources are going out of Niger. The power in France today are being fired based on from the uranium that is coming out of Niger. Look at what they are causing in Niger and Chad.
Oga Patrick, sorry, let me interject. People just screaming China taking over, China taking over. Do you know Papa Wolf is loaned to China to run for 20 years? Did you read it on this platform here last year?
Keyword loan. They don't own it.
Doesn't matter. It's same thing. No, I'm just saying China is not taking anything.
So you expect them not to benefit? What does China benefit from developing your nation?
I'm not attacking you. I'm saying people, all these things they're saying about China is just propaganda by the West. The West is holding Africa on a chokehold. There's nothing. Even in Nigeria, we are saying Nigeria they are suffering our resources by proxy. British is the first refuser to our resources. They don't pay for it. The same thing they do with Kinshasa for Bobo. That's what they're doing with Chevron, our elite. They pay the elite of stipend and take your resources in full, penny to $1. They are taking gold from Oshun. How many people know that? Julius Beggars, they are mining gold every day. They are mining
Bishop,
platinum.
God bless you with that Julius Baja information. I have an intelligent report on that Baja information.
So how many people do you
And
know how many is going on in
Buhari is
Nigeria?
holding them.
Abacha mine surface gold in Edo State. Surface gold. They mine it to extinction with American companies, and they said Abacha is under embargo. They are mining gold in Zamfara. They are mining uranium in Nigeria borders with Chad and the rest. Yeah, how many times have you seen American talking? Because they are taking it for free. Look at where they kill Iranian Muslim in Myanmar, and they said the dictatorship is under embargo, but they are mining gas from there. Not in America and European. Put your hand that they'll not destroy. Chinese have been buying our slavery off from European and American with soft loan ever since. Not only even I'm talking about Africa. Go and look at what they are doing in Oceania. All those islands, China has bought them all over from Britain and America to give those people their liberty. Go and look at some small islands around Africa, horns of Africa. America took them, British took them and leased it to America, and they have turned that other place to their base, disposed their indigene, taking the minerals from that place. We should face the facts now. This war that is going on in Japan, Japan just run to China and Russia to make a deal with them, and the same Russia they say you're under embargo. You know, you can't
Russia said they are going to forgive $20 billion.
They already forgive it. Don't be the they already forgive it.
And they are ready to provide wheat to Africa.
Do you know what they are providing? Technology, infrastructure, and this thing, what that is very key important things that the African people need. Technology, infrastructure, I think, and what other stuff. But America will tell you what America tell you they will give you aids, they'll give you loan and security. Who are you fighting? The loan that will give you they will give you the loan that will send their agent, all those loan sharkers will come to Nigeria. You see private jet landing in Abuja telling you how to take the money away from Nigeria and put it in one account in Panama or one of their island they own. People don't even know that.
When they will give you, they tell you how to spend it. They tell you how to fix your rates.
You know, there's so many islands in South America owned by Dutch, France, and America. Go look at them. It's territory of France, territory of America, territory of Britain, territory of Dutch. They keep their money there.
All right, Patrick, bring that space home, and then I'm going to try all his vanity one more time. We're keen to hear from you, but of course, if you're not with us, then we have to free up the space. But Patrick, bring up the end of the American age. Bring it.
Yes, I'm happy. I'm happy that people are beginning to know America for who they are, and Europe and Africa, China and Russia are beginning to make Africa see that they have alternatives. You understand? And contemporary African leaders, they are beginning to take positions strongly. We are going to have a very strong leader very soon in Nigeria that is going to take his position. Russia is going to come help us fix Ajaokuta still rolling me, and we'll be happy to do that with them. And we're looking out for meaningful things that are going to happen in northern Nigeria with the amount of mineral resources that are happening, that are available there. I believe that Tinubu and Tinubu's team will be able to close strategic deal with somebody like Bangudu in place. Things are going to start happening in that place. One man.
Bangudu, you rate him?
Yeah. Look at what that man did with Lagos State with KB Rice now. With Lake Rice.
Was it not the Abacha bag man, the one that was helping Abacha?
No, with Lake Rice. No, it's Nigeria interest that is important to me. America does not mind dealing with Saddam as long as Saddam is protecting American interest. If Bangudu is going to protect Nigerian interest and majority of Nigeria are going to be good for it, what's my business with that?
What has Bangudu done in the past, and what is his areas of?
Wait now, look at
it says it's growing rice is what out there.
Look at Lake Rice. Look at Lake Rice. Look at Lake Rice. For
hold on.
example,
What are you expecting him to do with Tinubu in that? And I mean, which position
that guy is likely to be the next minister for agriculture and water resources.
Oh, okay.
And Tinubu is going to do a lot of investment in agriculture and water resources.
He wanted to be CBN governor in the last readouts that we did.
No, he won't. He won't. You will see. That guy is going to be a very good minister for water resources and agriculture. They have a lot of investment is going into agriculture. We are going to be clear about. We are going to start utilizing 1/3 of our arable land, and it's going to be a big project in all the geopolitical zones based on the manifesto. And I think Bagudu will be a very good man to handle that.
Why are you selling this Bagudu? What
You see, the fact that somebody is an old part of the old system does not make them bad. The fact that somebody is a new person does not make the person good. You can bring the best of all the old. If you bring an El-Rufai to the cabinet and make him a national security advisor, El-Rufai will do well. El-Rufai was the one that first talked about getting mercenary. El-Rufai was the one that first talked about non-negotiating with. Wait, now let me finish now. El-Rufai was the one that first talked about non-negotiating with terrorists. El-Rufai was the one.
He have no background.
Which background? Which background?
El-Rufai, he have no.
Which background? Which background do you need?
All right. Bring it home. I want to move on. All right.
So those are the things, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Patrick. So, Patoski. Let me go to All Is Vanity just to see if he or she is there. Are you there, All Is Vanity? We've been waiting to hear from you. On mute. All Is Vanity. All right, thank you. So let's go to, gentlemen, with your permission, let's go to Saki Fada, only because he's been away from the platform for so long, and a lot has happened since his absence. So, Saki Fada, are you there?
Greetings, one man.
Look at that, Saki Fada. What happened now? I thought we were friends.
You said a lot. You said a lot has happened.
Yeah, since we last saw you.
As they don't lose the election now, he go hide under the bed, sis.
No.
He go hide under the bed.
No, I'm a Christian and I am observing my Holy Week right now.
Oh, okay.
So how is everything?
Yeah.
We're still at it. We have actually been echoing your voice for quite a few days now that you've run to Coventry to go and hide somewhere. So good to have you back. So bring us up to date. So there's been an election since. Could you believe, Saki Fada, that we have a president-elect since you last? I'm sure you got that news. Are you aware that we have a president-elect now?
We have, right? We have, of course, but a lot of parties are going into Lego battles and a lot of things, surrounding the announcement by INEC, and a lot of people have been. It has been an ongoing conversation, and people are talking about it. Just like we are here today trying to discuss those election issues. So it has been an ongoing conversation. There are strands of people that don't agree and people that agree. So it depends on where one lies on whether to agree or not to agree. But it has been an ongoing conversation, and in the history of Nigeria, as far as I've seen, since I became to know about Nigeria, this happens to be one of the most controversial electoral cycle. So people keep talking about it. For over 1-2 months. They have been going to 2 months now. People keep discussing issues surrounding the elections, and those pronouncements by INEC.
All right. Okay. So It's not actually unusual that after an election takes place in Nigeria, the opposition shows up. All the noises that we're hearing
I
post this,
feel I feel that this one is more visible,
right?
than any other in the history of Nigeria. In the history I've known, I don't know what happened in the 1970s or the 1980s, but as at the time I have
this is nothing to what happened in 1983.
I
It was an
don't
open
know.
robbery
So that's what
by
no,
MPN against other parties in Nigeria. So this
no,
this
but
nothing.
dating
Not
from the our recent democratic history, this appears to uh,
with the use of
be
beavers, with the use of beavers,
no,
with
no. Since our democratic history,
mm,
this is the only election I've seen, at least between 2011 and today. This is the only election I've seen that after the election, the effect people keep talking about it for more than it's not going away. It has been an ongoing conversation. People are actively talking about it, talking about
who are the people talking
um,
about it?
even we are talking about it here. And if you go to social media, people talk about it.
Yeah, pity of particular
No,
party
no, 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 no,
that lost the
no.
election.
Don't. No, no,
That's the
don't. No.
they are the
Both
one
people. No,
particularly
no.
talking about it. You see the PDP. We can't even hear anything about PDP. You see, Kankwaso, that one said he's not going to court that look, but it's just the Labour Party and their followers that are hampering this thing. They are making loud noise and trying to, paint it as the worst election ever in the history of Nigeria. So it's only Labour Party that is making too much noise about um, as if election is totally a failure. So
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Before I also forget, I think I had some discussions. Although I didn't, I wasn't on the panel. Prior to the Guba election that happened in Nigeria. Actually, I left for some time because I felt dampened because of some experience from people that were very close to me. As I'm telling you now, one of my friends, is almost losing one of his eyes just because of the impact of the election. So the whole thing actually affected. I thought deeply about it. So I've been thinking about those violence that happened in different parts of the country. Election is not what people should die for. So, but in my own case, somebody that is quite very related to me, it really was affected in the course of the election. So the whole thing made me to keep some mute ahead of time. And then again, one man, sorry to say, prior to this goodbye election, there are some people that came to the platform and started making some presentations that I think it appears.
The language got too ethnic. The language got too ethnic for you.
No, I think I would have said let's tone it down. Especially the correlation that a lot of
Badebo, abi.
that a lot of people started giving Badebo. There was a time I was like, in fact, when those correlation was happening, I started remembering people like Alexander Gomez, particularly, who is very, very active on this very platform. I begin to think, if I were Alexander Gomez, what will I be thinking? You know, will I be thinking that it is wrong for me to have married an Igbo woman? What does it mean that my children, if they grow up, this is the thoughts that actually started coming to me. So, when some people make certain statements, they should actually try and tone it down, you know, because it could conjure up some feelings, so I when I had those things, the very person that came to my mind was, what will somebody like Alexander Gomez be thinking about this kind of discussions? Will he want to say, hey, does it mean that my children in future may not be qualified to?
I hope you are not trying to corrupt Alexander's mind. What are
No,
you
no, no,
playing
no,
now?
no, not corruption. I'm just trying to present the way I thought. That's what I mean. So I'm just saying that people should tone down certain analysis, because if you are saying it because it favors you as of today, you could also consider how others might feel. So I put myself in his position and begin.
It was a highly charged election, and there was a lot of back and forth. There were no shrinking violence, so it wasn't as though some people were presenting flowers and others were throwing punches. People were armed locked and in a fight to the finish.
Yes, I understand, but the narrative that was painted around that young guy, very innocent guy, I feel.
Innocent. It's not an
No,
innocent
innocent.
girl.
Innocent. I mean is not that he's not without sin. Is not what I'm trying to say. But when I describe innocent, it's just like say people painting a correlation around an innocent person like one man as a human being that has rights to participate in any electoral contest, if he is qualified to do so. But the narrative started going somehow, especially around him. So when those narratives started pushing forward, you know, certain educated people make certain statements that I begin to think, what will people that have been living in this kind of situation be thinking? I cited Alexander Gomez as an example because he is part of this platform. So, and I believe that if he hears sort of those kind of discussions, if I were him, I would still think like this, what will I be thinking, because the same situation that GRV is facing can also be compared with his own.
All right, stop sending smoke signals to Alexander. Tell us
No, no, no.
tell us about the politics. So the Obidient space roundly flogged, and they're smarting after the beating. But it looks as though the language starts to temper down, and certainly after the swearing in, we expect it to fade away. It's not a momentum that can be sustained till the end of the year. Never mind for the
Well,
4 years.
well, I think there is a lot of dangerous things that are really happening in our polity today, and I think our country is fast moving into a Machiavellian environment, sort of. I don't know why, but a lot of things, cropped up in this election. I have been very, very, that I have been visibly present to monitor. You understand what I mean? I can take some states for instance, look at what is happening in. Let me begin by Imo State. Let me not just go far. Because if I begin to go far, they will say, why is it not happening in the southeast? Let me just cite an example, for instance. Imo State, Ebonyi State, it's fast becoming Machiavellian. It's fast becoming authoritarian rule, Do you understand what I mean? So it's fast becoming as if there is any opposition, the government in power can go to any length to make sure he gets power. There are places that election didn't take place in Imo State. Obviously, elections did not take place in those places. But suddenly, miraculously, results appeared in those places. And they gave out results, dished out results, and people were complaining. People were attesting to the fact that these places, election did not take place, voting did not take place. But result came out from those places magically. You go to Enugu State, people died, like in the zone this guy is coming from. This Labour Party candidate was murdered, in that very zone. So we obviously saw what happened, in those places. You go to Rivers. Rivers is fast becoming another thing. People are complaining, you know, the kind of suppression they are experiencing in the Rivers, in Rivers State, you know. So it appears that Wike is fast becoming another kind of thing. And this trajectory we are taking place, we are following, this path we are towing, it's really dangerous for our democracy. And if it has really set certain precedents, and I think our country is fast to.
There is nothing new that has come out of these elections, Sake Fada. There's always been voter manipulation, but it's a lot more reduced under this cycle. There were election
No,
ballot
no, 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 no.
snatching.
Hello?
There were, yeah.
Can I
No,
ask
no, no.
Taki Fada a question? You
Yeah.
said there were some places in Imo State the election didn't take place and there were results. Can you give example of those places?
Those
Just one
places are,
example.
particularly from Oluzon.
Or Luzon.
From Oluzon, yes.
So there's
There are
proof
those
that no
places.
election took place there, but there was results.
Yes. People that participated in elections there, I made that pronouncement. The election didn't take place there. So you can
They
also
showed,
call if
and
you
they
have
showed proof
anybody in
of
Imo.
this.
No,
Yes.
we've actually proven that on this platform,
Yeah.
Solly. There was an INEC official that alerted on Arise TV, and she mentioned that, and then we went to the IREV to the INEC portal, and then we saw results there. Of course, all for Peter Obi.
Which result for Peter? I don't understand.
Where the polling, where the elections never took place in the southeast.
Where is the place that?
Ajane Koko, do you remember when we did that?
No, where is the place that they gave all results to Peter?
Yes.
Where is that place? Just call me. Which state is that? Is it Imo State?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but we did that in real time here.
The place I'm talking about in Imo State. No, the place I'm talking about in Imo State, in Oluzon, the results came in the direction of APC, not Labour Party. So I don't know where you are talking. So if there's another place you are saying that election didn't take place and Labour Party won in that area, you can mention it. It's a discussion panel, so that is that. But coming to what you said, that there has always been voter election ballot box snatching and stuff, of course that is true. In the past elections, there is no election that has happened.
All the elections that preceded this one were significantly more chaotic and less reflective of the popular will. All the elections that preceded this one.
No, I don't think. I don't think. Or maybe that I have not paid attention seriously to certain or maybe that social media was not so visible, in this election the way it used to be in the past elections.
That's the answer right there.
So I don't know, but based on my analysis and let me take southeastern zone for instance. You understand what I mean? During the time of 2019 election in the southeast, I didn't hear much of these cases of people were shot, people were killed, especially in Imo State. That of Imo State is too much in the south. Imo and Ebonyi particularly, the intimidation, suppression were very visible compared to what happened in 2019. As far as my eyes can go, I don't want to go far to Southwest. No? Maybe 2019, I didn't monitor much of Southwest, I didn't monitor that, but all these open proclamations by people like MC Oluomo coming openly to threaten people. You know, I don't know about it in the past. This is the first time I'm hearing about.
There was no voter intimidation in the past.
No, I say I have not. I say maybe I didn't. I have not
No,
monitored.
I'm asking you if there were voter intimidation in the past.
Of course, there are. I'm saying that there are voter intimidations in the past, but I'm comparing what I used to see in the
Yeah,
southeastern
but
zone
it's more
in
visible
the
now
past.
because it's social media now that is the differential. Also, it's now brought to us closer, but that's not to say it's more frequent.
Yeah, but I can't imagine that. For instance, someone like MC Oluomo will come openly and say that people should not come and vote. I have never had that before in the past. You understand what I mean? But seeing it this time makes me magnify the whole thing. You know, comparing to what I used to. Yes, in the past you might see where people are voting and people come carry ballot box, run away. I've seen such incidents in the past. You know, but I have not seen a situation in the past where even governor, the chief security officer of the state, is even going with the talks themselves to some polling units.
Like
You
where?
know,
Which governor?
it
Which
happened.
governor?
It happened in Edo State. It happened in Rivers. Even during this Guba election in Rivers, it still happened.
He saw Wike carrying talk around.
You didn't see. You
River.
didn't see some videos. You didn't see some
Wike,
videos where.
video,
No,
Wike
no,
carrying
wait.
talks around.
You didn't. No, no. You didn't see. You didn't see some videos where Wike went to some polling units during the election time, during this Guba election, at least. Then there is a video I saw, one polling unit in Edo State, you know, where people had finished voting and counting is almost concluded. You know, they came scattered everywhere.
Saki, let me just ask you this: are you aware that a lot of the people on this platform, if not everybody on this platform, they've witnessed and experienced, and some have even participated in several electoral cycles, several, not one or two, but several.
Yeah,
Several.
Yeah.
no, I'm not agree. Just understand my point. We are
No,
trying to
so
compare
what you are trying to
election.
no,
No, no, wait.
you are presenting as though something novel has happened in this instance.
I am not
No,
saying
no,
that.
no, nothing novel has
I
happened.
am not saying that.
Yeah.
I am not saying that in the past there was no voter intimidation, right? I'm not saying that.
Hmm.
You know, in this election there is also voter intimidation, but you're not asking me to compare the two, right? And I
One
said
man,
based on
please.
what
Zaki
I
Father,
know,
good evening. How are
the
you?
way I have seen
Welcome
in
back
the
to the house.
southeast in the past, comparing southeast in the past, in the past election, and
One
judging
man,
it
can you hear me?
by this present
Yeah, we can
election.
hear you, but we're listening to Saki.
Hey, please, I
Yeah.
want to come in, if you don't mind, please.
Okay, go on.
Yes, please. Yeah, Zaki Father, welcome back after the beating. You are welcome
No,
back
no,
to the
no.
house.
There's nothing like beating. There's nothing
Let me
like.
finish it now, my brother.
No,
Please.
Nisuru, just ask him. Yeah, go to it.
Yes, yeah. You said you saw governors, videos of governors snatching ballots. Can you please provide us those
I didn't
videos?
say
It
snatching ballots.
it didn't say that.
So what did you what did you say?
It
I'm
said
sorry for
it said carrying thugs around.
so can you provide that for us? Because this is a fast-paced platform.
Okay,
So can
so
we
I will.
provide some videos for us? So
Okay,
one man can play it for us, please.
like I was saying, there was one video I saw in Edo State, for instance, Edo State, where people, like a polling unit, where people said they have voted, and after the voting, the counting started, and almost towards the end of the counting, some talks came and displaced the whole thing, scattered everywhere. So in that very video, somebody was talking. I heard somebody talking that in that very polling unit, that he was in the polling unit, showing those scattering they did, and was saying that he was here in this polling unit, and that the governor came with talks and scattered. I will send you that video.
Please,
So
I
it's
would like to
hearsay.
see that.
You didn't see the governor.
No, no, no.
It's hearsay.
Hold on. Saki has been away from the platform for a while, and people, because it's such a steady voice. If there's one voice you want to hear from the East, is Saki. So let him give us his take on the election. Back to you, Saki.
Yeah, so
But one man, I'm very sorry. I'm very
Yeah.
sorry for coming. He can't be saying something we have never seen and verify. We can't. We are
no, no, I
now.
will
We
send you
just
the
glance
video I'm
like.
talking about. I will send you the video I'm talking about.
Yeah, I would like to see that video, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I will send you the video. You
One
know,
man.
so
Hello, one
Yeah,
man.
coming
Please,
up
can I
when
ask a
yeah,
question?
coming up. Of
Before
course,
Saki
yeah.
Father continues, let me ask a question.
Mm.
Saki Father, welcome.
yeah,
My name is Ogbeni. I want to ask you a question.
yeah.
Were you in Nigeria in 2003?
No, 2003.
Yeah. Were you in Nigeria during 2003 election?
During
Or are you aware of the political activities in Nigeria between
no, no, no.
2003
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of
Okay.
political activities during that
Okay.
time.
Now, you may not be able to compare this election with the past election very well in Nigeria, even if you have to
I'm
start history
comparing.
from
I'm comparing
1999.
this with 2019, at least.
2019. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. For me, I won't cut our history at the midline and say, oh, let's start from 2019. Let me remind you a little bit of what happened in 2003. The Anambra you see today, and you think, oh, how can election be this bad? In 2003, there was a serious bloody activities among the political class. In that Anambra you have seen, Anambra was ungovernable. Andy Uba and Ngige were at the peak of their thuggery, right? A whole governor of a state was kidnapped, and they got an injunction to say that he has resigned. Nobody could see that governor. And the state house was burnt down because of politics. In this election, we have not recorded that. So when people come out and say, oh, what is happening in this election is so unprecedented, please take your time to read history. The ones you don't know, take your time to read it before you start joining them in that narrative. In that same Anambra today, government have not been burnt down. Governor Soludo conducted the election, despite the fact that Governor Soludo was at the opposite end to a major presidential candidate from the east, applied from the same Anambra. Nothing has happened.
We're getting some crackling noise from you, Ogbeni, but sir, carry on.
Okay. So nothing at all has really happened to Governor Soludo. The man is still walking around. Even Peter Obi visited him after the election and attended his occasions after the election. Between 2003 or you will never find things like that. Somebody against you as a political enemy will come to that kind of talks and others.
No, the crackling noise is getting quite.
Oh, so the point I'm trying to make is this: try to look at history of Nigeria very well, and you realize that we are progressing. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So back to you, Saki. So Saki, like I said, a lot of people on this platform, they've seen quite a lot of electoral cycles, and that is why they're able to say that there's significant progress this time around. Saki.
Another thing you have to also analyze in this election is to why it is easy for people to cite evidences of malpractice so easily is because we believe that there is a lot of technological innovations that have been introduced in in this electoral cycle, and we believe that the technology would have been so easy to make us see certain things more visibly. So, I always say, even if those things were happening in the past, like say 2019 or 2011, maybe people were not too conscious, during those phases. That is why, to me, if I compare 2019 and 2023 election from the background I'm coming from, how we more I will assign more weight to the suppression and intimidation that happened in this cycle more than that of 2019, using the background I'm coming from. So that's my
There were a lot of ghost voters in 2019, especially in places like Kano, in places like Borno, certainly, because there was some fantastic. We were all outraged. Even as somebody of article status at the Supreme Court, he said it's the worst election. He said not even under a military regime could an election have been that bad. What we saw in 2019. And there was like heavy voter repression and all that.
Yeah, I understand, but you know that many states in this election reported cases of people who want to go to the collation centers. Either is it called local government or ward collation centers, you know, and they are prevented from entering to observe the collation process. Even the agents of different parties, you know, it is reported in many cases in this electoral cycle. You know, it is reported in many states, you know, that they are not allowing some agents to even enter.
Is that Labour Party agent, you mean?
No, not only Labour Party agent. I don't want you to particularize it as if it is only Labour Party that is the opposition. You know,
they were stopping PDP agents from.
we are stopping different agents.
APC agents,
not APC agents. In APC states, in APC states where the governor is in. Okay, let me cite an example like Rivers. People reported those cases in Rivers.
Well, why wasn't this listed? Why wasn't this listed in Peter Obi's petition or Article's petition? Because we've read the petition here.
Have you read what do we call it? Article's petition, the 200 and something documents he presented.
I'm sure somebody has here, but we've certainly read the Peter Obi one.
Go and read it.
I've read it.
I've read it. Yeah,
what do you
his
say?
petition is. Yeah, his petition is very detailed. You know, you see. Okay, you said like claiming explicitly that people we are not allowed to.
That's a significant grievance. If party agents were prevented from observing the results being presented, then that's quite certainly significant. That's something that should be brought to the attention of the courts.
No. But in the petition, he said something like there are evidences of intimidation and suppression that marred the process. He made that in his petition, right? So if he presented this in his petition, is it not part of the intimidation and the suppression? So does he need to come and use the word people were prevented from entering collation?
It was quite specific in details that he was confident on in that petition.
No. Let me tell you something about petition. You know,
my brother.
Yeah.
Let
me tell you something about petitions. You know, many like some lawyers have had that we are dissecting these two petitions. You know, one might bring petitions considering a lot of things. One, you have to consider which one will be more expensive to explore. You have also to consider which one is more easy to go through, which route is more easy to take. You know, three, again, remember that a lot of all these okay, let me use Labour Party for instance. Labour Party, for instance, has been alleging, I don't know, I was not there, but they have been alleging that INEC is not giving them unfettered access to electoral materials, inspection of electoral materials, right? So if they are alleging this, it is possible that if I were them, I would, as much as possible, not go into petitions that will lead me to like depending on INEC for like inspecting materials to prove my case. I would rather explore other routes, you know, that would be easy, that would be easy for me and less expensive for me to go through. So what if you make certain claims and then when you now need certain materials to prove your claim, maybe the INEC is denying you unfettered access to those materials.
You
will
can't have unfettered access to INEC materials. You can only have specific access.
No.
What do you mean unfettered access? You
No,
can't have unfettered access to.
what I mean by unfettered access to certain specific materials they are requesting.
No. They can't have unfettered. They can have supervised access. But do you know what unfettered means? Without restraint, without constraint, without supervision.
No, there will be supervision. But what I mean now is, let them not frustrate their efforts to access the materials they want to access. They requested for certain materials, and the court gave them permission to go and inspect that certain materials without certain artificial constraints that will prevent them from accessing those materials they requested. So that is what I mean when I'm trying to use that very word.
All right. Pause for a moment. I think Ogbeni wanted to put a position to you. He knows law, by the way, but Ogbeni, you wanted to say.
I just want to explain to him what petition should look like and what you cannot do in an election petition.
Yeah.
In an election petition, you must be specific as to your allegation.
Yes.
You cannot be dancing around in your election petition. Yes, I agree with you. There are different grounds upon which you can bring your petition.
Yeah.
And if you have those grounds, you may decide to choose which one upon which you're bringing your petition and abandon some.
Yes.
But when you look at the ones, Obi, for instance, before I go to Atiku, has brought their petition, 2 grounds majorly. You see all these corrupt practices, like they suppress voters, you won't see it at all in this petition. Or somebody snatched ballot box, somebody come here and they didn't allow this to vote.
That is what I'm saying. They won't say, they won't say
they sent our agents away and others. Ordinarily, this is what you should be specific about. In Benue State, they sent away so at so point you list them. Then you now come during trial to come and call those agents that they were sent away. 2 minutes trial, examination, papa, you discharge them. That's how you discharge your body. If not, no court will give you such judgment. So 2 grounds upon which Obi has come. The first ground is that Obi is challenging qualification, right, of the president, based on all those drug matter and And secondly, he's challenging his qualification based on his vice presidency nomination. That alone took more than half of that petition of Obi. The next half, the rest of his petition is based on non-compliance. And it's non-compliance at best. He's talking about non-compliance with the guidelines and not the Electoral Act. That's my reading of it. Saying you did not.
Obi petition I read, there were states he mentioned.
Yeah, he mentioned 2 states.
No.
We've dissected it.
No.
I just told you now that you cannot list. You must be specific. Obi said in Benue, you gave Asiwaju 200 and something thousand, and you gave me 80 something thousand. I am supposed to have 200 and something thousand, and Asiwaju is supposed to have less. So it's contending about 20 something thousand votes. It has this. And he said in reverse, you gave me XYZ thousand. You gave Asiwaju XYZ thousand. I'm supposed to have XYZ thousand as opposed to what you gave me. In that is contending about almost 100,000 plus. And that was all that I was specific about. And the rest, he said, and there are malpractice and blah, 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 in all these following states. He now lists them. Lagos, Benue, Rivers, and even say, and other states. I've never seen any petition like that since I've handled the election petition since at least 2003. You must be specific. It means that you are just
But in Oshun petition, where was APC specific? When they were just like the beavers, blah blah blah. They weren't specific like our numbers are these and Adeleke's numbers were that, you know.
So what they did
I
in
don't think they
Oshun
were
was,
specific.
let me tell you what they did in Oshun and the difference between Oshun and what they have presently. What they did in Oshun was basically a documentary, a document petition fight on documentary evidence, and they went for overvoting.
Hey, is there something
Correct?
rubbing against your speaker? Because there's a rattling noise coming through. But
No, I'm not sure it's my speaker. My speaker is fine.
hold on. Let me make sure everybody is muted. Then we see. Carry on. Let's carry on. Yeah, carry on. Yeah, much better. Carry on.
Okay. So the difference between Obi's petition and Oshun petition is this. In Oshun petition, they went for some few polling units to hack down PDP votes. Few units. They just went for their strength and said, okay, these specific numbers of polling units, if you go there, there's overvoting. So the moment you remove, because don't forget that the consequence of overvoting is that they nullify the entire election. You remove it completely. It's like cancerous cell. You must remove it. You don't start fishing out and say, okay, maybe this belongs to no. As long as the numbers of people voted outweigh or is more than the numbers of registered voters, that's overvoting. You don't start calculating and dissecting it. You remove it. So what APC simply did was that they just went for some polling units where Adeleke has chunks of some votes, and they have little vote that if you remove from them, it won't affect them. But if you remove from Adeleke, it will affect Adeleke scores. They just went for that and said, look at this, there's overvoting. And then compare what happened there with the Beavers report that we have. You realize that there's overvoting. And the trial court agree with them that, okay, yeah, if I compare with the Beaver report I have and I remove this area, then I'll cancel the area. Then what is the balance of the results I have with me? The balance shows that Oyetola won, and they declare Oyetola. Court of Appeal simply reversed that based on some technical ground to say that no, this Beavers report that you guys brought and the one that this other man brought, if there is anything I have to compare at all, INEC must bring its own, all right, for me to do this good comparison. And on that basis, and some other basis anyway, the tribunal, the Court of Appeal reversed that decision. They are now in Supreme Court to know whether what APC brought was what they were supposed to use in that election petition. But it's different from what Peter Obi is doing here. Peter Obi is not fighting even on, because if Peter Obi really want to fight on documentary evidence, basically, then you go for those areas you want them to nullify. Peter Obi just lists states to be nullified. And okay, let me give you an instant Fatai and a Saki father. Peter Obi said, in Benue and Rivers, you are supposed to give me this, you gave me this. Please give me what I'm supposed to have. Same with Rivers. And the same man went further in the next paragraph to say that those areas are areas where there were overvoting, and still went ahead to list Benue and Rivers. See the kind of contradiction I'm talking about. So it's not specific as far as I'm concerned. That's just my reasoning. Now, if I flip it now to article.
No, Ogbeni, just before you continue, the reason I ask you, I mean, okay, I agree that the petition is, I mean, let me rephrase it. My opinion, like from what we read out the other time, I think is light. I think the way Sakifada is going is that isn't, you say it's closed. They cannot bring, like, okay, they say they wanted some report from INEC, whatever it is. Like, I mean, if they get whatever, they can never bring additional information on board. Like, I don't think
they
like
can bring information, but that information must be specifically linked to their pleadings. Fatai, let me tell you, in Peter Obi election petition, there are only 3 witness statements or notes to it. Go and read it, just 3. And go and read what that statement says. And those statements on note are what you must use. You can't add statement on note again. So those are the witness, 3 witnesses. They didn't name it, which the Electoral Act allowed you to use ABC, ZYhead to protect the image of your witnesses. But I wonder what 3 witnesses are coming to say in a presidential election, when the law still remains that the polling units testimony linked to polling unit is how you prove election petition. I don't know if that position has changed. I know it has not changed. So if what we want to do,
all right, quickly, and then we get back to Saki, but yeah, ask that question and then we get back to
Yeah, that's all. Like me, I don't want to. All I'm just saying is that, are you saying there is no opportunity for any form of expansion at all? Is that like your position? There is no opportunity for any form of expansion at all.
None,
what
none, my
already put
brother.
forward.
None, my brother, that will change the character of the petition. That's what they usually say. You can add that will change the character of the petition. So, and that is why they allow you to do inspection before the filing of petition. You get what I'm saying? So the best you can do is, from what I have been able to prove, my law, you can deduce this. Now you can make a table and say, this is what I've been able to prove. But don't forget, which is the caveat I always try to leave. Peter Obi may want to establish his case based on documentary evidence alone. If that is the case, I don't see how all those witness statements will speak to all those documents. But let's wait and see. After all, they are already advocating that they should make their hearing public. And I sincerely beg also and pray that they make it public. That alone will show to the entire world what exactly is this petition about, and will quieten some people probably for life.
All right, back to you, Saki. Are you there, Saki? Hello, am I still here?
Saki said you should give him 28 minutes. He wrote to you on a private chat. He said
all right, I didn't see that. Okay, so thank you, Saki. We waited so long to hear from Saki Father. Now he's disappeared. He's going to get his big brother to come and speak on his behalf. But as I will wait for Saki Senior, let's go back. Let's go then to Desmond Junior. So Desmond, are you there?
I'm Desmond Junior, Abi. Old man like
Junior, yeah. Look at
that. Because I never born.
Don't worry now. With that fine girl, they come soon. But you not be young man anymore. No thing say you still be young man. Say you still a sample. You don't reach age. What you they wait for?
Yoruba they find and man marry.
Now money, Desmond like money.
He's a rich man now. He's a rich man.
Better Yoruba girl.
Are you not getting those phone calls yet? They should be calling you now that look, Emeka don't marry, Emeka don't born, look at that.
I don't listen to that. To those
I won't carry my grandpa before Yeah, they should be getting those calls by now.
No, they already have their grandkids, so no problem about that.
That you get sense, so you won't marry Yoruba so that you go feel safe for Yoruba land. Your property go feel safe, right?
No. I've always been attracted to Yoruba for some, weird reason. I don't know why. Yeah, but anyway.
Now, maybe you have some Yoruba's element in your percentage, rather.
You never can tell. Yeah, never can tell.
Maybe who knows?
Imagine if we DNA tested you, Desmond, and we discovered that you're more Yoruba than Igbo. How would you feel about that?
With what's going on now? I'll put a different blood in my body. I'm not sure, but anyway, I love Yoruba, especially Yoruba girls. All this tribal shit doesn't get to when it comes to relationship and on the other side of the room. Yeah,
do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a serious girlfriend?
Yeah, I told you she's Yoruba.
Okay, I hope she's not listening. No, but what about that? Those when you were in Lekki in your apartment, those long legs that we were seeing in the background.
Now still she now.
Now still she. It should have changed body because every time we saw you, it was a different set. It was a different set of
I beg
lens.
you, mo go another place.
All right. Quickly to the politics then. So the protesting in the White House and the counter narrative by the Nigerian government. What are you making of that? The internal. Well, they've turned it international. What are you making of all that?
Yeah, I think someone made a comment about, I don't think it's right for Mohammed to be going to United States and start talking about, what's happening in our politics, what happened there. I think it's more like, you know, I don't think it's United States business for kind of Nigeria to come and send surrogates for that kind of thing. Um, it's it's more like going to United States to explain. Do you understand what I mean?
Mm.
It's like United States is now your big brother that you have to go and start explaining, what went on in your country. I see it as more like demeaning to Nigerian government. They should get their shit together, to be honest. If people are trying to go to protest, I mean, I'm sure that Pacifiers have fans and or have followers that can, you know, do some kind of a protest against whatever the obedience are doing. I'm sure that's good enough. It's people against people, not people against government. It doesn't sound right. Well, but going to the context of whatever he was saying in United States, we already know that man can never, ever, ever, ever tell the truth, ever in his life. Um, it's quite funny when we talk about Lai Mohammed in Nigeria. Whatever he's coming out to say, I mean, we already know it's a lie. It's just what kind of lie he's coming to tell us. And the sad part is we are now going to United States and telling them that lie. I think John chapter 8 verse 32 says, I think Jesus Christ says, I came to tell you the truth. Or so he said that if you believe in me, then and you know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. So if anybody that believes in God should always try to say the truth. That's what I, deduce from that chapter of the Bible. So whenever I make my statement, I always try to abide by, you know, my religious life, trying to say the truth. Yeah, I think that is it for.
Oh, all right. Say the truth on this. So the atmosphere was quite charged up here yesterday with the narrative around the market that was shut down by some chairman of local government. And then all the reasons being attributed, of course, that the market was shut down because it was predominantly southeastern. So that space has now come out to give us the reasons why that market was shut down. They were fly tipping refuse onto the highway, and they were attacking local government functionaries when they tried to attend the market. So would you say that those reasons are sufficient for that market to have been shut? And that market was not shut for barely 24 hours, by the way. It was reopened in the day. So did the facts mirror the narrative that's been presented around that incident?
I mean, I don't know. Everybody has their own view about this. Does it mirror the reason why you should, you know, lock up a whole market? To me, as a businessman, as a former trader, I don't think it's right. Um, a lot of things goes on in the market. Too many people disobey laws, and someone that have traded in Onitsha, I know how that has always been handled and should be handled. I mean, coming up one day and people paying transport, going to their marketplace to, do businesses, and they find out that the market is closed without some kind of warning, I don't think is right. If you have constantly, I feel like I said, if you say that everybody is doing it, I think that should be a wrong statement. I think I will go to the Bible again. Um, when Jesus Christ, or God actually wanted to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, and
Don't take us, no, don't take us on some.
no, it's still
Let me
related
ask
to
you. Yeah,
the
yeah,
to
yeah.
the to what I'm saying.
Let me ask you this instead, because you are going to some funky areas. Don't go funky. Uh, 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 whose
One man,
hold on. Whose responsibility is it to ensure that market space is abiding by rules and regulations, especially around fly tipping? Is it the association, because every market has an association that superintends it, or is it
yeah.
the local government? And what is the interface between the local government and the market space? Is the interface between the association and the local government, or is it with the local government and specific shop owners within that space?
It's the association and the local government.
Right. So the warning there would have gone to the association.
Association.
Yeah. So the warning from the local government went to the association that this is a concern. They ignored it because it cannot be a first incident that would have led to that. It cannot even be a second incident. So there would have been a multiplicity of opportunities for corrections to have been made before actions were taken.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to say what they're doing is right. I mean, whatever the news is, right or wrong, true or false, whatever they're doing is wrong. Trying to pollute the air, pollute the environment, it's wrong. But the argument what I have to say about that is, local government is more like a political, is sort of like a political scenario right now. I would say that in either way, I'm not saying that is a time to do what is right, or there should be a choice of a time to do what is right. I say if I was a politician and there is so much sort of a negativity or ethnic tension rousing up in this scenario, in this time, as a politician, I should find another means in order not to try to get that out of the public and try to make it seem like, because people are always going to use everything right now as politics. So you have to be smart about any decision you make until this whole tension dies down. Um, like I said, there is other things to do to achieve whatever goal you want to achieve. Do you understand? So
So they should be allowed to flout the law because they're from the
no,
southeast.
no, one man. Let's get this straight. The market is not just only southeast. When people start making that statement, it's like,
No, was that not the statement you made yesterday that they shut down the southeastern market?
no, a market that is majority dominated by southeasterners, not like it's a southeasterners
Yeah, so
market.
yes, if it's majority dominated, then we can
Yes.
broadly call it a southeastern market. Yeah.
Okay, whatever you call it. But I'm just saying, like I said, I wouldn't want to be punished because of another person's sin. That's just what I'm trying to get at. That's why I'm trying to use the analogy on the Bible. You know, God asked Noah asked God of when God
No,
tried to.
just leave
No,
the
let
Bible.
me
No,
let
we
me make
don't
that
want.
statement
No, we're not
first.
in a church. Don't. You are just taking us.
One man.
You are misquoting. He's even
Yes,
misquoting you.
it's just going to take us down some funky
Can
roads.
I get to where I'm going? Not a
But
funky road first. You
all
have
right,
to
go on.
understand where I'm going before you know if it's a funky road. Is it not?
Okay, go on.
All right. So I'm not sure. Is it Enoch or something?
It was
Um,
Abraham. Don't worry.
Look at this guy.
no, it wasn't. It wasn't Abraham. It wasn't
You were
Abraham.
talking of Sodom, right?
Sodom and Gomorrah. It wasn't
Yeah,
Abraham.
it
That
was
had nothing
Abraham
to
that
do with.
interceded.
Look,
It
you
was
see,
Abraham that interceded.
Oh yeah,
and it
yeah.
was
Sorry.
lots.
Thank you very much.
It
It
was
was
Abraham that
lots.
tried.
Yes, thank
It
you.
was
Thank
lots
you
that
very
was
much.
there.
Look at
Yeah,
this
yeah. Thank
guy.
you very much.
I tried to
I
rescue
don't
you
know
from
my. No,
yourself.
no,
I tried to
no.
rescue you from myself.
But one man,
Yeah.
I'm getting to a point. Either I don't know
Oh,
the names is a
all right.
different thing.
All right, go
I'm
on.
not very good with names.
Mm.
So he asked God to at least if he found, maybe 10 person that is innocent person, can you actually let this town free? God said, yeah, if you find 10 person that is, you know, righteous here, then I'm not gonna destroy the place. And he still asks God again, even if I find 5 person, can you
My
let this
God,
town
man.
be?
Oh,
But
yeah.
I'm in a longer in a more wider sense. I'm saying that I don't want to be punished for someone else's sin. That's just what I'm saying. That people are doing something and I'm the person abiding by the law and you're punishing me. It doesn't seem right to me. So that's why I'm saying for this period, I think there would have been something the local government would have done in order this not to go out there to have this sense of ethnic whatever. I'm not liking what's
It
going
did
on.
not have a sense of ethnic anything. It was an ethnic something was infused into it. There was no. It was a simple administrative matter at a local government area. That was all it was. Nothing more than that. And by the way, the punishment fits the crime. If they were fly tipping refuse onto a major highway, then they had to really go hard at them.
That's
Whoever.
objective, isn't it?
What's objective?
If you say it fits the crime, I'm saying okay, that's objective. You can say that, but I'm saying that it doesn't fit the crime to me.
It doesn't fit the crime. Okay, what
No,
would it? Oh,
it
that they were
doesn't to me.
that they. Sorry, sorry. Apologies. Des. They were packing refuse from their market and throwing it onto a major motorway.
And so
That's not sufficient enough for them to shut the market.
you don't know the people doing it.
You don't know the people doing it. Whose responsibility is it? They okay, carry on. Just give us your take. It's just yeah, give us your take.
One man, can
Yeah.
I say since 30 seconds, please?
Yeah, go on.
There was a dam or canal beside Ladipo Market. The people selling in Ladipo Market, I'm just taking it back to Ladipo Market now. They refuse to drop their refuse with Loma, Lagos State Management or blah 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 waste or something. They keep on dumping refuse in that. If you know Ladipo very well, I know Ladipo very well. I always shop my pack for my cars there. Lagos State has to put a representative like a task force in that river all day long so that they will not be dropping refuse there. So because of election now, they should abandon, and the same Obidient, they will be shouting, Lagos is a shit hole, Lagos is dirty. But now they are trying to put things in place to make Lagos clean. Now they've turned it to election and ethnic drive. It's just
Thomas, what did you just say?
Just do your
Thomas,
thing.
you see the statement you just made. They put people there to make sure people don't come there and put refugees. Do you understand the statement you made? That is another solution, right? That's what I'm saying here. In this context, what I'm saying is there are so many ways to kill a rat. That's just what I'm trying to say.
Do you think it was a bit excessive for the obedient space not to establish the facts of what matter and just spread it all around social media? There was almost tears in Uptown's voice yesterday. Every voice was quaking, every voice was shouting, and now we find out that they were actually a significant flouting of is it not ridiculous somewhat how it was spun yesterday?
It is ridiculous, one man. But this is the space we are in. Everybody is basically doing the same thing. Every little thing that people see.
Not everybody is the obedient space.
No, one man.
No.
Don't say that.
Everyone else is trying to move on with
No,
life, and
no,
the country is being held hostage to
no.
that space.
One man. No, everybody is doing the same thing. There's many tweets that APC people have done that is ethnic whatever.
Such as
one man. I don't
what?
want you know these things. I'm not going to start.
I don't know.
I don't like repeating myself. You know this. You know this quite
MC Oloma and Mama Chinedu Abi.
Thank you. But you asked me to repeating it. People tweet. I don't want. Whenever I say something once, it's kind of irritating for me to repeat it. So what I'm saying is everybody is basically doing the thing, and it's ridiculous.
No, everybody is not though. You've not established that. Establish that everybody is doing it.
You just mentioned MC Oluomo.
Right.
Mama Chinye's contest. Even the election, we have so many scenarios. During the election, we have so many scenarios. After the election, we are still seeing many scenarios.
Such as
one by one.
Yeah, such as
like someone mentioned, this is the last time that I want to see Igbo people participating in Lagos election. That's one person. MC Oluoma made a statement as him. During the election, someone came around the police and saying he doesn't want to see any Igbo people here. Statement. So we have scenario. I'm not gonna stand there one after the other. I'm tedious sometimes. I'm just, if people have way of this is what they are doing to us. They're trying to play kind of a sort of ethnophobia. Then they are doing the same guys are doing. So don't stop complaining. That's what I gotta say. It's ridiculous, but it's ridiculous when it's more against you. But when someone side is doing it, it doesn't mean that ridiculous, is it? No. Be fair in everything. Like I said, truth will always set us free. You have to stick to it, no matter what.
All right. How long will this space be sustained? Because I'm not sure that the country or anybody else has much more tolerance left for this sort of, especially that sort of narrative of what you did with that market. There's no space for that anymore. So now that sort of wildness, they're all after us, they're chasing us. That has to stop. Do you agree that all this nonsense now has to stop? Yeah.
Oh man, all this. I'm going to say what I need to stop is this ethnic whatever. But for the protest and everything, I really do not want it to stop. One man.
No, the protest can stop. The protest can carry on, but not the making up stories and stoking the embers of ethnic divide. Was that narrative yesterday? Was that not stoking stoking ethnic divide?
It is. One man. It's more like I said, this is what is going on. If I was in that guy's shoe, I'm going to feel the same way. You have to see it in his own context, right?
What guy? What guy's shoes?
The guy making the video.
Yeah, if the guy making the video, if he was a member of that market, then he would have known the reasons why they took the actions they took.
No, he just made that video, and you clearly saw that he didn't know. There weren't no notice.
No, he claimed he didn't. He claimed he didn't know, but he cannot not know.
Anyway, I don't. That's his word against the local government. I'm not sure who to believe, to be honest with you. Like I said, so many propagandas going on. I don't care what anybody is saying. All I know is that I'm going to stick to my truth. What is wrong is wrong. What is right is right. If I was in the guy's shoe and I'm coming to a market and I didn't see any notice, what I'm going to feel in this context of Nigeria right now, I'm going to think the exact same thing he's thinking. That's to be honest. But if they put a notice and he clearly saw it and made that statement, then he's wrong. But because of we didn't see any notice, the presentation you just made, you didn't show any person showing a notice. You just made a statement that someone made. So I don't know who to believe, one man. So I just have to stick to being, in between. Do you understand? That's just what I'm driving to. But if for it to stop, politicians has to be smart. It's very easy to douse people's temperature or tension. It's very, very easy. You just have to be smart about it. Try not to more like fight against them. They are fighting and you are fighting back.
But nobody is fighting back now. How are they fighting back?
I mean, what do you mean how they're fighting back?
Yes, that's the question now.
If someone is coming out to say we are going to hit them by propaganda, we're going to hit them street on street. I mean, what is that? What is that statement for?
Yeah,
It means
yes,
that
it means they are going to counter the sort of
that is fighting back, one man.
So are you saying then that the Nigerian space should let the Obidient movement carry on with this unfettered? Okay, let's take this one that we're discussing now. Are you saying that because what you are saying is that the local authority, they should not have put a rebuttal to debunk what was said? So if they did not put that rebuttal to debunk what was said, then the space would have consumed that they targeted that market space because it's predominantly Igbo. So
That's not what I'm saying. That's not fighting back, one man. This is
right.
a different contest. Just like I said, when someone is pulling out something and you're basically making a tweet or saying something, more, spreading some kind of propaganda, like maybe whoever released the audio of P2B or whatever, whether is a fake or whatever, whoever did that is obviously, know the tension is going to cause, or knows what that is going to cause. He intentionally did that to fight back. That's just the contest I'm going to. This should be doused down by more like trying to create this kind of come in, I welcome you, try to be doing the right thing. That's just what I'm saying. If you start doing the right thing, people will start, okay, because this is the first time I'm seeing an election. There's so many tension. I've never seen, most of the time the election, after the election, they declare someone, give someone the certificate of return. Everybody moves on with their life.
Yeah, but Atiku seems to have moved on with his life somewhat. He's still doing the petition, which he always does. But he's certainly not agitating the polity. So who is agitating the polity?
I mean, it's quite crazy. Why would they be even fighting someone that came distant third, to show you that the math is not adding up for them?
Yeah, but no, that's why would they even make such a
oh man,
why would somebody that came third in an election be going with nearly 3 million deficit and did not meet the constitutional requirement? Why would he be going around charging up his base that they should fight for his mandate?
Oh man, nobody is charging up any base. Like, let me say this once and for all. Like I said, I don't like repeating myself. What Lai Mohammed came to say, like I said, he always liked to lie. He was saying that Peter Obi is committing treason. A man that has never come out and stated to go for a protest before is committing treason. That said that he obeys the court, that he respects the court, that he believes in the court, is committing treason. I'm not sure what is going on in Nigeria, but if that is treason, then everybody might as well be going to jail or be sentenced to death by now.
What about Dati Yusuf's infamous interview? Is that treasonous?
Now, when you go to Dati, if he made a statement that he is making a treasonous statement, then I'm not going to probably argue with him, you know. But he didn't mention. I think he mentioned that his name once in that video. P2B was in his name in his mouth throughout the entire statement.
Is Peter
It
Obi
wa-
not the is he not the
no,
lead of that space?
that's not how. Everybody on his own, one man. If
Ah.
if if I come and make this is a political statement, one man.
Mm.
Tomorrow I can, if I'm saying something, I'm not gonna, or if I'm contesting, or P2B is contesting with another VP, you're not going to start telling him what that he said. You get what I mean? Or you start pulling out that his word and start comparing it to his. P2B is his own man. But when you start making that P2B is committing a treasonous offense, I try to understand why are you making that statement? Is it because, I mean, like I said, Atiku is the only person that have actually gone out for a protest. Atiku is not in your mouth. PDP is not in your mouth. PDP, as same as LP, has a court case with you. You're not complaining. But you're so riled up about this obedience, which I don't really understand. What is it about them? What is it about the principle that is scaring you so much? Is it like you don't have anything on him?
They are getting jittery a bit.
Yes, one man. It's so obvious.
You forgot to add that one. That is that not part? Is that not part
No,
of the manual? They are getting jittery.
it is obvious that when you keep, you know, trying to, the worst thing they can ever do. Let me say this: the worst thing they
But
can ever
there's,
do.
can we
Yeah.
interject? Yeah, but do you think that the Obedience are agitating this stage? They are causing some unrest with statements by people like Dati, statements by people like their followers. It's a stolen mandate. This person is not legitimate. In short, they should not. It should not be sworn in. The INEC did the legal thing, and the constitution come self-interpreted. Various kind of statements.
Calling for an interim government, military
Call for
takeover.
military
Who's calling
takeover.
for an interim government?
There are the Obedient group. That's what they are doing
Who's
now.
the?
Calling for interim
Is
government.
it? Are you going to say Labour Party or Obedient? What are
The
you saying? Because
Obedient.
there
The
is difference.
Obedient. The
Okay,
Obedient.
Obedient. Obedient is
Yeah.
not a political party.
The
They have
Obedient
the
movement. They are the ones that are, even though they are not political party, they are the affiliates of Peter Obi,
and P2B is in
and they
Labour Party.
cannot deny them. You cannot deny the Obedience. If you want to do that, you can do that.
Okay.
And if the Obedience are doing that, don't you think that a responsible government should speak up and say, no, don't let this thing happen? These people don't understand what it means for military government to rule,
Okay. Okay.
That's the issue. Don't you think that the Obedience are causing that kind of things in the system?
Yeah. There is no. Let me say, interim government. Nobody should be calling for it. That's number one. P2B hasn't called for interim government. The Obedient, yes, they are calling for interim government, and they have the. I feel like they have the right to say whatever they want to say. But the real issue is they are calling for interim government. Fine and good. You have to ask yourself a simple question: do they have the power to put an interim government? That's the fundamental question people refuse to ask themselves and
No,
keep making this.
they do is the fundamental answer.
No, they don't. One man.
They do. Do you know why?
Tell me, please.
You see, in the history of Nigeria, whenever they have a military takeover in Nigeria, it's usually this sort of language that is agitating the polity that the military uses as a window to take over. Babangida even told us a long time ago that that's what they usually do. They wait, they see that portal that opens and then they take over. So all of this language that there is a dog whistle to the military, who are unlikely to take over, by the way, because we've gone back past that phase. But it is that signal to that space. So yes, it's just it needs to stop.
If you say military takeover is a different thing. We are talking about interim government.
Yeah, it's
That's
all
a
still the
different
same
thing.
language, isn't it? It's an illegitimate manifestation. The constitution
The
does not
one
first.
man, what they are saying, they are not saying for military takeover. They are saying interim government. Listen to their agitation, right? We are
Interim
trying to two
government for
states.
of who? Interim government of who?
I
Of
don't understand what
democratically elected.
that's
Yeah,
thank you now.
whether
Listen,
military takeover or
military
whether
takeover, it comes with a coup. That's a
is
different
non
thing.
is non any invitation of non-democratic government is a treason.
Can
It's
I
a
say
treason.
something now? Yes, it is a treason if
And
they
the
do
obedience are
it.
committing treason.
No, they're not committing treason because they have the right to say whatever they
They
want
don't
to
have a
say.
right to call for that.
Oh, come on.
They don't have a
Um,
right to put all of us into trouble.
let
Yeah,
me say
they don't.
this.
When people say they have a right, do you have a right to say that my father is a fool, or you have the right to call me an armed robber and say, okay, I have a right to call you an armed robber, but you have to go and prove it. It's my right to call me an armed robber.
Obeni,
Why would you do?
Obeni, you are the lawyer. If I'm coming
I'm
out
not a
to
lawyer.
say, no, I'm saying I'm talking to Obeni because he's the lawyer here. Are they committing any treason as people coming out to just say whatever they want to say, saying they want an interim government? Is there a treason on their part? Because what I like to believe in, you know, a fundamental human right
It's
that,
Ogbeni then.
I don't know if he's here.
When it is here.
I'm here.
Yeah, so I want you to answer that question. If I go to Nigeria and I'm saying I want interim government, someone will arrest me because I'm committing treason by mouth.
Can I tell you something? You see, in Nigerian political history, interim government that we had in the past operated under military rule. So when you are calling for interim government now, you are kind of telling us that democracy should be truncated and we should go back to military rule. And that under the law, that's a treason. So who is going to lead? Who is going to lead that interim government? And who under whose control and under whose mandate? By the power of whose mandate, rather. So people have to think well before they call, before they say anything. All these people, all this Obidient calling for interim government, they don't understand it. They don't
Yeah.
know the implication. They don't know they don't know the implication of it. Who is going to
Yes.
lead? Who is under whose control? I mean, under whose mandate would they
Yeah.
operate?
Well, like I said, they don't have
So
any
that
power.
that does not even align with what Obi himself is trying to do. Obi is trying to govern by democratic means,
Yeah.
and while interim government has nothing to do with democratic rule.
Yeah,
They are
I
not.
know
They
I
are
know
not.
that,
They are not.
Ajali
They are.
Coco.
They are not responsible to anybody. So they can govern you any way they like.
I know
And
that,
when you
Ajali
have a
Coco.
government like that that is autocratic system of government.
I know that, Ajali Coco. Like
So don't
I was
justify it.
saying,
That is what I'm just. Don't justify
no,
it.
I'm not justifying what they are saying. It's not. I said nobody should
Yes.
be calling for
Yes.
interim government. I've made
Because
that
you are saying
statement
that,
very,
oh, they
very
have, they
clear.
are exercising their
No,
fundamental human
listen to
right, they
me.
have freedom of speech. That's a freedom of
Okay.
speech to
I
put that
have
country
always
in
stick to the
anarchy.
truth,
Baba Jale
Ajali
Koko.
Coco.
Yes, I
Can
mean,
I interject, sir?
Benny,
Can I just
thank you.
interject? Des,
Yeah.
you see, you don't wait until a crime is fully materialized before a responsible government take action. Why do you think the US government today, they are still after Trump because of that capital invasion? Trump didn't pick a gun to enter the place, but incited people, not even directly. If you watch Trump's activities that played out towards that time, he incited them, okay, to take action, And that is why you see when they say Obidient call for interim government, I just laugh. This is not only Obidient. If you watch the chain of events from Dati saying that, oh, I don't have faith in judiciary. Oh, if you install the president, in fact, I don't even see him as president-elect. That's what he said. Tinubu is not his president-elect. He doesn't see him as president-elect. From there, you escalate it to, oh, if Tinubu is installed, in fact, that will be the end of democracy in Nigeria. If you move it a bit towards what Party Tomi has been saying too, about the legitimacy of Tinubu's likely government, and you escalate it a bit also into Kenneth Okonkwo, and move it to Abure, and move it to Rufai Hussein, and all those spaces, and you now see the Obidient now, because all those ones knows that there are names attached to them, they are figures that you can easily hold. But the Obidient are faceless people. They are not people you can really hold.
Okay.
But
Obani, can I ask you a question?
I'm about to now link it to law.
Link it, but we're getting that crackling noise again. But
Yes.
I'm not sure if your something is rubbing against your shirt or no, that's better.
No, I'm actually in a public space, in a reading space where.
Okay, you're using
reading.
Bluetooth.
So I'm using earpiece. So I've removed it now. My reading partners allowed me to.
Carry on.
So now, when you see the chains of events like that, this is what a responsible government watch out for, and they read all those things together too. There are people now coming to say, "Oh, we want interim government." You see what they call that is insurrection. I don't see it. It's not treason in the real sense. It's an uprising against a constituted authority, and that is what actually breathes treason. And like somebody have said, if you look at the coup d'etat that have ever happened in Nigeria, they always gain legitimacy. Why? Because you see all this undertone coming out first. Oh, we are tired of this government. You see one or two people coming out. If they take over this government, we'll be so happy.
Yeah.
When Abdulsalam Bakar took over, when Abacha died, people trooped out to the street to be rejoicing. And when they installed Abdulsalam Abubakar, Nadeko was one of the people that congratulated Abdulsalam Abubakar in Nigeria, despite the fact that they fought against Abacha. Do you understand? And now, when you say, okay, can they hold them for treason? Let me tell you. In a crime, every crime, we have something we call accessory before the fact. Now, the accessory before the fact is that person that hates or abets or encourage any other person to commit a crime. And I will repeat it again. Accessory after fact. See, anybody that commits accessory after fact is as good as somebody who has committed the crime itself. Ask any lawyer.
After
also.
crime. You said accessory after crime or before crime.
My brother, I'm so sorry. Accessory before the fact. No, we don't even say crime. We call it accessory before the fact. Okay. And I define it, if you go and check it, is a person who hates, abets, entices, encourages, incites, whatever adjective you want to use, that encourages another person to commit a crime. But the person himself didn't even go there to go and commit that crime. So if interim government is against our constitution, if it is a crime in itself, if it's treason in itself, by the time it happens full flesh, then all those people will be gathered together as accessory before the fact. And I will give you last example before I move out on this. Look at Rwanda. There is this pastor's name. What was his name again? There was a pastor in Rwanda that was they later picked up in South Africa, either South Africa or Zimbabwe. They picked that man up and returned the man by Kagame to Rwanda, and they sentenced him to death. Why? Not because the man didn't pick guns and tools to kill, but his teaching, his preaching in the week when that president was shot down and died. His teaching was what they used against him. His teaching was simply that the new government, that the people seizing the power, should not be allowed and they should be cleared off. And that was the preaching they picked after this man. And the man, they said he encouraged, he hates the genocide that happened in Rwanda. So please, don't let anybody trivialize Whoever tells you international government is not something any responsible person or government should trivialize at all. It's a call for anarchy and a call for treason. Thank you.
All right. Obani, yeah. Like I said, nobody should be calling for interim government. But I believe if someone is basically questioning whether Tinubu is their president or whether they want it to be president or whatever, it's because they're in the court and tribunal is part of the system. Is still part of electoral process. And if you go to tribunal, that means you're automatically not recognizing this person as a winner. So I believe, you have the right to say that no, this person is not your winner and you don't recognize them. You know, if you have the right to go to court to say it, to make a statement in the court, then you have the right to say it. But the interim government as a whole, I don't think anybody should be calling for it. But I do not want the situation where people will go and say they are committing treason because we are all praying for a better country. And protests should make Nigeria a better country. Because why? Just like Leonardo the the Sir Pedro da Vinci said, nothing fuels authority more than silence. Basically, when you keep quiet when people are in authority and you're not saying anything when they do whatever they're doing, you're giving them more of a more authority to do whatever. We always have to speak up because believe it or not, if if they are going through that system or through that governance and they are following whatever road and they know someone is at their back, if you follow this road and people are following you bomber to bomber, and you try to follow a road, they're going to tell you, hey, Oga, that place you're going, there's a roadblock, don't follow there. They're going to call you back or tell you, Oga, see that place, there is some snake over there. They are trying to, if you go there with that money, that snake will swallow that money. Go follow the other way. So we have to encourage protest and don't say that people have to stop protesting. Military have to come and force them to shut up because we are not going anywhere. We have to
No,
always,
I didn't say that, I didn't.
yeah, we have
I
to
think it's
always,
within their right to protest.
yeah, you have to always try to encourage whatever protest, people's right, because without it, Nigeria is going to be a failure in the nearest future. We need to do.
Hold on there. Just 1 microsecond. Bato, you have to switch on your mic to be able to join the screen because your device is not connecting properly. So make sure your mic is switched on. Otherwise, you won't be able to connect with the device, but with the screen. But carry on now.
Yeah. So I'm just saying politicians should do the right thing. Nigeria needs to move forward. Tinubu needs to come out and tell us where he is. He's the president-elect. They shouldn't be the.
What do you mean? Tell you? I thought you just agreed that we should be abandoning the nonsensical space. What do you mean? Tell you? Wait, do you not know where he is? Do you not?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
You don't know. You've not been seeing the clips that they've been putting out with him in France and all over the place.
3 seconds video.
Yes. Did you need what? Do you need a Hollywood movie?
You need to cover his whole full day. Even your current president. How many of you do you see?
This is not the kind of country we need to be. Like I said, we need to start doing the right thing.
No, but what? No, sorry. Talk us through that space. It gave you a retinue. It gave you an itinerary of his movement. It told you he was going to. It told you he was going to France, London, and then Saudi Arabia. And it's been spotted in at least 2 or 3 of those spaces. I'm not sure if it's been spotted in London, but I thought they said you've seen clips of him doing Umrah there with the lady taking the photograph with him and the crowd gathering around him as he puts the white cloth around him. You saw him with Gbajabi Amila walking around Paris. So what's this? Are
I haven't really seen though.
we? You've not seen what?
I've just seen
the Photoshop.
No,
It
you
was
know,
no.
you
I'm
know
not
what I
saying it's a
you,
Photoshop. Yeah.
you know what I fear. I fear we're on our way back to Jubril again. Are we going back to Jubril?
We're not on our way back to Jibril, one man.
What is
I'm
this?
I'm saying what I saw in my own context is a 3 seconds video
Oh,
of
right.
him walking on a street. I don't know which street.
Yeah, well, that's because you've not traveled enough. You can identify Paris.
And I've not gone to Paris. Well, I've
There
traveled
you
through
are.
Paris, but I haven't
Uh-huh.
really been in Paris. Um, I'm just saying, yeah, with my own context of just that one video. I mean, I can't deduce anything from that, and I don't want this to be a norm. Politicians has to start doing the right thing. They don't. If I don't want Tinubu to be a government that will come in and we don't see him in the
God.
in the nearest. No, I'm just saying this is the right thing
No,
now.
you've not said sufficient enough to take that stance. Is why I said, "Oh God."
Oh God, I'm saying
You said where is he? You know where he is. So why are you saying where is he? You know where he is. The
if I
release
know where he I
is
won't be
like
saying it.
because it's the talking point now. That's the Jobril slant that we're just turning around in circles in that country. You know.
Oh man,
You know where
the
he is.
oh
Everybody knows
man,
where he is.
oh
So what
man.
is
If
uh
oh man, if you ever get into public office, I mean, this is the one thing. If you don't want people to know your whereabouts, then don't venture into public office.
yeah,
That's
but you
number
know
one.
where he is. That's what I'm saying to you. There's no mystery as to where he is. We all know
I
where
don't
he is.
know. That's just what I'm saying. You know, but I don't know.
No, you know as well. It's just the talking point that you do in your space. That's just all it is.
Say space.
Where is
Okay.
he? Where is he? Where is
Oh.
in a hospital in Paris? And it's all these things, isn't it?
Just
That has
like I think today I had a news.
you know that was how you lost the election. Instead of you to tackle him politically, you were busy shouting Agbado all over the
Nobody,
place.
nobody was shouting about it. Peter B has never even made that statement.
Agbado, and then
So I
the
don't
guy
know.
went, and now you are saying where is he? Where it's the same thing, isn't it?
Is it not the same thing? What you're saying is
Agbado.
what both of us are doing. You're
Hmm.
complaining about Obi saying something about. I'm complaining about Tinubu. If you're saying Obi in Obi's contest, he never mentioned that, but he campaigned on whatever his manifesto was. So that's a different case. One man. I'm not the one running the politics for P2B. But anyway,
All
yeah.
right. You said you don't know where he is, even though, as I said, he released his
Can you send me
itinerary.
a video clip or something?
Okay, here he is. Maybe is that a deep fake as well? That's a deep fake,
No,
Abby.
I mean I haven't seen this one. If I've seen this one, then
No, of
I
course you have
wouldn't
seen
be.
it. It's all over the
Oh,
place. So I don't know where is he.
oh
Where is
man,
he?
I don't live my life
I
on
was
social
expecting
media.
you.
Oh man.
I was expecting you to say it's a deep fake. Oh, that's also
No,
the deep fake.
I'm not that kind of person. You should know me
Hmm.
by now. I always try to stick with the truth. I just
Hmm.
told you the video I saw, and that's the truth. If I saw this one, then I would say, okay, yeah, I wouldn't even mention it. But like I'm saying, futuristic aspects, I don't want this to be because people are always gonna say something. You know, Politicians should find way around. People saying something negative or trying to target he's going to London for a medical checkup or whatever, or they should stop that and try to create some kind of facility that won't won't make them be seen, not developing their country enough, because it's still one of the problem we are having. Do you understand? All this medical whatever that they keep going to London, if they fix our country, it shouldn't be so. you know so they should find a way to change that narrative, you know someone should come in and change that narrative of people traveling abroad for medical treatment or whatever. Whether it's vacation. In fact, vacation, stay in Nigeria and do it.
Why?
To be
Why?
honest, I'm
Why?
telling you, I'm
Why?
telling
Why?
you, in
Why? No,
order
no.
to,
Why? Why?
in a way, such as to permanently douse this whole stop
No,
traveling
no,
abroad. If
no,
you
no.
understand what I'm saying.
Why should they travel? Why should they spend this vacation in Nigeria? Do you spend your vacation in Nigeria?
But do
I'm not.
American president come to Nigeria to spend vacation or come to
Thank
Africa
you.
to spend
I'm
vacation?
not.
No. It's not obliged to,
Does
though. No.
American no? Does American president go to
Even go on
Dubai?
vacation sef.
You go on vacation. One man. Tell
Oh,
me.
okay. Okay. Let me tell you where the British Prime Minister at the Boris Johnson, where he used to spend his vacation in Italy. That's
Is that one? Is that one? Is
the-
that one?
is
Boris
that one a
Johnson.
what?
I don't know. I don't
Is
really have.
the best Prime Minister UK has had since Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yes. No, you don't know.
Anyway,
You don't know these
I
things.
don't know anything about UK. One man. Like I
Yeah,
said, sorry.
okay. I thought you were going to say I don't know anything about anything. Then I would have agreed with you.
Yeah. I know a lot of things.
Yes.
But like I said, I'm just hoping they can change that narrative, and it's gonna take a lot. I'm just saying it in an aspect of it's gonna take a lot for them to change that narrative, and that a lot is they have to go that extreme. Is where I'm getting at. I'm not saying that it's not right for them to travel abroad for the vacation or whatever, but to change a narrative that an impression that have been created for so long, and people has that idea for like since whenever Nigeria has been made up, people going for abroad for medical treatment and whatever. They need to almost
Yes, please. Can you give me 30 seconds? One man and everybody. Yeah. Peter Obi is the one we're supposed to be blaming for this action. And where did I say that? Peter Obi lied on television. He wear one wristwatch for 17 years.
Can we not go there?
Why
I don't
would
know
people-
one man. Why
Let
are
me
we
finish
driving
now.
me? What is the
Can I
conversation
please
I'm
talk?
having got to do with one wristwatch again?
No, let me land. If you let me land, you will understand what I'm saying. Thank you. Peter Obi told us he wear one shoe, and he wore one wristwatch for 17 years. So that's why it brought me to this conversation that people don't have the right to have their holiday where they deem it fit to have their holiday. You went to Nigeria for your holiday, isn't it? Why don't you stay in the US? I was in Nigeria as well for my holiday. So people have the right to go anywhere they want to go.
No,
That's
we are
what I'm
saying
pushing
as
at.
a Nigerian president that the
Forget
West,
Nigerian president has his right.
Wait, Thomas. You see, we know they have rights, but the people who have contested for office, they've given up so many of their rights. Like some rights, the right to some privacy. I'm not saying all their privacy, understand? The right to some privacy and stuff like that. They cannot be seen as doing certain things, even though if those things are normal for other citizens.
Patoski.
Patrick, I'm sorry, but let me say this and just keep
They
my
are
mouth
not
shut.
legal, and I'm not saying it's not
Let
their
me
right
say
and
this,
their
Patrick,
play.
please. Our prime minister here went to discuss
President-elect still have a right to privacy.
Yes, I understand that one. I'm not saying as elect, but somebody who's in office, maybe moderately,
All right, round of that space, and then I want to go on to Ogbeni. Ogbeni, I want to take you to a completely new storyline. We're going back to Afenifere as the place continues to implode, but round of that space at Desmond, and I'll move on.
Yeah. Well, like I don't know, Thomas. I'm not talking about anybody having the right or whatever. I said yes, they have the right, but there's been a narrative that has been created, and I feel like to change that narrative, yeah, there gotta be something drastic, that someone that's coming into government have to do in order to change that narrative. And also, one man before I close up, um, I don't like the fact that you like to guide my conversation or how I make my statement. It's not right. Allow me to.
How have I done that?
You do that a lot. You like to guide the way I present my thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people like my voice here. Whatever, you're not the almighty to know how, whatever whatever is gonna happen or whatever my voice is gonna be. I'm just saying, whenever I'm talking, just let me flow, please.
All right. You say a lot of people like your voice here. I certainly am one of those people. So you are one of my favorite voices here. But I'm certainly not trying to. You mean when I was saying don't go to funky spaces, you were just going to go into some biblical something, and I was desperate not to go there. Yeah.
Are we not Christians though? Sometimes we have to mix everything up. Come on.
Who's we? I never declared a religion to you. I don't know how you jumped to that.
But I've known some Christians. Someone just corrected me about Abraham. So I think that sometimes it's
I
good
am.
to mix stuff. Yeah, it's good to mix, words and try to go
Yeah, I am a
out of
Christian too,
context.
so.
Yeah, so we need to teach ourselves some things. Just saying, one man.
All right, thank you. So I'll take that on board. So let me take that on board. It was quite interesting that people quickly left to tell us that they're Christians, as though it was but although Peter Obi told us it's a religious war, so maybe he was right. But there it is, the religion. But let me bring you this, Ogbeni, and then you kick
Roma,
this. Yeah.
before you bring me that,
Mm.
let me say, if people can cite Mahatma Gandhi on your platform,
Mm.
and some can refer to Socrates of those days, the Aristotles, and you, self, you refer to all these big philosophers of then, the Benito Mussolini of their age, and all those guys, and you keep talking about American Empire and the Roman Empire, the Persian Empire, and all that. Why won't somebody refer to biblical illusions? I see them falling in that category in any academic exercise or in
Paul
any
was a
gathering
very
like
great
this.
philosopher. Paul was
Paul was a
one of the
very great
greatest
philosopher and
philosophers.
Apostle Paul in the Bible. So
Yeah, he was
if
a
you want to
contemporary
refer to
of
Apostle
the
Paul,
Stoic.
he doesn't,
Yeah.
in quote, he doesn't religionize your platform. It enriches the platform. So you should let people flow with whatever authorities they are citing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I take that, but okay. Let me not go in that direction. So
As
this
long
is
as they are not disparaging any religion, like somebody who came one time and was talking of Muhammad, peace be unto him, and he's trying to, that you can try and moderate that.
no.
When
That
somebody
will
is saying,
that will be what's his name? That guy in Germany. He's the one that does that.
yeah.
You know him now. What's his name again? His name just escaped me now.
Tony.
Tony. Yes, that will be Tony. Yes.
He told us that he knows the Quran.
Yes.
Even when he's not even a Muslim.
He doesn't. Let me bring you this. Step down as Afenifere leader. Youth tell Adebanjo. So I'm surprised it took that long for us to land at this spot. This is coming from the Punch, of course, one of the more respected newspapers in Nigeria. Step down as Afenifere leader. Youth tell Adebanjo. So his time is up. A group of youth under the aegis of Yoruba Afenifere Youth Organization of Nigeria have passed a vote of no confidence in Pa Ayo Adebanjo, the leader of the Pan-Yoruba Socio-Political Organization Afenifere. The group advised Adebanjo to kindly step down as the acting leader of Afenifere in the interest of the organization and the entire Yoruba race. They made the call at a press conference held in Lagos on Tuesday after a joint session of Afenifere Youth National leaders in Yoruba land, including Kogi and Kwara State. In a communique, the group condemned the suspension of two national officers of Afenifere by Adebanjo. This, they said, was done without the approval of the leader of the group, Pa Ruben Fashionati. So just to pause there for a moment, this contention that is there a faction in terms of leadership? There is only one leader for Afenifere, of course, and Pa Fashionati, and that is Pa Fashionati. According to the group, Afenifere has been derailing since Adebanjo became the acting leader because he allegedly abandoned the uncompromising pursuit and defense of the interest of the Yoruba people. We noted, sadly too, that rather than rally the Yoruba people behind their son, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, the now president-elect of Nigeria, to emerge as president of this great country, Baba Adebanjo campaigned vigorously against him, and even after his, Tinubu's, well-deserving, that should be well-deserved, of course, well-deserving and hardly earned, well-deserving and hard-earned victory through a credible presidential election, he, Adebanjo, still wants the presidency out of Yoruba land. We noted, for the purpose of clarity, that Pa Ayo Adebanjo is not the leader of Afenifere, but the acting leader authorized by Pa Fashion-Roti. We make bold to say that the action of making Pa Adebanjo the acting leader is in line with the precedents of our rich history. We will not allow our future to be mortgaged by Pa Ayo Adebanjo. We condemn in totality the gross insubordination of the acting leader of Afenifere, Pa Ayo Adebanjo. A vote of no confidence is hereby passed in the acting, that should be on, of course. A vote of no confidence is hereby passed in the acting leader of Afenifere, Pa Ayo Adebanjo, forthwith, and he should stop parading himself as leader or acting leader of Afenifere, the communique reads. Reacting, Adebanjo told The Punch, Adebanjo told The Punch that their fathers cannot talk to me, yet they are telling me to step down. If they have gotten some dollars from Tinubu, it is their affair. Let them carry on. On claims that he had been working against Yoruba interest, Adebanjo said, Tinubu himself won't talk to me like that. We have been fighting for Yoruba interest before their grandfathers were born. I don't know them. Everybody wants relevance. They want to have a say. That's why they are asking me to step down. Who are the... Sorry, Patrick, mute yourself, please. So, Patrick. Sorry, let me come in and mute. I think Patrick might well be unmuted. All right. Okay. Right. Reacting, Adebanjo told The Punch that their father cannot talk to me, yet they are telling me to step down. If they have gotten dollars from Tinubu, that is their affair. Let them carry on. On claims that he had been working against Yoruba interest, Adebanjo said, Tinubu himself won't talk to me like that. We have been fighting for Yoruba interest before their grandfathers were born. I don't know them. Everybody wants relevance. They want to have a say. That's why they are asking me to step down. Who are they? They just gathered themselves to say I should step down after they had used Fashion-Roti, which couldn't work. Meanwhile, Adebanjo on Tuesday played host to an Igbo social cultural group, Anya Idigbo, at his house in Lekki, Lagos. In his remark during the visit, he said Nigeria should rather be mourning, given the ethnic profiling and religious sentiments that characterized the general election. He added that he had no regrets supporting the Igbo presidency because of justice, equity, and fairness. I have received various attacks on my persons because of my stance on this issue, but the fact remains that my integrity is intact, and that has been the only thing saving me, he said. The chairman board of trustee, Anya Indigbo, Dr. Umar Elezu, remarked that elections have come and gone, but the consequences are still on. Elezu asked Adebanjo to plead with our Yoruba brothers and sisters not to succumb to the insinuations in sections of the press and social media that there is a battle for Lagos between Indigbo and the Yoruba. So a lot of spaces covered there, but the premier most important space then, the invitation for Pa Adebanjo to step down. I sign up to that petition. Do you, Obeni? But please, if you have to unmute something because we are still getting that rattling noise.
getting anything now?
No, that's brilliant. Carry on.
Okay, so I'm always very skeptical or very careful in talking about this Afenifere thing. Why? Because I have a strong link, with the Afeniferes in terms of when I was in school, I was a member. My uni days, I was a member of Egbe Omoluabi. So Egbe Omoluabi is more like a recruitment grant for Afenifere at the university level. So once you join that, you could escalate to Afenifere full flesh. And now, I'm always very skeptical to talk about it, but at the same time, let's have a retrospect. Look at our Fashionati. Why did Fashionati drop that mantle to Baba Yoadebanjo? He cited two reasons: old age and health. And because of that, he believed that he cannot really steer the affairs of that association, the socio-cultural association, as the objective of the association would dictate. And because of that, he voluntarily relinquished that office to Baba Adebanjo. And how old is Baba Adebanjo now? If I'm not mistaken, Baba Adebanjo is 95. Last time I saw that man on it was Obidient Space. I think it was that Lagos rally. I pity the old man. If I happen to be that man's son or grandson, I would beg Afenifere to please relieve that man to be resting by now. That man, they practically hold that man's hand, held that man's hands to come to the podium to speak. Why would Obidient punish? Why would Peter Obi punish that old man that much? I wonder. All because you want to lead the country? You bring in that old man that should be in his house and everybody should be going. That man has worked in his life. You go back to check the history of Afenifere, the days of the
Sorry, Ogbeni, 1 microsecond. Apologies, Ajale Koko. Thomas, check your phone. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Ogbeni, you can't blame Obi. It is not.
I can't blame Baba Adebanjo.
No, you can't blame Obi for Baba participation in politics and supporting Obi.
No, not supporting him.
But you are saying
coming to that campaign, traveling around, coming to the campaign, holding the man around. That man should be an elderly state man.
He only appeared in Obi's campaign in Ibadan.
That was not the only place. So he appeared in Lagos.
Or in Lagos. Was in Lagos. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, it was in Lagos. It was in Ibadan. Why should the old man be traveling everywhere around?
No.
That's just my opinion.
Just to show solidarity and
if that man is if that man is your grandfather, I'm so sure of the Babajale Koko that I've been hearing on this program.
I will not stop him as long as the man is still sharp.
You will tell that man that whatever activism you want to do, please do it within the confines of your company.
It's just that the body is weak, but is this sharp in the brain?
Is it really still sharp in the brain though? Because I've seen interviews of him. It is never really consistent with where they want him to be, and it just rattles on. It just speaks to whatever he intends to speak to.
You don't really like him anyway, one man. So you can say whatever you against him.
Baba
that man have not done anything wrong, but when he is doing what he believes in.
I'm coming. I'm still picking it face by face. I've started with the reason why I think he has to retire now, right? I'm not supporting people calling him out to be removed. For me, I think it is time for Baba to retire. One man cannot build a nation. It takes people to build a nation. Somebody cannot just single person cannot stand up and say, I must be the one to ensure that there is an Igbo president in Nigeria and it must be you. You have done your own. There is no way they will write the history of Yoruba race.
You know there's only about a 2 sorry, apologies, Ogweni. You know there's only about a 2-3 year difference between Pa Adebanjo and Pa Fashionati. Just about 3 years.
Now. Yeah. He dropped the mantle of Pa in 2001. I think at age 90, was it 3? And now Baba Adebanjo is 95 too. He's already looking at 100. He should be 95 this year. By next year, 96, and he's crossing to 100. As a grandpa like that, you stay in your house, you're an elderly statesman. Whatever you have done, there is no way they will write the history of Yoruba race today, particularly in the contemporary times, and they won't mention Baba Adebanjo. I tell you the truth. They must mention that man's name because that man has suffered throughout military era. That man suffered. He suffered for the entire country to ensure that they enthrone democracy. Now they have enthroned democracy. He suffered and he's still making noise. Good. You can still make your point. Each time he keeps saying that I'm doing it for you people, I'll soon go to my grave. Fine. If you know you are that close to your grave, then take it easy. Let your family enjoy you at least for the first time. That's the first thing I want to talk about. Secondly, for me, I think it's disrespectful. And that's why I said I'm always very skeptical to talk about all this Baba. In Yoruba culture, we are meant to respect an elderly. This man is not just an elderly man. This man is a granny. And not granny of just one family hold. This man is a granny of a race. Okay? Somebody that you can hold today and say, these people are the one representing somebody like Obafemi Awolowo in our times. Right? So somebody like that, you don't get very disrespectful to that man. But when you look at it and find what exactly happened, you will see that to an extent, Baba deserves it. And that's why I say Baba should just retire at 95. Okay, let me give you an instance. What happened? How can you sack? Yeah, they said they gathered. But how can you sack Jare Ajayi? Jare Ajayi is your publicity secretary. And we all know the impact that guy is also making. Going everywhere around and talking about Afenifere, even spaces that Baba Adebanjo cannot get to because of his old age. This man has been going, talking. You sack Kole Omololu, the organizing secretary. If you are somebody who you are ardent observant of Afenifere very well, you will know these two names are not names you just toy with in Afenifere. Fine. And do you know why you won't even toy with it? You see, Afenifere always had this version of the old Ondo State version and the people they call Aradoke, right? The old Ondo State, that's the combination of Ekiti, Ondo, and partly Kogi. Okay, they always have this. There's always these sharp differences between the Ondoasis guys in Afenifere and the Ogun, the elites. Those ones they think they are elites. The Oyo Ogun Lagos Asis, right? There's always this rift. It's always there, apparent, particularly in Afenifere. So okay, now you wanted to sack, and so what they did now, if you understand the internal workings of Afenifere very well, you will know that it's clearly against what they are doing.
Ogbeni, please, microseconds. 1 man, check your phone, please.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So if you have to suspend any member, this time around you are not suspending member. You are suspending.
Ogbeni, can I interject you? You kind of querying Baba for suspending those guys. Yes. When you have officers in an organization that violated the rules of the organization, are you saying they should not be disciplined?
There are ways to discipline them, and that's where I'm going.
It's just a suspension. So they
doesn't
mean that they violated the rules. The action taken against them is in line with the constitution of the organization. So
no, in Afenifere, that is Baba Jani Koko, in Afenifere, that is not what their principles are. Let me tell you, I understand very, very, very well. You are state branch in Afenifere. The people you are suspending, you are not just suspending members, you are suspending your ESCOs. You see, those ESCOs are representing their branch. Okay? And there is equality within the ESCOs in Afenifere. Nobody is higher than the other, the way you see it. They defer to you, they respect you, yes, as their main person. But everybody represents his branch. I don't know how I can. It's more of a parliamentarian thing. I'm representing my branch, you are representing yours. Yeah, we are forming ESCO. If you have to punish me, you take me back to my branch. And they set up a disciplinary committee to investigate me. And from there, they can say, we relieve you and replace you. That's how it works in Afenifere. I don't know if they have now changed their system. And that is the system they taught us in Egbe Omoluabi back then. And that's why they tell you it's parliamentarian. It's not like the kingship and the Obaship, where Oba will sit somewhere and just remove anybody anyhow, remove any of your kingmakers. It's not like that. In a very, you send somebody back.
Ogbeni, it's not a unilateral decision by Baba Afenifere. The executive sat and they took that decision to suspend those guys. So, and I believe
Those executives,
they acted in line
those
with-
executives are representing their branch. You get what I'm saying? They are equal. You can't suspend me. You take me back to my branch. They investigate me. You see, by the time they start coming out to talk, you understand that this thing I'm just saying now is what they will be saying. Take me back to my branch to discipline me. The Ondo as is now, the guys that are talking now that they're on the Ondo branch, and there's always this rift. The Ondo branch now, what they are simply saying here is there's a marginalization. You can't hedge us out because we are supporting fashion artists. See, what is happening here is clearly you want to sidetrack the fashion artist guys.
It is a suspension now. It is not expulsion. It is a suspension. Suspension.
So what suspension?
In disciplinary act. So what
Baba
is the big deal? Yeah. It's a suspension.
One suspending
usually is a temporary basis now.
Baba Dale Koko, then Fishu see Gabi and Chiga. Is suspension indefinitely now? But I mean, in Nigeria, when they suspended Ayo Salami, what did you hear about it to date? Everybody said it's just suspension. Did that man go back to his office? So, and what is bad is even bad. Even when he's one suspended for just 1 hour, follow the due process. You are a old man, and you
So,
are the
Ogbeni, are you saying what those guys did is is not wrong and they don't deserve to be suspended? Is that your argument?
What did they do, Baba Danko?
Okay, what they did is without the executive permission or approval, they went to release a statement in support of Tinubu, and the organization is not pro Tinubu. The organization is not pro Tinubu. They can't do
say
that.
The organization.
We all know how organizations operate, particularly social organization group like that. The chairman, the secretary, and all the ESCO must meet to make a decision before the publicity secretary will go and make announcement, in respect of the decision taken by them. But you didn't take no. The organization did not meet. The executive did not meet. They did not take any decision. But you went to release a statement against the position of your organization. That is a violation of organization Afenifere's position, and therefore it deserves to be punished.
Isn't that what the Baba himself did when he supported?
It deserves to be punished.
I don't agree with you. Do you know why I don't agree with you?
I know you not agree because you are pro Tinubu now. You are pro Tinubu.
No,
you
not
agree
only
with
pro
me.
Yes,
So-
rightly said. I'm pro Tinubu, but does that mean that I can't make a fair statement, or does that mean that every issue they bring on board now, it must always be we must always read Tinubu into it? My answer will be no. We must still be fair to issues, even if I'm pro Tinubu. Election is over. My own issue is this: Baba Adebanjo has been using Afenifere name also to peddle his own personal narrative, peddle his own personal disposition and beliefs. So if Kole Omolulo and Jare Ajayi also want to use the association belongs to all of them to peddle their own. Allow Kole Omolulo also to speak, as long as they are saying we are a member of Afenifere, we don't agree with what these people say. This is our own position. That is what Odumakin would do when he was alive. He will come out and tell you, yes, this is their position, but this is my own position. See, the way I see this thing is more of the Ondo branch, okay, against what Baba Adebanjo is doing. And they should be very careful, because the last time they had issues with Afenifere, it was the same Ondo. They should be careful with Ondo. Ondo as is not where you just toy with, because that is where you have real members of Afenifere. That is where they are seated. So Baba Afenifere should not allow 95-year-old Baba Adebanjo to scatter after this Afenifere, why is still so for me, it's been disrespectful for them to come out public to say Baba come and resign. But what they are doing, they are fighting a good cause for him to resign, but they are using a wrong means to tell him to resign. That's my
Do you say it is disrespectful, but is it really disrespectful? Because this is something that is playing out in the public space. And if they told him privately to resign, of course, you see he was already insulting their grandfathers. So if they told him privately, they know that that would not have any impact. But they, a registered organization, an organization within that greater Afenifere structure, they are coming now to take a public position. But that public position that they are taking, it aligns more with the Yoruba will than how Pa Adebanjo is positioning. And that is what they were really trying to get across. What they were signaling is that what Pa Adebanjo is doing is not the Yoruba will. Pa Fashionoti tells us, and they made sure to highlight that the actual leader of the organization is Pa Fashionoti. So we can abandon that Pa Adebanjo is the leader because we all know that it's the acting leader, which is to say that his status has not been ratified. So it's essentially on probation, isn't it? If you're acting, you're on probation. So if somebody in a probationary space is not doing the will of both that organization and the wider society that they represent, and the structures now cascading from the top echelon from Pa Fashionoti to now the youth wing are telling him to fall on his sword. So this they had to do it publicly, and I cannot see that there's any escape route now. He cannot now say he is representative of the voice of the Yorubas. Pa Adebanjo is not representative of the voice of the Yorubas, and the voice of the Yorubas is Afenifere.
One man. See,
yes.
This is a Yoruba socio-cultural group. They follow their tradition to the letters. See, the way you see Afenifere is just like the Ogboni fraternity of the Hood Oyo, right? What do? Leave the spiritual part of it. I'm talking about the social cultural part now. So don't read the meaning of the Ogbonis into it now. That's the spiritual part. They are like the headship of Afenifere. The way I see it, they are well reversed. See, Afenifere is 70 plus years old. Afenifere is not today's association. Afenifere has been there long before you have other social cultural groups forming themselves. Afenifere has always been there. Why? Because the group that even escalated to all this Afenifere thing, those groups were if you go back to their history and you read their history very well, they were people that were mediating on the intra-tribal wars within the Yoruba nations in those days when Yorubas finished fighting Nupe, Fulani, Hausa, Daome, all the aggressors, and started fighting within themselves. These were where this issue of Afenifere thing can come from. So what am I saying is that the leadership of Afenifere is just like you have a king, okay, and you want to tell a king you want to relieve a king of his position. You don't come out and tell the king in the public. You go to meet the king in the proper Yoruba tradition. Meet the king and send what they call aroko to the king to say your time is up, Mr. King, and he knows what to do. That is exactly why you won't come out publicly to say, the king has done this. Then the king must see. If you do that in those traditional native days to any king, that person must go first, even if the king is still going to go. And let me tell you, Baba Adebanjo is the leader of Afenifere. Leave all this Baba Adefarati handover and it's still pro-temporary. Yeah, the reason why you still see Baba Adefarati there is this. Yoruba Day says, like Koegiri, Akinfe Awore Gbegbedu. You can't have a king and have another king while the other king is still well and alive. That's why you see them still referring to. So as far as they are concerned, Baba Fashionoti is just like head emeritus. More like somebody you have retired but not tired. Somebody you have somewhere to go and consult if there is a serious issue. But the Ondo branch, right? And let me extend it to Ekiti branch now. That's this.
Ogbeni, please add this with your question, please. Initially, what brought this rancor between this Baba
his endorsements of Peter Obi. Did Baba Adebanjo consult Baba Fashoranti before endorsing Peter Obi? Did you know anything about that? Thank you.
They said he didn't. They said he didn't, and that was why Baba Fashoranti did what he did. And the same Kole Omololu came on, was it Arise TV, to come and explain what actually happened. He didn't. Yes, they agree that it was more or less like their collective agreement to support Obi. But Kole Omololu said, not agreement of everybody. Yeah, it could be majority that agreed, but not everybody, because the way they run the system, the way they run that cultural group is that even though they may have their collective decision, each person is egalitarian society, egalitarian system. Everybody still hold his own decision. Everybody still have his own opinion. So if Kole Omololu is going out today and is speaking, expressing his own opinion, you will now say, by all means, he must be expressing Baba Adebanjo's opinion. What kind of entitlement is that? How can you be entitled to yourself and also entitled to somebody else's life? And how can you be, but for me, with very due respect, I won't like to say anything against Baba Adebanjo. He has tried seriously for Yoruba race. He has tried seriously for Yoruba as a nationhood. He tried for Igbo during the travail of Igbo. He stood by him and ensured that guy was free. He has really tried. But I think for him, it's time.
Is there a way to compel him to forcefully, you know how the bouncers throw you out of the club if you've had that little bit too much to drink?
Baba will soon retire. You don't even need to force that. Baba Adebanjo will soon retire. If there is a division within Afenifere, it has happened before now. You have division within Afenifere, you must find a way to resolve whatever. Let me tell you, Ondo Aziz will not replace those guys. And that's like cutting your major branch out from the mainstream. How do you want to survive? You may be thinking Ondo is it not just that Ondo? Let me tell you, don't underrate Aziz. That's where they have their real member. That's where they are really recruiting. How many people in Lagos and others really want to join Afenifere in the real Afenifere sense? How many? It's those ones in the hinterlands that are real Afenifere and still joining Afenifere. All the hunters and all those guys.
Just as a minor digression, and we move quickly back to, because I still want to ask you something on that space. But just as a minor digression, would you concede that the Ondo people, they are the Igbos of the Yoruba race? Are they the Igbos of the Yoruba race?
In what sense? In what parameter are you using to?
In the manner that they manifest.
In what manner? There's no manner.
Oh, their peculiarities. Their peculiarities. Does it have some sort of a kinship with Southeastern mannerisms?
Well, what I know about let me join Ondo and Ekiti together. What I know about that house is their exposure and education doesn't take away this traditional Yoruba way of living and thinking. They may be so exposed, educated, and but they don't let some things go. For instance, an average Ondo and Ekiti man will still want to go back to go and no matter how highly placed, though, maybe a professor in King's College London, he will still go back and tell you that he wants to be enthroned as to get the traditional chieftaincy title of his father's house. Things that you think should just be, why will you have to come back to this village to come and be struggling on all these things? So a lot of things they don't let education and all these things to influence them on. So, and that's why they still keep all their traditional things very intact, and they are very, very traditional. Very, very extremely traditional. That's it.
All right.
In terms of comparing them to Igbos, right? I don't know. Yeah, there may be a lot of things they have in common. Just the way people interact in Nigeria, and we have a lot of things in common. But by and large, I don't see Afenifere should not even make another mistake again to lose the Ondo branch. All
right. Yes. What I wanted to say, Do you think, and I do think that post the swearing in of Tinubu, Apa Adebanjo will step down once this whole whatever it is that is doing, once it's come to its natural conclusion, which will be probably a few weeks after the swearing in of Tinubu. But what I was going to suggest, in order not to lose the value that you've identified that they have, do you think some sort of ceremonial positions should be created for Pa Fashoranti, like some grand patron, life patron sort of, for Pa Fashoranti and Pa Adebanjo, and then we pack them into those spaces that is ceremonial but not executive, and then we come to like a 70 and under for the age bracket of the incoming. So do you think within the next 8, no more than 12 weeks, these septuagenarians or whatever genarians they are, they should be parked they should be sent to the fields to go and graze?
I don't think so. Do you know why? You see, Afenifere follows Yoruba culture very, very deeply. And I don't think they will go and do that, because that will be alien to the culture they use as the parameter by which they function. So it's simple now. It's just like Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò. If you go back to Nigerian history, there have been Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of age 30s became Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò. There have been some that is in their 70s, some 80s, some. So they don't go with, they don't go with age. It's just like kingship too. There are kings that they will crown at 20. There could be king that is 70. There could be kings that is at age 80. So they don't go with age, They go with, what do you have? What's your input to the association over time? Then how does people really respect you? And what's the weight that you really carry? These are the things they consider before they now elect you, or more like selection, as the head. And then each branch supplies their own head also to go and represent them at the center. So I don't see them creating one. Yes, it could be ceremonial, maybe the type of the one they gave Ashwaju in the APC, national leader. There's nothing like that in their constitution. You just call him national leader. So maybe something like that, maybe a emeritus leader, or something like that. That could be there, but nobody will recognize all those ones, and they can't speak for the association. But for me, I just think for now, I need a very vibrant and maybe somebody younger, to steer that association.
What about somebody like Akin Oshitokun? I think he will make an excellent, because you don't get more Yoruba. Do you know who Akin Oshitokun is?
I know Akin Oshitokun now.
Yes, so forget it's a little excursion holiday with Peter Obi and whatever. But do you think somebody of that ilk who is really very, 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 very deep and satiated in or this is another person that I will think, actually, let me show you this guy. I think this guy will make an excellent Afenifere leader, this man here.
Nigeria's President-elect Bola Tinubu has already begun building his team ahead of the May 29th handover date, as he considers Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila as his chief of staff. Also believed to be one that's being considered for some serious roles in the coming administration are the former Commissioner for Finance, that's Wale Edun, and the Kebbi State Governor Atiku Bagudu, among other familiar faces currently being identified for different roles. Reports have it that Gbajabiamila has already commenced his discharge of the duties of the Chief of Staff to Tinubu, having unofficially resumed with him in France. Well, the Rise analyst, Mr. Dayo Shibuale, joins us right now to espouse this aspect of our polity. Good afternoon, Mr. Shibuale. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Now, of course, the advocates for restructuring of Nigeria are numerous, including Ayo Adebanjo, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, just to mention a few. Just wondering how crucial that element would need to be in selecting the key players for this administration.
Again, I will separate the choice of the Tinubu's team from restructuring.
Okay.
There are two different issues. It was only Soyinka of Recent who added that he must do it willy-nilly. But that is not the topic for discussion here. The topic.
Okay, I just wanted you to hear his voice a little bit. Dayo Shubo Ale, do you think he will make an excellent Afenifere leader? Somebody just because he just carries that Yoruba presence. Do you see that Yoruba-ness in him? And do you think he will make an excellent Afenifere leader?
Honestly,
do you know him first? Do you know him?
Well, I've read about him. I think in The Nation one or two times. I don't really know much about him. I know he's very deep in terms of culture, politics, all these things. I know he's very deep in that as but I just believe there are more vibrant people within the space of Afenifere. Afenifere has a lot of people. Let me tell you, so many major support. Can I even say supporters? Afenifere, the real Afenifere guys. They are not the one you see on first of TV. They are not there. They are not the ones speaking on TV. Afenifere is meant to be on TV. It's not meant to be on TV. It's all these people that brought Afenifere to TV. Afenifere are guardian of the culture, guardian of security, boundaries of Yoruba land. They deal with what concerns Yoruba generally. Not maybe we should install Igbo, this maybe Baba Ademanja could have brought all those things into Afenifere. The Afenifere, when they were recruiting us in university days, they don't speak about all these things now. They are talking about Yoruba nation in the next 50 years. What's the agenda? How do you spread Yoruba across? How do you harness Yorubas in Brazil, Yoruba in Argentina, Haiti, and others? How do we bring them back home? How do we release? These are the things that are very not we should be, it's time to install the Igbo in Guinea. No. Even 1999, just this 1999 year, I'm talking in my university days or just 1999, 2007 here too. That's the space I'm just even talking about. Just recently, they just brought in all these things into Afenifere. And that's why I tell you, because see, before they recruit you to Afenifere, there are some ideological books you must even read. Your lack of understanding of those things, you can't even join. That's how discipline and how this Afenifere thing used to be. And I think it's still. There are some, you read Aulo's book, read all these people's book, what are their ideologies, what do they stand for, where are we now in that space. Let me give you an instance. In 1999 or 1999, yeah, when Tinubu and others, all the AD, the Alliance for Democracy guy, took over Southwest, Afenifere called all of them to a meeting. And the story had it that it was only Tinubu that went for that meeting. And they handed over original handiwork of Awolowo to him and said, see, these were what Baba Awolowo meant for Yoruba nation. These are Baba Awolowo's ideologies. These are the way Baba Awolowo thought that Yoruba can really be free from this shackle that we put ourselves. And this was where he stopped before the man died. If you can take it off from there. And they handed, whenever I get that documentary, I will send it to you. This documentary I'm telling you about was documentary on a diskette so that you can understand how old. But I've stumbled on it on YouTube one of these days. Very old photos, old recording. And Tinubu was the only person, and he collected that thing and said, okay, we'll find a way to stop, to continue from this Awolowo stuff. And that is Afenifere we know, not Afenifere of he must be president. And person lost the result, you are still going around.
Ogbeni, I just say this. I want to ask you this. A typical Yoruba man, all of us supposed not to be Afenifere. Do you count yourself as Afenifere?
Yeah, I am, because I used to be, because I consciously joined a group that had a link with them during my university days, because I was pan-Yoruba, pan-African, and then I believe so much in regional politics. So that was what led me, and I was also in the student union politics. So that was what actually led me into it. But not all Yorubas are members of Afenifere in the recent. Because do they even really carry us along? Some few people will just go and sit somewhere and do a meeting and say this is what Yoruba represents. How many people did Baba Adebanjo and his ESCO consult before they picked Peter Obi? How many people? How many town hall meetings did they do? In their old days, they move from town to town, do meetings, and they will make decisions, and that will be their decisions. How many spaces did they go and make decisions these days? None. They just sit in one space, make decision, and say this is what our benefit is, and call it a social cultural group.
But do you not? Sorry, Ogweni, I may align somewhat with Thomas on what he just said. I do you not think by default, by virtue of being Yoruba, you automatically by default you are an Afenifere, because of course, is that not the case? Is it not by default, just by virtue of being Yoruba, not essentially a card-carrying member, but the wider membership of, by default, by virtue of being Yoruba, surely you are automatically an Afenifere member?
One man. I don't think so. I don't. Can you hear me?
No, perfectly. Carry on.
One man. I don't think so. Do you know why I don't think so? Because there are so many sociocultural groups in Yoruba. You think it's only Afenifere? It's not only Afenifere. There are different ones. Egbe Omo Ojua. I just told you about Egbe Omo Oluwabi. There are so many now flying around, and each of them don't even see Afenifere as their umbrella or parent, because Afenifere is not even functioning as that. It's not even finding any way to function as their head or their parent organization. They don't see it so. Instead, they are rivalry. So there are so many. There is Egbe Omo Ojua, Egbe Omo Oluwabi, Egbe. There are so many Egbe. There is one that this man is heading now. This Ajayi, not Jari Ajayi. There was one Ajayi like that. That one to man is the left side like this. A lot of them, So you don't automatically become members of Afenifere. There is freedom of association now. You decide to be Yoruba and you are not member of Afenifere. It's just like one is in Igbo. No, not every Igbo guys signed to that thing now. So that's the way it is.
All right, brilliant. Let me bring you this only because it's the headline of the session, and I've not really addressed it. It says 2023 elections, my trust has broken down completely. Wole Soyinka. So let me skim through this. Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has said the 2023 election in Nigeria broke his trust. Stating that he was out of the country for some months, Soyinka said the elections was not exactly the most edifying exercise we have ever been through. On arriving, I came in for the World Poetry Day, and immediately I was bombarded by the most horrendous narratives, both pre and after the elections, he said to Channels Television on Monday. Since then, I have also read columns. I have seen Nigerian newspapers for the first time in months, and I did not like what I read at all. My trust has broken down completely, and even the minimum restraints that we have learned to expect from seasoned politicians have been jettisoned completely. He said the existing mold would be. He said the existing mold was going to be broken, and the signs were there that there would be die-hard oppositions to the breaking of that mold. He said elections should be keenly contested, but I still believe very much that. But I still believe very much in what I call the Fashola dictum, referring to the former Lagos State governor Babatunde Fashola, once saying elections should be like festivals. There should be yet another aspect of the there should be yet another aspect of the festive spirit of humanity, and that was and that was anything but festive, he said. So this is Wole Soyinka, somewhat ambiguous in the language, but what do you think Wole Soyinka will be? Because Wole Soyinka, of course, not anybody that has any time for Tinubu. How do you think he will be positioned in the elections? And do you think he's for the incoming or not? So Wole Soyinka, who has been somewhat silent throughout this whole process, he comes now with this ambiguity. But how do you think the prof is aligned? So so to that, Ogbeni, and then Fatai can come in as I ease myself off and hand over to Thomas. Back to you, Ogbeni, and then you can go to the skirmishes in America as well, like Mohammed versus the Obidient movement. So to that.
Mama, thank you. And thank you for giving me another opportunity to go a bit into that American thing. I really, I was itching to speak about that American thing. Now, about Baba Wole Soyinka, well, I can feel Baba Soyinka's, I won't call it frustration. I can feel I can feel what Baba is talking about. I think his expectation about the election was very, very high. And, entire expectation just cut short. Yeah, rightly so, because Yakubu was there selling immediately transmission, electronic result, as if the robot that will even come, it's the computer that even declare somebody. You don't need Yakubu to declare. And Soyinka being one of the old professors, traditional professors who believe that is very highly exposed, and is really highly exposed. So probably little about IT, but I don't. He may not really know too much about IT, let alone talking about what Yakubu has been saying now. So for somebody like that, if your expectation is very high, I expect you immediately after this election, everything should be down, because you put all your expectation on that IT thing that is going to get you the perfect election in the world. And since you are not getting it, and there's nothing perfect in this world, not like this setting in anywhere in the world, then should be. But don't forget, Soyinka also has been very skeptical, and I think he has learned from the history of 2015. If you remember, this same Baba, Professor Soyinka, was one of those ones that demarketed Jonathan and enthroned Buhari for us. Has he come out to say sorry to Nigerians? See, these are one of the things I love talking about. As Soyinka sat in a place and said, Nigerians, I'm sorry for enthroning Buhari in our nation, for demarketing Jonathan. Has he come out to say sorry? Now he's talking about another election. The 2015 election that he enthroned, has he come out to say sorry for giving us this calamity that we are facing presently? They were one of those who occupied Nigeria back then and did all those things to us and brought this man, this tribal bigot to us. And that's what Nigeria is still facing today. We won't be talking about 2003, 2023, and be talking about Tinubu. But why are we talking about it? If somebody like Tinubu shouldn't even have any reason and say, I want to contest, if Buhari has done fantastically well. So let's leave that space. For me, Wole Soyinka is just trying to be very careful. You realize that it's not even specific in his word. He's not specific as to what happened now. What was damping his spirit? He didn't tell us. So let's wait for him. He will one day still come out and tell us what is damping his spirit. But for me, I know he's trying to be very skeptical. He has installed a wrong one before. He's trying not to come out and say, I'm supporting this one or I'm against this one. So if this one performs, fine. If this one doesn't perform, he will still have his voice to criticize. So he's playing safe, which I think is very good.
Do you know where Soyinka lies? What is his politics? Yeah. Who is he? I don't even know who he's supporting. I don't know. Maybe support, and I don't know. Do you know anything?
He didn't have a candidate now. There was a time reporter did that he supported Konkoso. He came out and said no. There was a time they were singing Baba We Nowhere against some Kegite, some what do you call this? Is group in Unibaden. That is Scott Group that established University of Ibadan. He came out to condemn it. Pirate.
The Pirates, yeah.
Pirate, yeah.
Yes, he came out to condemn it and said he's not supporting that, and that is not the real pirate that he knows. So you will know that he's not really against Tinubu in that axis. Peter Obi has not really speaking anything against Peter Obi. So Baba just tried throughout the election to be careful so that I don't choose a candidate and I don't go against any candidate. Whoever wins, if he performs, I'll clap. Whoever wins, if he doesn't perform, I'll still have my voice. And rightly so. I think he has learned from Buhari experience. Because he came all out for Buhari back then, even when people reminded them that this is Buhari that you people fought. Buhari was part of Abacha government. Buhari was one of the hailers of Abacha's days. Buhari never believed Abacha even was autocratic or dictatorial or Abacha stole Nigerian money. So why will you people support? But it's all supported Buhari now, fine and well. But he has learned his lesson. So that was for me on the axis, and on the axis of Lai Mohammed. You see, I laugh. I like when I see Obidient coming out these days and be lamenting about the action of the other of the ruling party or the other political party. And the reason why I laugh is this: see, when you push a goat to the wall, the Yoruba says the goat. You think goat is one of the goat? We used to see goat.
They will turn around.
As a normal animal.
They will turn around.
But when you push that goat to the wall, it will now face you because he has nothing to lose again. That is what is happening to the APC guys. You are outside there. I've chronicled it here. I don't want to repeat it again. They all started it. Obi now. They said, why will you be citing Obi for treason? Obi went out to be crying and said they stole my mandate. That Mohammed took it off from there and said, I don't believe in judiciary. I don't believe the judiciary can give us justice. Nigeria will do this. Tinubu is not a president-elect. Tinubu government will be legal government. If something happens, democracy is ending in Nigeria. All those houses. Patu told me, don't forget his own, no, that said you to enter street and
Nigeria. Don't run away. Stay there, please. Did this Abuja, including in the 24th stage, you should be winning? Is he in the Peter Obi's prayer?
Yes, he's there now. I don't know.
Oh, that's good.
Yes, nice. He's one of their one of his main cases. That's under qualification now. That is not that Tinubu is not qualified. He's there. If you read that, you see it now. Before the first 40 paragraphs, you see it there. Is there. So as I was saying, Shawa, look at it.
Benny, wait. So they are challenging that Abuja that you have to win Abuja, or you can be declared as well.
Yes, you have to have 25% of Abuja to be declared. Is there?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. So now, Kenneth Okonkwo, see all of them now coming out and be talking. Okay, they don't even leave it there, and that's why I wonder sometimes. Like Des came out and said, even if they have to, there is belittle of Lai Mohammed to go to United Kingdom. Is United Kingdom our prefect, senior prefect? Why are we reporting to them? But we can leave here and go to Chatham House in London and go and be exposing ourselves in London. We can live here and somebody went to Chatham House and because of the mistake the person made in Chatham, we cannot hear noise again in Nigeria. They came back and said, don't mind him. He's delegating question. He's doing it. So if outside Nigeria, Western world is not that important, then why are they placing that much importance to the thing? That's the question I keep asking. And then don't forget this same US has this. You see, sometimes I don't understand. One cannot just be half wise. Okay, this same US has this. Let's start from even the insignificant one. Do you know all those like Dr. Damage's platform and all those platforms that hate the government so much because of the pro-beating? Do you know how many of them we have in that New York alone? Pick Dr. Damage's alone. Do you know the kind of people that have been visiting Dr. Damage's platform in the recent times now? They are the anti-government guys that have been visiting. Dr. Damage has brought Samuel Ekpa on that his platform. Recently, was it like 2 days ago? He still brought Rufai Husseini on that platform. And you don't want government to de-escalate all these things.
Yes, you are right. You are following them back.
I'm following them every day. I'm telling you. And you don't want government to de-escalate.
I stopped going there because of the insult and the cursing. That is
I
what
know the
stopped
day
me.
you said you won't go there again now.
No, I was, yeah, I've determined. I said this is done, it's done. So yes,
I
yeah,
watched it
continue.
that day. That was the day when HO, you see the way HO caused Chocolata. I said, I just damages recourse. He was laying
And the
course
guy was
on
just looking. The guy
and
was
Dr.
just
Damage
looking.
was just looking. Yeah,
He
why
was
me?
just
He's just
looking.
looking because he's approving it. He's approving it. That's just my point. Because you are the owner of the
Oh
platform.
my!
If they are doing something very unethical, you can't correct. But you can't correct. Look at what happened. In fact, I don't even like promoting their platform on this platform. Let me just leave it. Look at today now. What happened? Ove was asking a very good question from Rufai and say, you people are just, if you are accusing TVC, for instance, say Tinubu owns TV, but somebody owns your own station also, something like that. Was quoting someone. And before they could even land, Dr. Damija has already rang that is a small concolo bell that I always carry around, ringing the thing. I said, look at it. Some people can speak for 20, 30 minutes. But when it comes to the one that is again, the narrative
No. Rudolph is obedient now. Benny, Rudolph is an obedient. He's an obedient.
I know.
Yeah,
And do you know
just
the
to
funniest
say
thing?
yeah.
This same Rudolph was one of those that sank Buhari into government, that demarketed Jonathan. That's why sometimes, and Adiola, that's why sometimes when I go to their platform, that's what I always remind them. They are singing another person's praise now. Have you said sorry, the first one that you sang to government? Have you apologized to Nigerians that use? So let's leave that space. But for me, the Obidient has taken the war. I see it as a war. It's a serious. You see, if people still think that we are in the 19th century, they should wake up. We're in the 21st century where social media is now a serious tool. It has been used to destroy nations before us like this. So no serious government. Do you know some government now, they even have some essays and some personnel, some major executive in the cabinet that they specialize only on social media in serious nations now. That they will have more or less like a palm sec, okay, in a government department. And all what they do is they watch social media and they follow up on social media and they match information for information there. Because they understand that conventional media is not media again. Social media is the main thing. So if they can look at the one they call Lord Sukua, what do you call that one in the US? Nadeko guy in the US. The guy has been conducting conferences ever since this election. Now he has been conducting conferences all over America, disparaging this thing. The election is this every day. They took their protest to White House to go and
people are not even watching the media stream anymore now. It's social media news. People, it's even fake or yeah. That's what people listen to.
Yeah, look at EU Observant. See the kind of damning reports that EU Observant brought out and all those things. So what do you want the government to do? They shouldn't go there to go and de-escalate this thing or to neutralize and say their own story. I don't understand what people want to. And where did Lai Mohammed go that is now making them to say he's belittling them? Did he go to mushroom media? No. The man attended BBC radio and TV. Those are major mainstream media now. He's not belittling anything. They are featuring on BBC. He was on Bluesberg. You know Bluesberg now? That cute, what do you call it? Bluesberg. It was on Politico. It was on Reuters.
Yeah.
The guy was on Washington Post. It was on VOA radio and TV. Then, so where is Mushroom TV that is belittling Nigeria? These are media that world leaders want to even feature. They should give it to this government. They are trying as much as possible to de-escalate all this noise. You want to delegitimize a election that produce a Democrat. You want to and you don't want government to react. So government should just keep quiet until they use cancel culture to cancel them. No, it's not done. Because one day, when we are writing history, some people will be reading the history of Obidient alone, and they'll be asking questions. So where is the explanation of the government? What are they using against Yakubu now? They say Yakubu said, I will review this result before I make declaration, and he didn't go back to review it. Is that not what they are using against the guy? Because he didn't come to tell his story. Until today, they say he should have come out to talk. He has not said anything. It's only Okoye that is talking. Okay, now you now have a government personnel that is talking. You are now saying, why will he go to US? Is US our senior prefect? There's all wrong there, Joe. For me, as far as I'm concerned, Lai Mohammed should arrange for more trip. He should come to London too. They are here. We have them all around us. They disturb us every day. We are tired. You should please come also. Come back to Chatham House. Come and tell your story. Come back to the UK. Come and tell your story. If you like, let him also go to Australia and Susan. Let him come and tell his story. So that everybody has story. So that when they are writing a journal history,
We have Nigerian community here, big community. So of course.
Let me tell you, in the university where I am, almost everybody around they are obedient to, and they will not allow me to hear word. It's every day they will tell you that your election. Even if I smile too much now, wahala. They say you are happy now because your man is in the government. I say I don't even know Tinubu from anywhere. So let Lai Mohammed move around. Let him come and de-escalate this thing and neutralize whatever falsehood that is outside there. I support him. He should arrange for more planes. Although he should fly economy. He should arrange for more.
Why will it fly economy?
Yes,
why will it fly economy?
But that's Buhari policy now, or his demand is deceiving us. He said no public officer in Nigeria should fly first class again. That was his policy now, first 5 months in office. Don't forget that I said I'm writing a book about Buhari. That was his policy. He said they shouldn't fly. Kashuku was the first person to breach that thing. Yeah. So thank you. Nice one, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
What of the America? You forget about the America.
Oh, that's the America now. You said Lai Mohammed went to America.
So I thought you want me to talk.
If you want me to talk about the BRICS,
talk about Trump. I thought you want to talk about the Trump.
Let me talk a little about the BRICS. You know, I don't really know much about international politics, much. But the little I know is not international politics. I know little about history of empires in the world. There's no empire you see in the world that another empire just rise and then the empire just collapse like that. It doesn't work that way. Go and watch empires now. They don't just fall. Roman Empire didn't just fall in a day. Okay? Roman Empire rose, right? Roman Empire started accommodating people. Okay? People from different nations started gathering the Roman Empire. At a point in time, it got to the head of the leaders. They got it wrong with their leadership. At a point in time, they got it wrong with the religion. At a point in time, they got it wrong with their culture. At a point in time, they started fighting enemies. So gradually, phase by phase, the entire empire started collapsing. Okay? So no empire is not as if, okay, oh, you have Roman Empire and another empire just right. Fam. Look at British Empire. British Empire didn't just collapse in a day now. If you go back to history, British Empire emerged. Don't forget, before British Empire even emerged, there were Zazons that came to Britain to colonize them. Rome, the same Roman Empire colonized British Empire. France came to colonize them, right? The Danes from Spanish side, they came to colonize them. So many people came to colonize them, and that waxed them strong. So once they got their independence from all these folks, they were able to govern themselves also. They fought also internal wars, and after that, they emerged as British Empire. And then they set sail to Africa, to America, to West Indies, to India, and others. And they ruled the entire world. But then how did they get there? This thing? It wasn't as if America just rose. No. Gradually, they started falling. And it took years, not just a day. So for me, when I see people saying, oh, because China is rising, oh, therefore America will fall, I just laugh. Do you know China itself is already almost reaching its own peak too? Do you know the internal crisis that is happening seriously within China? Do you know the kind of revolution that is happening even within China? It's because we don't see it in news on dailies. Is that why you think what is happening to America is not happening to China? You think all those issues with American politics is not also in China? If anybody thinks so, it means the person doesn't really study these countries very well. You study those countries very well, you understand. Even these BRICS that we all talked about, my brother. Do you know BRICS has been there 22 years ago? Because so many emergency analysts now, they thought BRICS was something they just built after COVID. No. Go and watch
internet journalist.
Go and watch it. What's the meaning of BRICS? BRICS simply mean Brazil, Russia, India, China, and then South Africa. It was BRIC before. It was China that invited South Africa into it, and it formed BRICS. So it's not today. BRICS has been there. I think they celebrated 22 years or so this year. And ever since they funded BRICS, everybody have been saying America will collapse. My brother, as America collapsed after 22 years of BRICS, it has not collapsed. So that was 2 decades.
And they are watching strong every day.
So when people now talk about, let me tell you one thing I know about America. I'm not saying that empire will not collapse. What I'm saying is that empires have collapsed. They don't collapse suddenly. Even Egyptian, when you go back to that Aziz too, you realize that they don't, even Turkish, you realize that they didn't really collapse suddenly. Not that another power just rose.
Gradual.
And even the empire that will even rise after them don't even be they don't come as enemy. You don't come as an empire doesn't really come an enemy and you just emerge. It doesn't happen. Is it that two of you cancel yourself and another one rise? Okay, or you two of you remain, just like what China and America are doing presently. They all tussle, you fight for power, but you remain in that axis. Not that China will fight you and then you crumble. And no. It doesn't happen that way. It won't happen that way. So BRICS has been there. I may not know too much. The little I know, let me give you an instance. In 2020, was it 2022? Yeah, I was using that in my research, and they said US export to China in 2022, that 2021, 2022, US export to China was about $1.8 trillion. Right? That's what China is buying from. Do you know what China export to US was that same year? $2.8 trillion. What does that tell you? China needs US more than US needs China. And that was what Trump told them. Trump, that guy, I don't understand why they just said that guy hurt and everybody now demonizing. That Trump guy told them, you need us more than we need you. We don't have the population you have. If there's a crisis in China today, do you know it become a global crisis? China, India, that axis. If there is just one crisis in that axis today, it will become, and that's why, look at what is happening in China now. I hope you know that for the past 2 years in China, their population has dropped. The birth rate has dropped in China. Go and do a little research about it. Birth rate of China. Because they need to moderate their population. And nobody knows how they are achieving it now. In last year, was it last year alone, or there was one I was reading and they said about almost 1 million died. Maybe they find a way to just trim that population and population is declining. People are not looking at that. They are not looking at the seemingly revolution that is happening within their oligarch, their system. They are not looking at all those things that can even, they are cancerous, that can even collapse the whole system. They are looking at, they are not part of BRICS. India, see, let me tell you the way I see India within that BRICS. India is a mole. That's American mole in BRICS. I may be wrong. Because India has a lot to lose by refusing US to go for China. The reason is this. India has a lot of battles. 1962, they fought a battle with China, don't forget. And China defeated them. Real blooded nose. And do you know that border they are still fighting on is still on? So when you see India, what India is simply playing is that don't let it be that China will go to this and I won't be there. I must be there to go and checkmate this guy and wash out. And they are playing their cash up development in their own houses too. Okay, you have nuclear, I have nuclear too. You have this, I have this too. So they are more of enemies than friends. So when you see them in the same platform, don't think they are there on the same basis or because they want to truncate United States of America. I don't see it so. I see them Number two in America is she not of Asian origin? Let China and Russia allow Rishi Sunak and all these ones, are they not Asian origin? You think they will collapse this environment? Let China and Russia, if they love India that much, let an Asian man emerge as prime minister of Russia now, or to take over Xi Jinping. That is the thing, and that's one of the things that will always make America to be great, because of all those things they allow in their space. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I've disturbed the person reading beside me enough, and I have to take my leave. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have Fatai? Fatai. We don't have Fatai. We do have Adewale.
Chief Thomas.
How are you, brother?
I'm doing excellently well. How about you?
We thank God we are still living by His grace.
Awesome.
Yes. Thank you so much. Oh, what the topic of today is really, if you could remember, I don't know, maybe you joined us yesterday. If you could remember, yesterday there was some back and forth on the platform on the market, the shutdown in Lagos, and the narration. Sorry?
I did not join yesterday.
Yeah, you did it. Yes, I thought as much. Yeah, on the shutdown, some markets predominantly from the southeast, and the narration we are hearing yesterday is that they are shutting the market down. They are chasing the Igbo out of Lagos. But finally, yes, I don't remember the name of the market, but they're being shut down. But what we finally hear today is that the local government where that market was situated, they've been giving them warnings upon warnings. Do you know these people, Loma, that normally carry refuse in Lagos? Now in Lagos, you have to pay Loma. They will come and take your refuse. You are not allowed to give it to all these aboki that carry wheelbarrow. So what the people in the market doing is they will call all those aboki, carry the refuse in the wheelbarrow and go and drop it at Oshodi Expressway. Then government will have to be forced to go and park those refuse there. They don't want to pay the Loma, which is the government agency parking the refuse. That is why they shut down the market. And it was open later in the day after many consultation and begging. So, but the rhetoric we have adding from yesterday is that the purposely shut the market because the market is predominantly from the southeast. So, what is your take on that?
I don't really know much about the shutting down of the market, but I think you're saying that the local government is actually the one involved in this, not particularly the state, right?
It's the local government, yeah.
Okay. I'm suspecting that might be in the what you call this area. Is it area? Maybe it's possible because that's where you find predominantly people from the southeast or south people. But I think every action that is taken now will be, people will be reading politics to it one way or the other, especially in Lagos State. I would suggest that and if that is the case, they've been managing the affair of that area before the election and before now. So I think whatever the decision the authority in that area takes, people will read political undertone to the decision. So I would rather they take it easy now, and by the time the new government comes into play and everything fizzles out, I think there should be a way to sort things out. But like you said, I think you said that the whole thing happens within a day, right? If I'm not mistaken.
After consultation, that the market was open later in the day. It's not even short for 24 hours.
I believe it was well managed then. He would, it wouldn't go past 24 hours because, talking about the source of livelihood of people, regardless of where they come from. So, most of the people that patronage, not necessarily people from the southeast, have Yorubas, Igbos, and every ethnic also will be going to the market. But I think it's well managed if it's just within 24 hours. But for now, I think whatever we do or say, especially those people in authority, has to consider some of these factors when it comes to decision makings because people will read meaning to whatever decision
But
they take.
actually, because of election, if everything is going to stand still in the country,
Yeah, but
because let,
sometimes you
let me
have
let me
to.
let
Okay.
me finish. If
Okay.
Lagos State is dirty, it's same Lagosian that will be shouting, Lagos is dirty, ABC is not doing anything. But now they step into action just to if you say that people will be scared of doing that anymore, so that there will be wọ́n ní ìlú tí ò bá sí òfin kò ń ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. If
Yeah.
there is not law, people will just do anyhow they want, isn't it?
That is true. That is true. But also we should also understand that this political season is not over yet, right? And you could also remember what happens in Lagos. But nevertheless, we still have the laws still have to be applied. But since the thing never degenerate to the point that you still have because it's the source of livelihood of people, right? Whether they are from Igbo or Yoruba and all that. But then the law has to be applied. But I think it was well managed to me as far as I'm concerned that he didn't go beyond just one day. And for the market to have reopened, it shows that sometimes people will compromise, or sometimes something has to give. It's give and take. And if that's what they've been doing before, and what now changed, what happened, why people renege, why did they change, why they're now abiding by the rules and the regulation of the market. So it shows someone is not being truthful for whatever the reason is. I don't really know much about it, but I'm just trying to be a little bit objective here.
Yes, yeah, you are right. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
so
is just the summary of the narration
yeah,
that you have
someone is
narrated.
trying to be probably capitalize on the fallout, or you're trying to use that to their advantage, or someone is reckless and not able to manage it properly, knowing that this is atmosphere is still charged, politically charged. So to me, I just felt that someone
But
has to be.
when is the atmosphere will be down,
Uh,
the election must come and go.
Yeah, but we're still in. It's not yet over until the new administration is inaugurated and take the oath of office. That's where you can say that yes, there's a constitutional authority, a new administration, and what led to that. The process is still contested. So I will still look at the fact that no matter how we look at it, it's not yet over yet, and we should be caution when it comes to how we negotiate, treat each other. But it's going to take a while before we get back to. We shouldn't just assume that everything is normal, everything is as far as I'm concerned, we shouldn't just take that assumption that everything is normal. We can go back to the way of life before. No, not necessarily. Currently, we have family that are actually not speaking tongue simply because they have their differences in terms of who they voted for or their political affiliations. So, yeah, we should, I don't think people are beyond communication. Sometimes when communication break down or there's an ulterior motive behind every action, people crowd foul. But I think it was well managed as far as I'm concerned, based on the little knowledge that I have. I think it was well managed that at least he didn't get to the following day because I wonder how talking about where people eat and works and all that. So yeah, that's my take on that one.
Yes, thank you, Adewale. And Nigerians, if it's just like we need to be handled with like iron hand. You know what I
Mm.
mean?
Oh
People
yeah,
will
oh yeah,
not do the right thing if something drastic has not been taken from the government. You can
yeah.
imagine they say they've been sending messages, they've been
Mm.
warning, and I went to Nigeria, Adewale, last year December.
Mm.
My my mother-in-law's house in Lagos, they have the Gorodome, what they call the Agba. They have it
Mm-hmm.
outside. At the end
Oh,
of the 2 weeks, a week, they come, they pick up the refuse and they pay at the end of the month. Is it not that good to make Lagos clean? And any Megida or Hausa they see on the road carrying all those wheelbarrows to collect
mm-hmm.
refuse, sometimes they will take the wheelbarrow from them just to stop it. So
Mm.
is that not a good is that not the progress we want in the country
I
for
mean,
everything to play?
for a market to, every market have their own standard of operations, or should I say, their lay down rule, right? And I believe part of that is cleanliness, making sure the market is well kept, uh, and every shop owner or any operators in that area need to be, participate as well. But people sometimes, as human beings, we are can get complacent sometimes, and that's where the laws and the rules applies, and someone has to enforce it. And sometimes how we enforce it is what make a difference, right? Yoruba will say "Pẹ̀lẹ́ kolabo." Um, like I said earlier, we stay here in the political season that now people can decide that what, we're going to flout these rules and we're not even going to do what they ask us to do, and see, just to try it out and see if they can challenge it. But then you have people that also they are the enforcer, they have to enforce it, and they have to be careful on how they apply the rules, on how they enforce it. But Ilutio Sophia Shosimbe, yes. But sometimes Tabaran initial Africa, sometimes you just have to take cognizance of what is prevalent, and you know try to apply it in such a way that at least there won't be any fallout. Uh, you don't go to someone who is bereaved and started singing or trying to say, hey, you have to go clean the gutter today, you have to do this, and you have to be a little bit I just put it in that way, Thomas, so that at least someone who is still mad about having their kinsman not be president, and now you are saying so everything is going to be painted. The optic is what uh, make a difference here. Yes, the law will be
But
applied.
Adewale, can we stay too long in that? Sorry for still going back and forth with you. By now, Adewale, don't let me lie to you.
Hmm.
If Tinubu did not die before May 27 or May 29, he will be swearing.
Correct.
The litigation in court now cannot be adjudicated before May 19. We know Nigerian circumstances. We know our court process is too slow and cumbersome. But why people don't come to realization that this guy will become your president? Do I like it? No. Do you like it? I don't know. But this is our reality. Is it
But
not
we live with
time for us to start adjusting? This is your president, if you like it or not.
But you also agree with me that people are already emotionally invested uh, in the election. I could remember very well what happens during Trump. For months, people lost their mojo. People were dejected, and they don't want to talk about anything other than politics because it was still fresh. I'm talking about 2 months after, or 3 months after. The sight or the sound of hearing that name alone, you know, make people feel a little bit irritated. And that tells you how emotionally invested people can be sometimes. But not everybody is quite, you know, I could use the word mature to handle their emotion when it comes to things that are not relatively directly they are involved or directly impact them. But now we're finding politics to be a little bit more interesting. And what happens for that market issue, I don't really know the details of it. So if I know the much details about what happens, what causes it, and the disobedience,
But I just started what happened to you. People refuse to pay Loma, the refuse management of Lagos State.
Okay, well, and why did they
to pay
refuse?
them to come and
Why did they refuse?
because they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay.
Do they have any
So in the
reason why
middle
they
of
choose not to pay?
they don't want to pay. That's the reason.
But they've been paying
They don't
before,
want to
right?
pay. They want it free. So at night they will call all those aboki, give them their refuse, pay just a stipend, and the aboki doesn't have anywhere to dump refuse. They will just
Oh,
go and dump it in the expressway.
so individually now, engage the service of Aboki to help them dump their refuse.
Yes, to dump the refuse in the expressway, also the expressway. So government has to step into action and go there and pack the refuse. So that is what play out.
Oh,
That
okay.
government said no, you have to pay the lawman. I just started my mother-in-law's house. They have those drums. They put their refuse there. After the end of the week, the lawman will come. They will pick up the refuse, and everywhere is clean. You know, Nigerians we normally dump refuse in the what is the meaning of Agbara erosion when there is rain, and that really stopped. So that is what happened. There's nothing else that happened. Just to make the market clean. That is just it.
Well, if that is the case, then that means it's justified, because there's no way you can let the markets uh, get dirty and unkept. It's it's never going to happen. But before then, I want to assume that they've been having. So that is how that market has been operating before now, right?
Yeah, before now, there was nothing like Loma, or you know what I mean? There's nothing like Loma. I think it's just late, maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago, thereabouts, they start this. They said some few in the market, they still have those containers for the refuse, but majority of the market, they would rather take their refuse to go and dump it in a public space. So if they dump it in a public place, the government doesn't have any, you know what I mean? They don't have anything to do that to go and pack it, because it won't look good for the government as
How
well.
long that market has been in operation?
For ages.
Okay,
For
so
ages.
now that the government now decided, okay, you know what, we are going to make sure that you guys stop, the government will step in to clean the market, and now it's not going to be collective cleaning, not just about giving it to abokis and all that, right?
Yes, you are right. Yeah.
But if you look at
But
that,
what I want to ask you now is the punishment equate to the crime committed?
you mean shutting
Can you
down the
balance?
market?
Yes, just for 3 hours.
I want to look at it in a very balanced and objective way.
Yeah, of course, you
Yes,
have the
if you
right.
are to,
Yeah.
if the technicality of it is what the local authority there did was right, because they says that the environment was littered and they need to get it cleaned up for the health safety of the people living or working there. And on the other hand, I was thinking, why now? Why now? Why would the local authority choose this?
Anybody, do you know that word? Why now? So when do you want them to do it? We can't politicize everything.
Yes,
Actually,
but sometimes you have to be a little. See, we just happens to be a country of lawlessness. That is why that, as my assumption, cannot be far fetched, because it's a possibility that what the local authority did there was a little bit of political involvement, sort of. But at the same time, they are still legitimately right on the decision, by making sure that the market is clean. But then you only work on the authority that you have to, to do whatever you want to do. So, having said that, the people that vote or chose not to comply with the directive of that local authority, they also can justify the action by saying, well, we've been doing this before. But I must believe that before the authorities would shut down the market, they must have given them some warnings, come around and talk to
Yes,
them.
they did. They
Yeah,
did.
so
They did.
the action will be justified. But
listen. What they are doing is this. Good to see you,
Baba,
by the way,
no,
Thomas.
no
Oh,
greeting. If you don't greet me,
sorry.
I'm not happy.
I'm at work. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
that's
what
all
they
right.
are
That's all
doing.
right.
It's like the police stop you for driving 10 miles over the speed limit. And then I say, why are you speeding? And I say, officer, why did you stop me for going 10 miles? Somebody else is going 15 now. Why did you stop me? That's what they're doing. You can't justify that. You know how dirty Lagos is.
yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm also cognizant of what is happening in that environment. Every little action would be, meaning would be ready to eat, and people were trying to politicize this and all that. So that's the reason why I'm kind of
the elections are over. Anybody that is still trying to refer to that as the reason why, I want somebody to come out and say the reason why I'm dirty. And imagine a grown adult in a community telling you to clean up, and you're saying that I want to remain dirty, and if you force me to clean myself up, then you are playing tribal cards. Make that make sense. They are disgusting, filtered areas.
Yeah, I mean, I quite understand with you. Like I said earlier, that before the authority shut down the market, they must have communicate with them, trying to reason with them, and all that. But then that could also be, understandable that they've done everything possible to make sure that they are aware and they need to do the needful. But we are in the era where all these political, how can I call it? Every little thing is being seen from that prism of politics, right? And I won't be surprised if the people in the market crying foul of being, what do you call it, being uh, troubled and all that, simply because they are from South.
Crying foul for you to stop dumping refuse
Yeah,
into
but
the canal.
I mean that it will be I mean, based why we were talking about the topic now is because of the many people are reading to it, right? I mean, it's not today that the market has been shut down in Lagos or any state in Nigeria, but it's the meaning that people are actually reading to it that makes it.
No. But okay. Dewale, what is the make logical sense of it? You have a market. You don't have proper waste disposal, and when the local councils sends their officials to your market, you chase them away or you beat them up. So, what are they really trying to say? To leave them to operate the market and be lawless? I don't want to bring these people coming from their own village and coming to Lagos. First of all, something else is very defined in Lagos. There is no Igbo market. There's no Yoruba market. There are only Lagos markets. That has to be defined first. Okay.
Yeah,
Once
but
you
you
establish
and
that
I,
there are
you
only
and I
Lagos
know the
markets,
people, operating in those markets. We know, the
no, I'm
criminal.
saying for the laws to
Oh
appear
yeah,
as fair,
of course,
it
of
has to
course.
be. I don't care who you are. This is Lagos market.
Hmm.
So you cannot say, oh, we are being targeted. No, just to clean up, be decent human being. There's a time when I was in Lagos in 2017, I was disgusted. Some people were selling food by refuse dump, and the people were comfortable buying. And the odor, I'm like, what kind of human beings are this?
Hey, can I interject with you? You mentioned a point that's very important. It's one of the reasons I called him. You say in Lagos, there's no Igbo market or Yoruba market or any ethnic market. It shouldn't be the case. In fact, I totally agree with you. And if we have such a thing like Igbo market or Hausa market, the question is, why did it become that? Why would you turn a place to one ethnic group?
I guess that's always
I mean,
been like that, though.
I
guess that's always been like that. I think naturally people
how did it
just
become
feel
like that? How do people
people
come to
just
a
feel
place
comfortable.
and just
There are some
turn one place to their
businesses,
own?
that Yorubas are not really known to B or B
No, market. When it comes to market, everybody's a trader. Almost everyone in
No,
Africa,
I
Nigeria
understand,
is a
but
trader.
if you go to Ladipo market, I think Ladipo is a mix of both. We have Igbos, we have Yorubas that operates there, but there's some just like when you go to Tejo Show in Yaba now, most likely people will sit there
See,
predominantly.
let me tell you. See, Ladipo, all these markets before, they've always been there. Even before Igbos populated Lagos and everything, things like that. Like the question is, how did one ethnic group just become the owner of one market? I mean, what happened? How did you push all these other people away from there? I mean, what did you do? Was it like
It's systemic. Sometimes the people do it just to be able to carve the market to themselves and to control the price and stuff like that. And
so you play trade war, economic
not
warfare,
necessarily trade war. I think
economic warfare?
these are the things that happen. It's just that we don't usually pay attention to it. When people, not necessarily an ethnic base, but people of like interest, decided to figure out a way to carve the market for themselves, they will start trying to expand and trying to dominate and use people of the same interest. So that is how they capture the market. So that means whoever is outsider that is trying to establish themselves there will be fighting not just one individual, but group of people with the same interest. So every front, whether front back, you'll be fought to a steal. So if you register and you are operating from that market, you have to go by their rules, and that's how
I'm
No,
saying
the
when
no,
the
no.
market was
systemic.
created, when it was named Ladipo Market, I'm
I
pretty
get
sure it
it.
wasn't
Yeah.
an Easterner that came there to establish that
Mike,
market and name it Ladipo Market.
Mike, listen.
And for
It's not
that
even.
market to
It's
now all of a sudden, I mean, I'm aware, I know more about economy, and I know things about economic sabotaging and things like that, trade war. People do it. Sometimes people do it to you without you even being aware of it. And the person that did it to you, if you were aware of it, you really were conscious of the economic warfare. The person may not successfully do it, but if they catch you blindsided, you will find yourself out of business when that person is actually, because I could be trading something and see you as, oh, hey, my business partner or someone we have one trader here looking for each other, and you can be doing something to sabotage my business without me knowing and things like that, just to push me away from there. So we don't know. So when we ask this kind of
Mike.
question, how did the market all of a sudden become one ethnic? One ethnic group. Like, come on, when there are thousands of
Mike,
ethnic group in the
Mike,
city.
listen.
We just
I,
explain it
I,
down
I
though.
don't really see. I don't really care about that. These markets have leaders. So you think that leaders of grown men and women can't clean up themselves and require the government to come and tell them how to clean up their own environment where they sell the business, where you
Yeah,
make your money?
that one I was
I
going to touch
mean,
on that. That part I was even going to touch on. I see, you have to understand, VT. See, most people that come straight to Lagos, you understand? Their goal is to come there, just come grab the money, because Lagos is like a place where it's very easy to make money. Grab money and go and build in your village or wherever you come from. That's the goal. And people even find it easier. It's easier to even make money in a mix of chaos where things is disorganized and things like that. You understand? So when government have to step in and start making rules to make sure things don't get totally out of line. I mean, this is not the first time people complain about, oh, government is after us. Even when Fashion first came in and started making rules where people don't just start in the middle of the road, in the middle of the driveway, they complain too.
Mike, just to remind everyone here, Ajali Koko cited a market that was predominantly Yoruba last year that was shut down for the same reason, for not then keep cleaning up the area, the litter, the refuse are everywhere. They shut down the market, predominantly Yoruba market.
See,
So it's
Thomas,
not
let me
pick
tell you
and
something.
choose. No.
Yeah. Let me tell you something about human nature, right? If you enter a room, you sit down, and somebody in that room start calling you, like you just looking at that person in the room, start accusing you of being something. It means that person himself, that's what that person is all about. You understand? That's why you don't manipulate. You understand? Like, a thief, we always suspect everyone in that room to be a thief. You understand? So when somebody's always suspecting you to be up to something, it means that person himself is just projecting his own mentality or his own mindset onto you. So when the government is doing something and you're quickly accusing the government of ethnicity, tribalism, it means you yourself, why are you quick to suspect? Are you the only, is when one ethnic group is the only one complaining that, hey, there's tribalism attack against me, when other ethnic group they are not saying, oh, this is ethnic. So it means that something ethnically might be in your mental, in your mindset yourself, for you to start always suspecting that somebody is ethnically going against you. And you can't point at, you can't say, okay, this person is a known bigot or known to be going after ethnicity. All of a sudden, you are making accusation that someone is attacking you because of your ethnic group. It means that, wow, you must be someone that's really, you yourself, maybe that's the way you reason. That's your mentality. You see things from ethnic base, you be attacking other people because they're from other ethnic groups. So that's why I suspect that these people that are doing that, that's their own way of doing things to others. So that's why they're suspecting that anyone that's doing anything must be doing the same to them. You understand? Because when the government make a rule, their Calabar don't complain, Hausa don't complain, Ijo don't complain, Yoruba don't complain, but it's only you that will say, oh, they're attacking the Igbos. That means for you to quickly be looking at it from that angle, that means you must be someone that actually be, that's your mentality. That's what you've been doing then. There must be, because if someone in the room is telling me, oh, that guy is a thief, oh, that guy is a thief. Why do you suspect everyone is a thief? If you yourself, you are not, it's not something you do all the time, so you suspect everyone is doing what you're doing, you know? So that just made me a say, yeah.
Yeah, Adewale continue. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get all the argument that yes, what has to be done has to be done. But sometimes this thing is easier said than done. We're talking about people, we're talking about uh, lives, we're talking about people that, not necessarily share our view or share your view, but have a different mindset. What you see as being fair will be seen as they will see themselves being at the receiving end of your action. So just like you are at work or your workplace, your supervisor might think that yes, is doing the right thing, but then you that you're the one feeling the brunt of the whole thing will have a different uh, 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 mindset. So yes, Lagos need to be clean. Lagos has to be clean, one way or the other. But we shouldn't forget also that yes, in as much as
Adewale, let me tell you something that has happened to me here personally. I don't know how you guys do in America or UK. We have 3 bins, one for rubbish, one for recycle, and one for organic, which is your grass, cut, everything you cut. My wife mistakenly on that recycle, it has to be plastic, anything that can be recycled. You know that. So they don't want nylon. We don't call nylon here nylon. They call it plastic here. They don't want that plastic.
here too.
Yes, they don't want plastic in that recycle because they don't recycle plastic here. So my wife mistakenly put plastic, which is nylon, we normally call it Nigeria, in the recycle. And immediately they took the refuse, the truck fitting it into the truck. Any refuse come from any house is being camera. You know how sophisticated this country is. So if you put something there, they will know the house, where the nylon came from, where anything came from. They send letter to us, warning letter. They didn't find us. They sent warning letter, just nylon in a recycle bin, just nylon, just plastic nylon. To tell you how far I'm not comparing this place to Australia, to Nigeria, but Lagos State started from scratch just to even to remove the waste, and people are not abiding with the rules and regulations. We will come and take the refuse, and even the money they are collecting from them is not that bad. It's small money, some ridiculous money. My mother-in-law have tenants. They share like maybe 200 naira or 500 naira per month. That is affordable now. 500 or 400 per month for your whole refuse, for government to come and take it. So yeah, we should be. We
Yeah,
are
I
not doing
mean,
anything, but the government is trying to do something.
yeah, but you must also be um, when you I get your point, but at the same time you also put yourself in the shoe of the people making the payments. We're in a country where people don't even trust people in government, not even talk about even doing the right thing. So how do you make people see the good that you are planning to do for them? Yes, we can enforce it and say, look, we're going to shut the market down. We're going to do this. Not necessarily a dictatorial move, but it's just that sometimes you have to let people, just like the kids, when you're teaching a child, let them see the effect of what they are doing or what will be the aftermath of their action. And then they will learn from it, have the fire burning. Now, so also the society. Socially, people are very reluctant to change. When it comes to changing people's mind, when I was doing my MBA, one of my professor then, a Nigerian professor, actually shared one of the theory of on freezing and freezing theory. When he mentioned in the school of leadership, when he mentioned that how do you expose people to good idea or change their routine without even rubbing them off in the wrong way? Because as you are right now, let's say you have a morning shift or evening shift. The day you are being told that you are going to be moving to another shift is going to change your routine completely. And I bet you are not going to be happy to even hear that, except if you are going to be well paid, right? Even if you are well paid, it's still going to change your plan, right, Thomas? So, and then, but how do you get people to embrace the changes? Something that they are not known to be doing, something that, yes, you can shove it down their throat, but at the same time, you also have to let them understand. Do you know that people come to Lagos, live in Lagos in a very, whatever you can call it, the worst place any human being can live, and they don't really care just to make the money, right? But the thing is also is this: if you let them know that their health is going to be exposed to terrible, terrible diseases and all that, maybe they might have a change of mind. Now, you have to unfreeze their mind, lay it down there, let them see, right? Of course, you give them the timeline. They have to be, it has to be decided and all that, even to the point that they will both be being a stakeholder. They will be at the table, negotiate the fee, because government can't just assume that this amount has to be how much they are going to pay, period. There's no discussion about it. Talking about people who are, whether market move or no market move is none of government concerns. So they are the stakeholder. They are part of the decision making. So let them get involved from the beginning. I bet you people will embrace it. But of course, we're in a political season, we're in a political era. Whether election is over, we are not. It's over with in you. To others, it's just starting. All right. So we have that divisions already on the ground. Now the government is trying to enforce what is right. So while we're doing that, it's just like saying, look, my child, you're wrong. You done something wrong. I will whoop you. But at the end of the day, that child will see you as being a terrible parent, not necessarily have his or love in mind for doing what you're doing. But once that child knows that daddy loves me, this is just to teach me that I shouldn't be doing this, that child would know the next time is not going to do that. So yes, people will revolt simply because they are still grieved that they lost or their favorite person lost election. People are also going to utilize it to their advantage simply because the people operating from the market are from certain ethnic. Yes, they want that optic to look that way so that it will become the topic to talk about, right? But like you said, there's no good time or bad time to enforce it. But also the people enforcing it also, they have to look at everything. Have they been, exposed to what the benefit they will get from it properly? Even here in advanced country, things are not just done. You have to have given uh, time. And
And
then
And training to the people in the market, when they move into the market, do they have any manner teaching them this is where to dispose
No,
your
because of
waste?
what they've been doing that, they've been doing it individually before. So now that the
Yes.
government say yes, we have to. That's the reason why I bring
No,
that.
no, 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 no. I'm saying that they have head of market now. For that
What
place,
if the
there's
head of the
somebody in
market is
charge.
not even? Yeah, but the head of the
So
market
what
is
is their
not.
job? What are they doing? What is the what would aren't you supposed to tell them how this is what we want to do? If you
Yeah,
just
but the
join the
thing is,
market, this is the rule and regulations. What is
but
the
see,
what is the point of being in leadership in the market?
I want to believe that that market has been paying some levies and fees to the local authority before now. So how come the authority didn't deem it fair that this market needs to be cleaned up before it is now that they want to, you know, if I have to pay $500, you remember Nigerians don't pay taxes, they don't pay fees. They will find a way to, you know, uh, to dodge paying fees. You and I understand that. So even if they are paying the fee, they don't even believe that that money is going to be judiciously spent because they don't know if it's going to the pocket of Oluomo or Oluaye or anybody, right? So to them, they may be having their own reservation towards that. And then you are saying that look, you have to take it or leave it. So they will tell you, well, we've been operating here, we'll be cleaning the market, but yeah, you are not cleaning enough. So we want to step in and make sure there's no epidemic or pandemic or anything break out. So it's just a very, it may look so easy to just say, hey, we are putting our foot down, we're going to do this. But also look at all those. Sometimes people don't know um, the effect of what they've been doing. But one day, once you get exposed and educated about something, then you use it for your own advantage. Even the head of the market we're talking about, there's a chances that they themselves are like them, you know.
Yeah, no, but I was getting to someone that I blame the local council themselves.
Mm.
So the problem comes because if you're supposed to meet with head of the market, they're supposed to let you know what's going on. There's supposed to be some kind of synergy between head of market and the local council.
Mm.
So any change that you need to make, you let them know. Then they will not give you a feedback of how to best implement it because they have to run it through their own members. This change is
Yeah.
coming. What can we do? How can we adjust? So you prepare their minds ahead of time. As a matter of fact, let them come up with their own plan and see how you can work with them. That also when people come up with their own plan, they feel like they're part of that system. They want to contribute more as opposed to imposing your own style of
Mhm.
on them. So you say to them, listen, guys, this is dirty. We will clean up. We will not clean up. We will put it somewhere. We'll come pick it up. Maybe every Monday, Wednesday, Friday in the morning. You give them a schedule.
Mm.
Okay, what is your own schedule? What works best for you? Collaborative effort.
Mm.
They will not come up with their own plan. Collaborative effort. But when you just show up and say, yeah, let's do, that's what kind of festers this kind of nonsense of
Mm.
ethnic, yeah. But you need to work. That's a problem as well. Nigerians sometimes leadership problems. I don't know.
Yeah, you are right, Brother. You are right. When you have a system where people don't even trust each other, that's what will ended up happening because we are known not to toe the line of authority. We are known to be disobedient to the authority. That's what we are good at. We circumvent everything called authority, everything called law, because we don't want to pay the price. But at the same time, government coming around now, um, it shows that someone has not been doing his right job because I bet you there's no market in Lagos that does not pay one fee or the other to the authority. So if they have been collecting those fees from the operators in those markets, then I believe they're also obligated to make sure that the environment is well tidy and regulated. But everything being done now will be seen from that perspective of, oh, somebody is trying to uh, you know uh, making sure that we do not operate and all sort of things will be read into that whatever the action.
They were, but Isn't that waste disposal or waste recycling? Isn't that a huge market that needs to be tapped into by private sector? Like if you provide for recycling, right?
Yeah.
So if you have waste management, you can find private sector that will, and you just ship it to them. They will take in your waste. These are things that you can incorporate into that system.
As a matter of
And
fact, they can even the agents, I mean the government, the local authority can also utilize, people from that area too, the operators in those markets to also maybe jointly own the business and start picking the refuse and all that if
yeah,
possible.
provide incentives as well.
But
The cleanest market for this year gets you so bonus. This is the rank them every week or every month. Put some incentives. You
yeah,
know, create competition.
but
Adewale
everything.
and Babati, do you know that even cleaning is not enough? The disposing of what you clean, the refuse, is much even important like cleaning as well. Because if you clean and you don't dispose well, it doesn't anywhere you dump it, it's still dirty, isn't it? So disposing of the refuse should be even the most paramount priority for everyone. Because as we are still living, Adewale Ababati, we will use refuse. We will have refuse even in our private house. We don't, tomorrow night is when they will carry refuse here. I've already piled up the refuse for the whole week. You won't even imagine. I just do my lawn now because they are carrying the organic one tomorrow. I just did my lawn now this morning. So the dispose of the refuse will be even the paramount priority of everyone, because if you clean, you don't dispose, it doesn't make any sense. Continue.
Babati, I don't know, between Lagos and New York, which one is dirtier?
Lagos is second to none, bro.
Mostly. Because
Exactly.
Lagos.
I was in.
Which kind of
I wa-
question is that?
my brother, hey, these are my eyes have seen some things that my mouth can't explain. Look, my first time going to New York, um, we were in downtown at the what do you call it, Wall Street area, and then I
Ghetto.
needed to.
Is that the ghetto of New York?
Not necessarily where you expect that at least you will be seeing the best of the best, where the money, that
Ah, yes, where the money is. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, you can find the money tree if I can put it that way. Only for me to, I told my friend, I said, look, where can we, I need to use the restroom and all that. My friend looked at me and said, don't worry. Our spouses were there with us too, so we excused ourselves from there. I thought it was taking me to somewhere, a restaurant or somewhere. Only for us to walk some few blocks. Then we go to a corner. My friend said, let's do it right here. I was like, wait, what? I said, no, we'll do
Really?
it. True.
In America?
Yeah, it was in the night. He said, let's do it. I said, boy, what are we talking about? We can't do this. And right there, where we're about to ease ourselves, were a pile of refuse. I want to believe they are going to be picked up the following day or that night. That was the reason they have piles of refuse on the street. And as as I was about to start handling my business, I saw that creature coming from nowhere. When you have the rat we have in Lagos, that big one. This one is even times three of it. I ran. That urine all vanished. I couldn't use myself. I I was like, what is that? They said, oh, that's a rat. I said, that can't be a rat. That must be a gorilla rat. For a city that is as big as New York, what I want to say is this: um, every country before 1999, Lagos was is still the most dirtiest state in Nigeria. Because if you look at the way Lagos, even common Oshodi there, the last time I was in Nigeria, that was in 2018. I look at what was going on there. I look at the Oshodi train terminals, and I was marveled. As at that time, it was not even completed, but the Oshodi Sales and everywhere were completely empty. Where places that used to be headquarters of refuge then,
Rescue. Yes,
Yeah,
yes, you're right.
not no longer be the Lagos State. I mean, Oshodi of the old days where you be walking at the Oshodi Salem, going all the way to Bolade and all that. Everywhere was cleared, and I was like, you know. But now the subsequent Lagos administration has been making sure the streets are clean and gutters are cleaned. And I remember living in Lagos cleaning the gutters every Saturday. Every was it fourth or last Saturday of the month?
Yeah,
And we
last
clean.
Saturday of the month.
Yeah,
Saturday.
we,
Yes.
we do
I
environmental
think 7 to
sanitation.
11
Yeah, and
thereabouts.
that was those were good uh, initiatives that that make that state help the state a little bit to get clean.
And even Adewale, before you go on, every Thursday they declare cleaning in every market from
Yeah.
7 a.m. to 11 a.m. for people to
Yes.
clean up their market. So they are trying. They are really trying for
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
But to turn around the situation of that state to make it even more cleaner, we also have to sensitize people. How many places have you seen refuse drum where you can walk in the street and drop your trash, or your recycle bin where you can drop your plastic bottles, and all those things? How many places in the city do you?
Adewale, they have it before now. Do you know what happened?
Okay.
When the refuse gets to a level, certain level, they will tell people to stop. Keep your refuse in your house. Let them empty that one, the filled one. But people will not listen. In the middle of the night, people will
No, no, no,
come
no.
and
I'm talking about in the public. In the
yeah,
public.
you mean that yes, like a public that small
Yeah,
container we have.
places where you can find maybe we don't even have
Yeah,
park,
I
but
understand.
yeah, where you
Yeah.
can easily drop it. Up to today.
Even in your buses, you have refuse dump in buses, train, everywhere
Oh, yeah.
because you can't litter the floor.
I think the kind of people that live in the big city like Lagos, even in New York, I was surprised. Uh, some of the things that I saw in New York, I was like, wait a minute, you can't such things you can't even find in Philadelphia because I think it has to do with the mindset of people living there. They don't care, right? So for the market people to have chose to revolt against the decision of the local authority shows that they don't really care about their getting their market clean, but just to capitalize on that for whatever motive or reason they want to choose. But then I expect that the local authority will do more by making sure that they sensitize those people, and not just because, like I said, everything being done now will be looked at from that angle. They look at, oh, we are being is it marginalized or what is not? It's not marginalized. We are being I don't know what to call it.
Targeted.
Yeah, they are being targeted. They will cry foul because they belong. They're from certain region of the country. I won't blame them. Anybody will exploit any opportunity, at any time because everybody wants to have a voice. Maybe that will help, you know. But at the same time, what is not right is not right. They have to keep the city clean. But the local authority can do better. I believe there's always a, a, a avenue or opportunity to, hear things out and sort things out
They,
before
they,
you.
they, were, they were I know this might not be nice to say, but we also have to address this as well. Something
Sorry.
that I need to say, I need to address one thing as well in regards to this issue.
Oh, okay.
It might not be nice to say, but I have to say it. Many people are coming from their villages into Lagos. They have a certain type of behavior when it comes to disposing from their other hole, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely right.
So
You are
they,
right,
they
brother.
bring those kind of attitudes. So it's not even, when I'm talking about waste disposal, I'm not discussing refuse only, even the bodily fecal disposal of waste. They have a certain
Yeah.
culture in their village that they bring to Lagos that has yet to leave. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So
But
it's an go ahead,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, Baba T, I agree with you. I was once a perpetrator of that. Um, One day, myself and my brother, my big
Onshuka
cousin.
Kiriabi,
No,
one
no,
time
no,
back.
no, 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 no. I call him my brother, but it's my big cousin. But I call him my brother. So we were coming because we work together at the same place. So usually he'll pick me up. I'll ride with him with other people going home. So on this particular evening, you know how you buy things in the during the what you call it, traffic stops and all that. And he bought things for me, and I was eating. I guess maybe gala or something. I can't remember what that particular product. But after I finished eating in the plastic wrap, I was trying to figure where to drop it. Guess what I did? I rolled down the window and I tossed it out. Man, I heard everything that I needed to hear about myself on that day. But you know how you feel like the ground should swallow you. To a point, I was kind of like questioning: Is it more than dropping trash on the road? This my brother chew me to the bone. Who is going to pick it up? Who did you employ to pick it up? Have you seen anybody sweeping the bridge? Have you? At the point, I wasn't agreeing with what he was saying, but after some time, I began to reason with what he said. This is not right. You don't employ somebody to pick up trash on the street. Then I was not even having any clue about the effect of plastic in the environmental, ecosystem. So I was kind of like, but then it dawned on me that what I was doing was wrong. So you are right with your submission that yes, people that are coming from places not necessarily village, sometimes they have this culture.
They only come out for one room, come out for one roti,
No,
come
I
out for
don't do
water
that.
and bar,
I don't do.
come out for energy. No,
Wait a minute. Wait a
Thomas,
minute.
let's say
Wait a
it.
minute.
Thomas, let's say these things. You
I've
know
been there.
it's true. You know it's
Yeah.
true. Not cutting your nails, not brushing your teeth, not using roll on. I'm telling you.
No,
Am I lying?
Babati, let me tell you something. I don't know if you grew up in the city. I didn't grow up in the city. Okay, I'm a I'm a uh, I'm a self tutor or self tutored individual. I decided to re-educate myself and to re-educate myself. Um, I may have some sort of accent here and there, but then I chose deliberately to not to be a local champion, but to re-educate myself or to reorientate myself. So me not being born into a city, but in the places, of course, the villages are kept clean because you have to sweep, you have to do all that. But
Right.
at the same time, those are the little.
So you use so you use Alangari.
I've used it before. Why not?
Mm.
I've used it before in my, in my
In my,
yeah,
your immune system must be something else. But I'm
yes.
saying that by design,
This is why.
Lagos should be in a way like when you come to America, even though you have some Oluko attitude, you adjust.
Oh yeah, of course.
But Lagos is that so I feel bad for Lagos sometimes because the more Lagos does, the more they will suffer. Do you know why? Because Lagos is taking up the borders of irresponsible states in Nigeria. So the better Lagos plans, the more the people will show up in Lagos. So Lagos is pretty much taking care of everybody, which is unfair to Lagos because there's so much Lagos can do. If Lagos had look at that train line now that they are doing. If Lagos push train to everybody everywhere in their state, more people will troop into Lagos. As a matter of fact, they say by 2040, 42 or 45, Lagos is going to have close to 50 million people living there. That is Nigeria's population is going to be 250 by then. So imagine 20% of Nigerians will be living in the smallest state in the country. How is that fair to that state? You want
Yeah, but
now?
I think the development is the level of development that Ogun State, the neighboring state, Ogun State and Ogun State and Oyo State have witnessed
We
over
don't
the
want
years.
them in the well. Let them go and meet the Thomas in Oyo. Thomas will take care of them over there.
The level
I
the
don't want to, Babati. No. We don't want.
but people are actually they are moving to Oyo State, really, really, exploring that axis. And Ogun State has been a very wonderful state to Lagos State, and people have been moving, Mowe and all the way to um, what do you call it? After Mowe, going to. I won't be surprised when I started moving, linking up to Badagry. I mean, so not Badagry. compared to what do you call it, Djibouti and the rest and all that. But then Lagos is still the only state in Nigeria that you can come in a plastic bag and go home with the big buses. So and it tells you about that state, about some of the characteristics of that state. But you know those behavior pattern you mentioned, you know those things will be happening. Those things will be rampant. Why? Because people are moving in with a different culture and different background. But one thing that I know that was different than where I grew up was that it was when I moved to Lagos that I experienced mosquito. I never knew that mosquito could bite you and you get malaria. You know those mosquitoes that will be singing to your ear and disturb your sleep. Those are the kind of mosquito I was exposed to until I moved to Lagos and I started seeing the babanda yeah mosquito. Those ones that will bite you, that they are bigger than even your thumb. Those are the mosquitoes that I was exposed to. So yes, Bushiwa Lobi Loshiwa Agbaja, my brother. People change. Environment will change people. You know, at the end of the day, it's individual. It's still about individuals. It's the way you want to carry yourself. Yes, you could grow up in somewhere in Kwara and move to Lagos and then started living in Ikoyi or living in Lekki. You know, those Ajebo places and all that. You know, like I said, I learned my lesson. I learned that I shouldn't be dumping refuse on the street. Uh, I mean, it was even criminal. Not necessarily criminal, but I think it's punishable by fine if you are found dumping. And I've seen people doing that here in the United States too. You know, they just dump plastic wrap on the street and nobody care, especially during the traffic, small traffic. They do it. Human beings are just despicable. They do things that, as long as they know people are not looking, you finding those things in the society is not going to be finding a nail in the haystack. They are bound. They are everywhere. You know, always have someone who is going to be a we can call it anarchist or always going against the system. But then you have to people like that needed to be not just you know being forced to do the right thing, but you have to let them see reason why they have to do it. The main reason why they must do it because they will benefit more from it than to going against that. But nevertheless, fortunately, that market was open that day because compromise must have been reached and someone must have taken uh, the correct measure. So that shows that it was resolved. But then they have to make sure that such thing doesn't happen again. But I can imagine a market that has been in operation for years and no such things ever occur there. It shows that some people are not. If that happens in the places in like an advanced country, somebody must have been, you know, being fired one way or the other. I'm just saying, I don't know. But in Nigeria, nobody pays price. No head. Head won't roll. Heaven won't fall. Right? It just tells you about who we are as people. Just a difficult human being. But we're wonderful too. We're wonderfully made. We're just right.
I know.
We
I
can be
know. Ah,
difficult when we want to be difficult. We can be,
Thomas, when you don't fire from my own go, believe what on so
I do
wonderfully made.
believe. I do.
Yeah, wonderfully made. Don't you know? You belong
yeah,
wonderfully made.
we are we are wonderfully made and preciously.
This man is a very. He's always finding a way. You see, I don't know if you ever watch or studied me. Whenever I'm making my submissions, I'm always finding a middle ground. You see, you can't find me. My pendulum swinging in one
Well,
way.
there, but let's be honest. All this trying to find the middle. Sometimes there's no middle ground. Let's just
There's
say
no middle ground everywhere. Hey, Baba T.
onídọ̀tí, onídọ̀tí olóòórùn.
Human beings we are
Very,
very.
very,
Human beings
very
are very.
nasty.
Yeah, human beings are very dynamic, and dynamism is what actually made us to be. Sometimes you have to think from their perspective. You may not see what I'm saying, and that's why you have to be flexible and have that middle ground um, option.
No, they were listening to me. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you something. Even in primary school in Nigeria, they teach us clean your nails, wash
Mm.
your hands, clean your face, wash, you know, the
So
basic
more,
hygiene.
yeah, Connor.
You know,
Hey, but you live here in
I
America,
mean,
Babati. The dirtiest people ever are the white people.
I know what I'm saying that you see, we are comparing ourselves to people that have uh, alternatives. Think about it when they have where to go. You in Nigeria, you don't have that same leverage. You can't keep comparing yourself to them.
Well,
You start using Agbo, your kidney will now run down, or your liver. You not say, oh, why ye? It's not why ye. I
Oh,
fall
why
ayé
fat
ló
you?
wà
now.
ayé ló
It's
wà
I fall fat now. It's not why ye. You see
ayé
what
ló
I'm
wà.
saying?
But
Ignorance.
Babati, ignorance is terrible, 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 terrible thing. But that tells you or shows that human beings sometimes our mind is kind of like closed. Sometimes it takes a lot to open it up to embrace new changes. Human beings sometimes we look at things from a very narrow-minded uh, perspective. I used to teach cognitive intervention or cognitive skills, and I always, trying to utilize this social, experiment. I'll tell people to roll up paper and look at their and tell me what they see from that view of that roll paper that was rolled. They will tell me they will see me. I said, okay, what do you see on the left? What do you see on the right? They will say, well, it's blurred because they can't see beyond what is shown in that. I say, well, that means you have to expand your view. What do you think you know before? You have to wipe off your windshield
Hmm.
of belief and be able to see clearly things that you never really get used or seen before. They'll be like, oh, that's I said. Those are the things that human beings sometimes we limit ourselves to what we see, or we condition our heart and our mind to what we see. You know, what makes the tradition? Tradition is simply because something being repeated over and over and over by certain people, and we embrace it and say it has to be done that way.
Do,
What?
do you even know, Diwali, I was even thinking of your business. Somebody was pitching it to me. Do you know this market? You can actually make money if you have public showers and public toilets. If you just be like one of those like a gym that has all this where you can go shower, change your
Hmm.
clothes, iron your clothes, and
Hmm.
do your igbonse.
Hmm.
And it's like you can make. I was thinking like this is a huge
Absolutely.
untapped market.
Oh yeah.
This is huge.
Oh yeah.
I
But
mean,
never look at. But what do you call the same people that will benefit from it are the people that will shut it down. You know why? Because in as much as they are not benefiting from it, they wouldn't want you to benefit from it. But like you said, it's a huge market for those people operating from that market to tap into. But we're in an environment where everybody see each other as enemy. It doesn't even matter whether you know
even usually laundromat. Do you know how much money you can make in a laundromat in Nigeria?
my
Instead of
brother.
washing and hanging your clothes, just
In
I mean,
2005, I wanted to establish laundromat in Lagos. I had gotten a shop, everything already set. I already spoke to the electrician that will help me do the wiring, and I went because I was thinking that in my mind I was thinking that one day they will fire me from this job. you know, that was when the Soludo issue, and they were laying people up because bank couldn't cope, and they didn't have much resources, so they rather reduce their before the merger and all that. And I was thinking how they will fire me, so just get yourself prepared. I wasn't even banking on uh, any compensatory packages, whatever. So I went to Dubai, right, 2005. As at that time, Burj Khalifa and so was still under the construction. The entire city was just, half complete. Half developed, kind of. But it was already uh, shows that there's going to be a modern city. However, while I was there, I had this thing that maybe I should. It occurs to me, right, that I've seen this abroad before. I saw the washing machine. I was like, why can't I do this? The friends that we went travel together, then I said, well, you can do that. So what did I do? I asked about the price, so they gave me commercial price. So I bought like I think around 8 ish just for a start, right? Both dryer and washer. Something happened in between. Nigerian factor crept in. I couldn't continue with it. What happened, my brother? We shipped this item. I was there live. I bought it, Dubai there. I don't know They still do that now, where you go to the market, you buy whatever you want to buy, then you give them the address where they will take you to. They will take you there free of charge. I don't know if they still do that. Even if you ask them to bring it to your hotel, they will still. By the time you get back to your hotel in the evening, or by the time you come back, your item is already in the lobby waiting for you. I don't know if they still do that. So I told them to take it to our shipper then. Actually, follow. No, we went out there and we saw them, packaging the entire thing. You know, 2 months, 1 month after we came back, 2 months, 3 months. What is going with our container? Why has I already have electrician on standby. As a matter of fact, I haven't got the license to operate in Lagos, but I knew they're gonna grant me. I don't know if has anybody ever opened laundromat in Lagos up to now, except dry cleaning services. Hello, anybody? Babati, Thomas.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you
Yeah.
know if anybody has ever opened a laundromat except what do you call it? Um,
Normal laundry.
yeah,
Yes,
like a
people have laundry.
laundromat where
Like
you do it yourself, but not
no,
like
no, no, nothing. None, none, none,
okay. So I had
none.
that in mind. 4 months, 6 months after we came back, nothing, no container on site. So what did I do? I had already gave up because I was like, no, I don't can't spend my energy on this and all that. So the next thing, some of those friends that we traveled together, they were trying to pursue it. We later found out because somebody came, the powerful people came from Abuja, who were supposed to be part of people that use that shipper. And they came from Abuja. So told us a day that we'll go to Apapa. So getting to Apapa, we got to one warehouse. We didn't even know, we thought it was just to show us the container that this is your container, because of course we have the number of the container. Only to find out that our goods have been removed from the container and dumped in one warehouse. On getting to that warehouse, my brother, we saw that was the day I knew Nigeria cannot be better, my brother. I passed my neighbor, like two-story building. Oh, that's where I knew that, okay, forget about electricity in Nigeria for the next 30, 40, 50 years. Because people that are selling this apart my neighbor will want to make money too, right? So my washing machine that I planned six.
Actually, on that apartment, but do you know we have the conspiracy theory that those people are spoiling not Nigeria to get better on their electricity so that they can continue importing
What are
generator
we
into the
talking
country?
about? If
We don't know how far it is.
that story cannot be far-fetched, my brother, because those people that imported those apart my neighbor, of course, if Nigeria has electricity today, how would they sell their goods? Who would they sell it to? So you have
Was Atiku not selling generator?
oh, I'm talking about Tiku, I'm talking about people selling apartment generator full of the entire warehouse, like three-story building down. I saw it. I was like this, like a pyramid. I said, no, forget it. Nigeria is messed up. Don't let me use the word that came to my mind. Only for us to get to that where they pack our stuff. Half of it already been stolen. I look at the washing machine. I was like,
Adewale, do you know lifespan of people living in Lagos can be cut off with carbonate from coming? No, I'm not joking. Because a complex of shop of 100, their generator set is at the back of the. Can you imagine the fuel coming, the flame coming from a 100 generators
my brother.
escaping to the atmosphere, and people are inhaling this thing? You can't compare it to. I don't know how US is. Here is vegetarian, green, grass everywhere. I just finished cutting my grass now. If you don't cut it, you'll be fine. Trees everywhere. Yeah, it's about trees. If you cut the government trees, they fine up to $30,000. Big. I'm not talking of small trees. Oh, a trees of 100 years, 200 years tree. Because no, I understand we have the problem of electricity, but I don't know how we can get use of the solar. The flame coming from generator is very dangerous to health. Maybe because my wife is a nurse, I came up from a background. I have many medical in my family. It can kill. Have you heard of many country a house in Nigeria? They mistakenly put their generator in the house, and before the day done, they are gone. They are gone with the flame coming out of the generator.
Carbon monoxide, I guess.
Carbon monoxide, yes. Carbon monoxide.
Yes. It's just that tells you about the country itself. We have people with certain interests that will want to drag the country down. Yeah, government give them license and allow them. They pay tariff on those items. I mean, they pay government, for importing those goods. But at the same time, they have to make profit, right? So those people make sure that the light is not generated. Even if it's generated, make sure that it's not transmitted. And if it's transmitted, they'll make sure that it's never available. Bribe people that are supposed to supply. You know, so that is why anywhere in Lagos now, or where you have what do you call it? The one where they use the card for their meter. Majority of you people will say there are the elite people, or should I say middle class, upper middle class, because people don't want to use card. They want to be tapping and using lights, discriminately, without paying. Oligbe Oligbani is just the mindset of people.
Funny. There used to be a guy, a Nepal guy that used to have like three. You know how they used to share lights back in the day? You have money, you have light Tuesday, Wednesday. And this guy worked for Nepal, so he was starting from three sources, three transformers when they come.
Wow.
Autonomous. Nigeria was playing, and he used to exploit the youth now when we want to watch football back in the day. That was the days of those big dishes now.
Wow.
Football back in the days. So he should take money from us and we bring copper to fix the transformer and collect money. So that day, Nigeria was playing. Kaike with his copper as usual wanted to fix the transformer. And under the cage of a big in which is what they all we saw was yay. we just saw those yellow bulb with that flash. Boom. That thing just threw that guy far. The guy was just yelling, Ojú ọ̀run yellow, Ojú ọ̀run yellow. So I mean, Mick. No. It said Mick. What about she? One cow Mick, that Mick. Now for Bobo Wetibo. So apparently, this guy was messing with the light on purpose once in a while to collect money from people.
Wow.
So we not use the proper. Those. They have all these big plugs that they put in now.
Yes, of course. Yes, they're like a
battery stuff. So what was the guy low calling? And we have to call Baba Nepa every time. I thought about Bobo where Boone, but I the Boo the guy avoided us. But people used to tap even back in the day, even Nitel lines. People used to tap illegal phone lines.
Oh yeah.
They will tap it and have their own phone. And time boom with the phone here. Every little phone, if they hear foreign noises from people will make you long distance call on your phone line. Nigerians we've been criminals for so long ago. We've been criminals. I'm telling you. Even in high school. So I was an assistant. I think I said before in this platform. I was supposed to be the senior boy, but in our own school back then, the top two guys, you had to come on the assembly ground and make your case because they vote for you.
Oh wow!
Right. So the top two, when it comes to academics, you come out on assembly over 6,000 people. Then you make your case. Then you vote.
Oh, wow.
But they'll vote. Yeah, they'll vote for other prefect stuff. Labor, all those stuff. They just put them there based on how the teachers like them, whatever, or they are good academically. But that top senior boys, senior girls. The guy I was going against I was day student. He was boarding. That's what I was going against. So I'm like, okay, I made a good presentation. I'm good. Whatever. So we had about 60,000 students in the school. When they counted the vote, it was almost 8,000 votes.
Wow.
We have been rigging since high school. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's not, I'm telling you. Because the person that was counting the votes was the agri department. And interestingly, it was also their headmaster, their housemaster, sorry. So, of course, they will be the one counting. Once they add the mug, in it, wait a minute. That's when I knew there was no hope for Nigeria. I knew from high school. I'm telling you. Off the journey.
Babati, let me teach you a bit. I heard what they call Dele Momodu. He said he shared Ovation newspaper to the delegates. I said, is it the Ovation newspaper they are going to hit? Atiku is giving them thousands of dollars. You are sharing Ovation newspaper.
Now lie. There's, I mean, except it's just waking up today. There's no way he will send ovation to the delegate. Look, you know what I've learned is that
That
people
one is
lie.
no, that one's not a serious.
It wasn't
you know
a
what?
serious.
They were like, on a more serious note, you see, that Obi needs to be studied. This is probably one of the greatest manipulator of all time in Nigerian politics. This guy is the most fraudulent, the most divisive candidate I've ever seen in my life. So look at the way the video they caught him in, and the guy said, I have never asked anybody to vote for me because of religion. I have never done it before.
Do you think that audio was? Do you think that audio was?
Come on, it's real. Because do you know why they could not? They can't deny it because Oyedepo did not deny it. You see, that's the problem. No.
I was watching.
That is the problem they have. You can't deny something that Oyedepo is not willing to deny. That's that because Oyedepo is not going to see that it was
Do you know why I know that audio is good? That squeaky voice of Peter Obi.
No, see, if you ever watch this, what do you call it? This artificial intelligence.
They were late. Let's leave that. It was that was.
But I was even baffled when I was watching Arise News. Arise News got me so confused that I was laughing hysterically while I was having my bath because I was like, who do you these two people? Okay, I understand that if you want to debunk something, you debunk it outrightly. At the beginning, they said, well, it is illegal to tap into people's phone. They were going at it as if, yes, it was real, it was tapped into, and people that.
No. Adewale, how do they know that his phone was tapped?
No, I'm even looking at the argument.
People have
that
people have automatic.
That this thing is not real.
You can have automatic recording. You can have automatic recording on your phone that all your conversations.
Thomas. If you're an IT guy working in that sector, you can tap. Do you know how you can tap?
I know.
You're an engineer now. You know.
I'm an engineer. I know they can do that, but that conversation could be recorded from Oyedepo. It could be recorded from Peter Obi's side. Anyone can record it from both sides, maybe to go and boast somewhere that I was just speaking with Oyedepo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I used to respect Arise TV as a credible news channel, like Abati and the guy from Ogun State, Oseni. But with this election, I think they've lost their damn mind.
They were so partisan, and the same thing with the people of the arrival. What do you call it? TVC. They were partisan to the core, but not like we know where the TVC people, we know where their bread is butter. But the Arise News is where I found it very, very difficult to align with them because, on the other hand, you are criticizing, but you are cuddling. Not as if these people don't have the past. They do have the past, but you never, for once, give them the heat like you do to the incumbent and even the incoming. But you are cuddling this set of people, and you shows in your analysis daily basis that these people are going to be the punching bag. But then the analysis of that audio by the Abati and Rufai, one hand we are criticizing of the leakage, on the other hand you are saying, well, they've already said debunked it, and at the same time I think what actually did them in was the Okonkwo in his tweet, trying to rationalize the conversation, and that was what actually, no matter how they.
No, Diwali, you're missing the point once again. Why they could not deny is because Oyedepo was on the other side of the call. If you have a two-way conversation with somebody, if somebody says it's nothing, they're going to ask the other person now. So because he wants to restore his man of God image again, so he cannot deny. He has to spin it as well. So Oyedepo has yet to deny that it was him.
And
So
you can't do that as a Christian.
And he can't. So they know we
That
must.
is, we haven't heard from Oyedepo. He hasn't denied it.
That's my point. So that's the reason why they have to clear that it's them, but it's not what people think it is. They can't say it's AI.
He denied that it was that he didn't talk to Oyedepo though.
When who denied
that? Peter Obi.
When did he say that?
I think one of the Arise News.
No. Okonkwo or Perry, but they said it was doctored.
That was what I heard from his group. I think it was Tanko that issued it.
No, but Adewale can't deny it. No, now.
So
How can you deny that? How can you deny that?
Thomas, if you have a responsible media, they should be lining up in Otta right now in front of Covenant University. Covenant pastors will speak to you. Abi, they were in a society. That would be the next line. Okay, Pastor so turn Abi. He said you never even call. That should be the next line.
Who would do that? Which journalist would do that?
That's the reason why I love that. That's the reason why I love American news. Fox News, they don't send you.
Fox
News don't send you.
I listen to because they have independent media. Medias that are not bought. Yes, they have their own motive that they want.
Adewale, just give me 1 second.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret the support.
Amen. Amen.
We
look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. I believe that. I did the release, Nigeria going forward.
Yes.
And I'm coming out with the second one today.
Thank you, Daddy.
I wanted it out before when they won't have any time to do damage control.
Thank you, Daddy.
But in the name of Jesus, this project has succeeded.
Amen.
You know what I said in today's one? A sickly nation like Nigeria will require a strong and healthy personality.
Thank you, sir.
And I said anyone whose source of wealth cannot be verified should not have a...
Baba, do you hear that voice? If you can't deny this, who will ever deny this, man? No.
Baba T is not even here anymore. I don't know what's going
No,
on.
it just drop out now. Maybe it will come back. Yeah.
Oh, okay. The other day, Governor Fauci was invited to Arise News, and he was being accused of being part of the problem by being recorded on the phone, planning to
Playing the
rig
show
the
and
election.
rig the election.
Yeah, and it was very dramatic there because he uses um, unfounded on unauthenticated uh,
Audio.
audio to buttress his point, and that one vehemently uh, denied it and rejected it. But he was trying to say, "Well, you're part of it now." So, if as a journalist for something that was not, authenticated or corroborated, and you could use it against your guest. And this time around, you are saying that, well, it's a way you can submit the audio to a particular app, and that app will tell you if it is actually fake or real. And I was like, what is your take? What has that got to do with you? Are you the spokesperson of the Labour Party? Are you the spokesperson of Obi or Bishop Idepo? Your job as a journalist is to ask people questions. You have your opinion. Keep your opinion to yourself. But what I see is an opinionated individuals hankering a show, and they call it um, being objective. That's not being objective. That's not. Have you heard? Excuse me. Have you heard Kadari Ahmed? Have you seen our foremost journalist being seen as partisan and coming to?
That lady it speaks to the ethics of the job.
It's the
Very professional.
you know
Very
uh,
professional.
who? Oh, that lady. Yeah,
Kadara
you,
man.
you could tell that he was against the incumbent. She was, she's against uh, the administration. But at the same time, he never for once campaigned for any political party. He tried to. I mean, I'd watch her interview Babangida, he interviewed all these big men, But she was polite. She was, friendly. Not
You don't even ask questions that you would think that is partisan.
yeah, she asked
No.
questions that are germane to the nation buildings and all that, and she asks, but not in the threat point, not in the form of saying you are wrong, I'm right, but she let them speak their mind. But these days, all we care about is let me hit you where you think you know the funniest thing, Thomas. To criticize is the easiest job any person can find. Criticizing is the easiest job. A lazy man can even criticize. But you be the person in charge, and let's watch how you turn things around. The likes of Falanas, it's easier for them to be outside the glass house and keep throwing stone. People have not really explored the complexity of people that make up this country. Nigerians are the most difficult human being ever to manage, if you don't know. Yeah. I'm telling you, this same mouth that we will use to say Adegun, we will come back and say Adeogun. We'll never get satisfied because you are talking about people with a diverse background, different ethnicity, different beliefs, that believe that we can be one, but at the same time, you have to look at my views. And nobody wants to be. An average Nigerians abroad will tell you, look, I'm in charge. You can't come and boss me here. Nobody wants to be a subordinate. That shows you our attitude as Nigerians. We are very, very difficult to please. We don't follow the rules. We don't toe the line. We don't follow guidelines. We want to circumvent the rules. I don't care if you're a highly placed or if you're an elite. Even an elite is the one that does the worst in our society. In the days where Buhari took over, they were beating people in the street of Lagos then. You remember war against the discipline? If you
War
cross,
against the discipline.
yeah, if you
Why?
cross the what do you call it, express,
Expressway, yeah.
you'll be flogged like a cow.
Koboko.
Yeah, but elite. I've never seen elite being beaten, right? But they do the worst in their various fields. So Nigerians, whenever we're criticizing, we should also understand. Look, I said this some times ago. The same people that will vote for you, they are the ones that will be making jest of you after your tenure in the office and you don't build houses, there's nothing you do. They'll be looking at you, see, look at him. We send him to House of Assembly. A old car, single car he can't buy. Single house you
buy.
can't build. And your sitting allowance is not even enough to buy fuel in a car. So these same people will be thrown in your house every blessed day to seek for harms, to beg for harms. My children is in school, someone is sick. Your constituency where you even contested from will be the one to make place demand on you like Jesus is coming back. So what are we talking about? Look, Obi can talk about. He can't tell me he's an independent candidate. You see all those people following him around. They are not looking out for their own interests of the country. It's about them. It's about their pocket. It's about the power they can arrogate to themselves. It's always like that in any country. Nothing goes for nothing. Forget about all those rhetorics. I want to help my country. Help yourself first.
New
It's all,
Nigeria.
it's all about power. It's all about what they can get. So
New Nigeria.
Give me a break. Which new Nigeria? It's all about what they can get. You know? But at the end of the day, it's who we are. So we can criticize from now to tomorrow. When I watch the Arise News sometime, I look, these guys have spoken from the talking point. This is echo chamber. Yes, we want the best for the country, but you know the funniest thing, you're also part of it. The chairman of that organization himself is a criminal. Do you know how many times this guy, anything in power, my brother, anyone in power is who this guy always roll with. He was kicked out of South Africa because he was meddling in their local affair. You are an outsider. You won't allow that. They kicked him out. They ordered him out of that country straight up. Now, I was asking a question the other day. Arise News was broadcasting uh, from UK at the time. I think they stopped. Yeah, they stopped broadcasting from there. They are only broadcasting from Lagos now. They have correspondents from there, but they are no longer broadcasting from London.
On even they are correspondent on economy.
Yeah,
something.
they still maintain that they can do that. They don't necessarily have to open. Uh, but they are no longer broadcasting from. They are now majorly domestic now. And I thought they were going to start like a Fox News or cable news, but that tells you there's a talking point they have to follow. This lady that left abruptly, what is her name? Tudo. I wanted to find out why did she leave. Because
Rufai said she took a break. That's what she said on Rufo's channel.
Why? Which break? Every day, your director, right? The director of the program, the chairman or whoever it is, who tells you this is going to be the talking point. This is where we are going to deal with the issues. We cannot be seen supporting supporting this administration, supporting this individual. We must try to find a balance in such a way that it won't be too obvious.
But Adewale, why is all our mainstream media is on the hand of the politician? Can we get real news? We can't.
The funniest thing is this: every society you go to, there's no independent media. There's no independent media, my brother. Everything you see out there, people will take it as being unbiased. Everything is biased. Someone is talking from certain interest angle. So, yes, before now, most of these television station or channels, I mean, as a matter of fact, radio station was even more privatized before television. And television now started getting open because the democratic system that we have. I watched the Arise News yesterday, where they were complaining about what is it called? Lai Mohammed being reported to Lai Mohammed about the way the independent televisions are being caged and fined arbitrarily because of the news that they reported. You remember that Dati Baba made interview at
That's Baba meant an interview. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not so sure if the channels was fined, but I think they were
fined 5 million naira.
So they were kind of like they were trying to letting them understand that they are doing the wrong thing by enabling that invitee to make such a treasonous statement and all that. But And they were complaining about high-handedness of the organizations and all that. I mean, the anchor repeatedly reminded the guest that, do you realize how weighty this statement you are making is going to be? But I think is that for the fact that he didn't stop the guest in his track, because of course you could tell that he was he was livid, he was mad, and he was just talking and
But
uncoordinated.
Manasi, can they guide the thoughts of the invitee or what do they call it, of their invite? They are
Yeah,
on live TV. They can't stop him not to speak. You know what I mean?
yes, but
If
at the
it's
same
recorded, if it is a recorded section now, they may
yeah.
manipulate it, doctor it, cut some Mokina. But it is live interview. You know what I mean? So
hmm
is it
You're
really
right.
their fault?
You are right. But I think the NBC is trying to say is that the anchor person, the television man, can control the directive where the interview is going to go.
Is that true?
Oh yes,
Adewale,
if
I'm
somebody is
interviewing
making
you now. If I'm
uh,
asking you questions, I don't know what your reply is going to be. I
this
don't
is
know.
if the company, the broadcasting company, can be sued by the government or individual, and to indemnify that organization, they have to toe the line, because anything that will bring what should I say, they have a good guidelines. Some things that cannot be said online. For example, if somebody use vulgar language, you are
Yes.
stupid, you are this thing. Those are the things that media houses should not tolerate from their guests, right? And they will be fined for allowing that to happen. That's why you won't see um, a broadcaster using those languages. Now, anything that's going to become any statement that will be said online on their wave frequency, and it will amount to you know cause uproar or destabilizing the country, then those things should not be allowed to be to be said on their platform, on their wave frequency. So I think that is the reason why uh, the uh, the NBC took the channels to the cleaner. But if we look at it holistically, right, I don't think such fine is merited in the first that he was not forced to make those statements. As a matter of fact, the shown uh, him being a professional continuously reminded him that this his submission uh, is volatile in nature, and you should think
Yes,
about
he
it
did.
before making all this submission. And he said, "Look,
But
I mean,
Adewale, he did. He did.
he did. He reminded him, yes, but the
Yes.
station has the power to shut down the interview or discontinue.
If
That's
I'm
what
sorry,
the
sorry
NBC."
for talking. I listened to one interview. I forgot the man. The man said, Tinubu can be swearing in, can be this. That old man from the southeast, maybe Ohaneze chairman or so. And the
Uh,
lady continued reiterating into him that,
I mean,
sir,
anybody can
sir,
say that. Anybody can say
yes,
that, but where the daddy heard was when he was talking about putting a stop on the democracy. And said, and he was making a reference to him, said that, look at me very well. I said it, that the day they swear him, this day democracy will die in Nigeria. That statement itself is amount to a
inciting.
threat. Yes, because you don't make such statement when you are the one of the principal actor, in the politics of the country in the country. So at that moment, that was where I knew that, okay, this is going south, because naturally you don't make this kind of
Really,
statement.
really south.
Yeah,
Really south.
I mean, I've never been an anchor person, but of course, I've watched international journalists. Sometimes when it's, I mean, I've seen people walking out of an interview, but when it seems that the person you are interviewing is kind of like not in the right frame of mind, it is your job to guide them to. You can go on the short break. You can find your director will tell you, okay, let's go on a commercial break now.
Yes,
Let's
yes.
let's cool down. And I've watched him
You can
using that
you can
word.
call them.
Yeah, I've watched him using that word sometimes to say okay, and I've watched Abati too sometimes when he get heated between uh his partner and some of their guests. He will say, okay, let's go to commercial down, let's cool down, we'll be right back and all that, and and talk it out during the commercial break. So they can use that so that that person would not get himself deeper into the hole before he realizes. But I see what I saw in Dati at that time was a reckless man who at that state status as a vice presidential candidate, not just that, but a PhD holder, a senator, or someone who I expect that is exposed to that to the level that they'll be able to be measured in the public, but was making those submissions that are you know you call it treasonous submissions because those are weighty statements for somebody to make. That shows that he needed some things to learn. Not that these people don't get thirsty in the public; they get hungry, but they've learned to be passively aggressive in such a way that you can tell they are mad. But just like you watched Trump today when he was being ushered into the court, he was mad. He was completely hungry, but you couldn't expect him to be throwing tantrum
No,
because
no.
these are matured people, right? You can go behind the door and start hitting the door and stomping the ground and all that. Yeah, that's behind the closed door. But when you are being, that's like saying, "I'm going to signal to people, my followers, my believers, that they're going to do whatever they have to do." That's just to me, that's just a dog whistle. But you don't need all that. You are educated beyond that, and that's not going to fly. So the fine, I would say, no, that was like
Do you
hitting.
think he was too emotional that time?
I
You
mean,
can see his face. Like his face is very like somebody that is very angry and you know what
yeah,
I mean.
yes,
Like
yes.
somebody that has been frustrated.
Yeah, he's entitled to be angry, Thomas. Don't get me wrong, but there's a place, there's a time for everything. All right, pour your frustration into what you believe in. Place your case not just in a court, but in the public opinion court. You know, but don't be seen being going reckless on measured in the public. No, that even to be honest with you, I haven't seen Obi making such reckless statement. I mean, the last time it was on Arise News, he was measured. When being asked, he said he won the election. He's challenging the process, not the result, and all that. To me, he's somebody who sees that whether the court decision could go both ways, but he's trying to be making sure that this is not giving a wrong signal. That
But Adewale, if anybody came out from Peter Obi's camp, people will always attribute their statement to Peter Obi in a larger, you know what I mean, a larger view. Because you can't dismiss what that is said, not attribute it to Peter Obi. You
yes,
can't.
but the funniest thing is this. You're right, Thomas, because there's no way Peter Obi can deny Baba Ahmed. They are both joint tickets, right? So whatever Baba be that he said is equally what Obi said because they are of both joint tickets, right? But also let us separate the boys from men. Even though Obi cried in the public, which was allowed, Bari cried in the public, even Atiku cried in the public. But the thing is, even though when he got emotional and he was crying on the television, he was not issuing a threat statement. And that was where.
Diwali, sorry, before you continue,
Oh,
breaking news.
What happened?
hello?
Babati,
Yeah,
what is it?
Diwali, the thing was, I think they might have another audio of Obi coming out very soon.
Hey.
What? I can't hear you, Babati.
He said that there's a possibility of having another obese tape being released.
They want to
They
see. They want to see.
They want to finish this guy.
What did you get about Babati?
I think Babati is at work, so he's busy. He's just coming in and out.
He's a
Anyway,
medical
continue.
doctor. He's a medical doctor.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God.
And
They
that
want
would
to
be
finish
disastrous.
this guy. Do you think Obi's career will just end with this cycle of election?
Sorry?
Yeah. Do you think his career, political career, is almost ending with this cycle of election?
I would say yes.
Because Adewale, let me build this up for you. People have been saying Obi campaign on religion. He used the religious card. And with the outcome of the election, you can see it there. If you are not seeing it, maybe you are blind. But this audio now came out, canvassing vote from one of the biggest. Oyedepo, I can say Oyedepo is the second biggest church in Nigeria after Redeem. Take winner. Am I lying? Saying this is a religious.
You know,
that
this,
word, religious war, is very weighty. Very weighty.
You know what's funny is this? If if there's another tape, my brother, that would be, I don't know. I just felt that would be too.
Thomas, can I interject, please? Just I want to say 3 things, then I'll let you guys continue.
Of course, yeah. Of course, yeah. But
Okay.
how are you, man?
Yeah. Sorry. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Please, welcome to the show. So, I hear where sometimes people talk about if Obi career will end in this very time of their critical time of their election. So, but particular myself, I don't just like politicians. It doesn't matter if you're my brother or you're my mother or you're my father. But one thing I pray for Nigerians. If we said we want to be a Nigerians, let us plan to bring somebody that can lead everybody, not to rule everybody. I don't care where the person is coming from. And we should know that we have a lot of ethnicities in Nigeria and different tribes. It doesn't matter if the person from down northern side. It doesn't disturb me. What matters to me is, please give the poor man light, give them road, give them water, give them hospital, give them school. Then the rest you can eat. Because if these people they were doing something good, that the poor man will go to market and benefit and see food to eat 3 square meal a day, there will be no problem. We will not come here and be saying if somebody career will end. We are not God. I am not praying. I'm not praying for any of them to go down or to destroy. It's only God who creates, and it's only God who will take. Now, another one we talk about treason, who says something or who not say something. Let us know that internet never forget. The same, the one that this our current president now. Remember that in 2015, or I think he said first or second one, he said that if he didn't win, that baboon and the rat will soak in the blood. That one is not a treason. Now we talk about people that protest. Remember that our brother, Mr. Jagaban, all of them were coming to America like that before, criticizing good luck. So, if sometimes I feel ashamed of myself, I feel ashamed of our people trying to criticize other people that is protesting. Why the person that we are trying to protect is the father of protest? That there is no type of cajole, there's no type of disrespect, there is no type of disgrace my brother Ahmed Tinubu and Buhari did not do to Jonathan. And Jonathan, being the type of a man that doesn't want any problem, he said instead of him to become a president, will make a Nigerian spill a blood. Spill a blood. He come down, and go back to his village. So if you say Jonathan is a bad man, just like other people trying to take it by force, by fire, because at the end of the day, you are coming there to serve the people. If you are coming there, if you doesn't have something behind the door, you will not be forcing to come there and serve people and forcing to serve people. So like me, I don't worry. So another one, when we talk about our Igbo people in Lagos, whatever it is, for me, I don't blame Yorubas in Lagos. I blame my Igbo people. I blame my stupid Igbo people that go to Lagos.
No, you can't say that.
No,
now.
I'm an Igbo man. I'm an Igbo man. Sorry. I'm sorry to say that. They go to Lagos and invest all their wealth in Lagos. Of course, if your enemy want to get you, they did not see you physically, they will go to your business. It's a common sense.
No, we're not enemies. We're not enemies. Let's not use that word. We're not enemies.
Today you cry foul, tomorrow you cry foul, next tomorrow you cry foul, and you still investing in Lagos. Of course, they will do whatever. Listen, I live in Cotonou all my life. I speak Cotonou language just like I speak my Igbo language. Last time I think yesterday, there's one guy from Badagry, or 2 days ago, that will say, if Badagry, they don't speak Yoruba in Badagry. In Badagry, they speak half Cotonou, half this state in Badagry. Badagry, they don't speak Yoruba language in Badagry. That Badagry land, it doesn't belong to Nigeria. It's the Cotonou land, but Nigerians take it from them. When you go to Badagry, it's like you are in Benin Republic. So I was like, anytime one man or anytime you guys want to know about Cotonou, I can help you tell you guys the history of Benin Republic. That is where I grew up. This is Zangbeto that we're talking about. My landlord is a chief priest. I can explain to you what is Zan and Beto. Beto is a human being. Zan is a knight, and it is their masquerade. There's another one they call Purito. So if we just know that this life we see that we are in, we can never take anything back. We come with nothing and we're going back with nothing. Tomorrow,
and we know that now. Bartholomew.
So tomorrow can be our turn. Yeah, tomorrow can be our turn. Next tomorrow can be somebody else's turn. So if we cannot unite together and live easy life, it's better everybody just go to his own way, so that tomorrow we can be able to say hi. Life is very simple and life is very easy. Then every day we come here, we gossip, and every day we come here, we throw stone at each other. Next tomorrow we still want everybody to say, oh, we are one Nigeria, we are two Nigeria, we are three Nigeria. It is not working, and it's never gonna work. It's not the magic.
No, Bartholomew. That is your own subjective view. That's not going to work. I don't believe in that. You can believe what you believe.
Yeah, but you
believe.
Thomas was here last time they were taking money to buy money in the bank. You were crying that your mother was suffering the same suffering in the bank. But you forget you the same Thomas was saying before that one Nigeria is where you stand. And you never talk, you never even reach 2 months. You come here cry and say, oh, what happened to your mother? You send money to her, she can never get the money. This and that.
That doesn't stop me to not be one Nigeria.
If you still believe in that Nigeria, why are you crying? Suck it up.
Hey, that doesn't mean I can complain.
No,
I can still believe in it. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying, if Nigeria happened to you, suck it up and believe on it. And don't say it out.
That's fine. Bartholomew.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
If Obi had won the election, would you have been happy?
I don't care about Obi. Me, I'm from Anambra State. I don't care.
Bartholomew, don't deceive us. You are an Igbo man. Don't tell me you are not care about Obi.
I tell you, sir, listen to me.
No. Bartholomew, you can't deceive us.
I'm still coming, Thomas. I'm still coming.
Thomas, Thomas, listen to me. Thomas, listen to me. Thomas, listen to me. Thomas, I want to tell you something. I don't know how you managed to travel to Australia where you are.
My brother, don't insult me.
No,
if you want
hold on. I'm thinking something.
I hate that word. Don't tell me that you don't know. No.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. I take it back. Sorry. I know how I came to US.
You can talk about your own. Just leave my own.
I know how I suffer to come here. If my Anambra State is working, I would no place like home. I would stay in Anambra State. I know how many times I win competition in Lagos. In National Stadium in Lagos. I win in Cotonou. I win in Ghana. I win in Togo. I bring letter to Anambra State Commissioner, Youth and Sports. They deny me. So I'm not saying because of that I'll condemn their government. Government is not only for one person. If it doesn't work for me, it works for other people. That's fine. But what I'm saying that we don't have a good government for the whole Nigeria. It's not working, and it's never gonna work. I went to Las Vegas 2012 for powerlifting competition for the whole world, raw powerlifting competition. You can Google it. You will see my name as a Nigerian guy. Even one of my best friend that's supposed to go with me is a Yoruba man. My secretary. His name is Sangode Oladipupo. I gave him money. To register for me. He did not register. He did not register. But it doesn't mean that I will hate him or fight him. He's still my best friend. So because I can understand that probably that time he's in difficulty with money because all of us just came here that very period. So if to say Nigeria they work, if to say this is our country, they're good. No, if we come here, we stay smart and we go home. I just came back from Nigeria and I'm not even up to 2 months. I stay in Lagos for two good weeks. I know what people suffer for Lagos. This is very boss something that they're talking about. I buy that bus ticket 1,000 naira. They enter. One day the bus is spoiled when they build that very railway something. Bus is spoiled. And we stayed there before they bring another bus. It take almost 3 hours. That is where I know say that bus. They say there are about three people that own it. It's not only one person that own it. Individuals. So my brother, let me just leave you guys continue. Thank you very much for bringing me in and
Oh, you didn't answer that question.
So what was it you asked me? You don't know.
If Peter Obi has win this election, will you be happy?
I just tell you, if Peter Obi win the election, Peter Obi is a Nigerian. Is it if the one Tinubu win? Do you see me criticize? Do you ever see me criticize Tinubu? I didn't criticize him. Why should I criticize him? If it's good for some people it will be good for them. Some people it will not be good for them. That's what they call.
Can I ask you a question, but
That's what they call on Sunday. They come. Hold on. That's why that music or Sedebe play. They call Osundi Owende. Osundi Owende means it will sweet for some people. It will not sweet for some people.
I got that. You know why
Okay,
I asked that?
Can I ask you?
Let wait. Let Adewale follow up. Then you come after Adewale. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
But you know, the reason why I asked that question is not to box you into a box. I mean, put you in a corner or box you in the particular corner, or that you have to choose. No, I asked that question just to, see. You said you don't really believe in. I'm like you. I don't really have a favorite candidate, but sometimes when we're analyzing an issue, we analyze based on what is information available to us, and at the same time, we're trying to look at it objectively. Let me speak for myself now. Now, personally, I would have loved Obi to win the election. You know why? Simply because at least will be for the first time in my lifetime that somebody from the southeast will be the president of the country. Not necessarily that he will do a good job or will make Nigeria or transform Nigeria. Likewise, the same Tinubu that is going to become president is going to do a magic. I don't expect that because all politicians are the same. Now, when you came in, you said the way we criticize, the way we see, politics is not about buying and selling. It's about what is available, what is being said now. You will remember that the story of yesterday is going to be different from the story of today. And just like that, that cycle will continue. So it's what is available today that we analyze, we talked about. Now, what these politicians do or said that we use against them, that we criticize them of, there's a chances that on this platform you may not really hear much about the Tinubu simply because, most people that have been spoken, talking on this platform, they've done that during the election. Now, the after election, now when you have the opposition going after the party of the day, is when that argument is usually come from. That analysis always come from because they are the one making noise. All right. Before the election, majority of people, or let me say, people will, on one hand, justify the action of what this person said or what this person does. But if we look at it, we begin to look at it objectively, we begin to see that they all have the same pattern of way of trying to get, Nigerians to vote for them. But we cannot say that because this individual is our favorite or this person is, what they've done in the past. We look at all those things to criticize them what they are doing. So when you hear people
put one
talk,
thing? Can I put one thing? Do you know that tomorrow now, if it is swear Tinubu by God's grace, don't be surprised that Tinubu and Obi will become best friends.
Of course, when you came in, you said no. Hold on.
So
When
why
you
are we
came
coming
in,
here?
you
So
came
the only
in.
thing that
Hold on, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said that how can we say that this person's political career is over with? I was the one that agreed that Peter Obi's political career is going to be over with if he does not win the court case. And I've not even finished that submission when you interject and say you want to come in. And you were saying that we shouldn't be saying that because we don't know tomorrow, because only God knows tomorrow. But that's the reason why I asked that if he had won the election, would you have been happy? I wanted to buttress that my answer, but she didn't let me because she wanted to interject and we said, go ahead. I said that his political career is over with simply because if you look at his age now, Peter Obi is 61 or 62 years old, correct? And the incumbent is 71 this year. So as at the time that he will be finishing this term, Peter Obi will be around 65 each, right? So if Tinubu administration perform, remember, people usually forget about what happens in the past. If they see those things being promised during the election, because administration usually they usually perform in their first time. They use the second time just to consolidate what they've done in the first time. So if he performed the first time, remember what is it called? Buhari did in his first time. 2019, when the Nigerian voted for him, they voted for Buhari again, and he won the second time. Why? Because they knew that he was working. But because of the political space that's going to be open when he leaves, you see all these brouhaha going up and the man being seen as the devil. Now, Obi Tinubu, the only thing that will stop him after this court case, being a politician himself that have proven, what they are capable of doing in the past, is only God that can stop him from taking the second term because he's the incumbent. If tomorrow the what is it called, INEC chairman, he loses faith in him, he can replace him by his acolyte with his people, right? So that chances of winning second time is there, and when you had that together with what you have now, at that time, Tinubu will be hitching closer to 80. I mean, probably 80 at that time. So, or 79. Obi at that time will be getting close to 70, right? So we're looking at the spread of 8 years, 9 years, or 7 to 8 years. So at that time, there's a chances that one young politician, the likes of Kashim Shettima, Tinubu's vice, he is in his 50s, right? Then you have uh, the like of other younger politicians that might choose to contest there. And the way the things look now, the chance is a possibility that after this, the Tinubu's tenure, there's a likelihood that it will be shifting to the north because this time around it's going to be a big fight if the north doesn't get it. You see where that argument shifted now. That is the reason why I said his political career is over, except if he can be like somebody like Tinubu. But I don't see Obi in that kind of character of Tinubu who will hold on to the power by making sure he remain relevant. His name being on the lips of everyone in Nigeria. And that was how, and even imposing a candidate or imposing a governor in a state. So that is where that argument, that submission comes from. That I foresee him, his political career has been over with because you only remain relevant if you are occupying a position of authority. If not, not very many people can be like Tinubu, who become the godfather. When Obi left Anambra, he didn't become godfather. Well, he brought, what is it called? The man that left, what is his name? Obiano, right? He brought Obiano,
Obiano, yeah.
but
Obiano.
they were not like in good time when he left the office. When Obiano left office, they were not in good time. They were not even in the same party, right? So that was the reason why I make that submission that definitely his political career is over with because this is the only last time. The same thing with Tinubu. If Tinubu had not won this election, or the court striked out the INEC result, that means his political career is over with because this is the last of his last dance. So you could see the trajectory now where I'm coming from with that submission. So it's not just we just criticize and say, oh, he's done with him, it's over with. We have a basis for making that assumption that be that as it may, his political career is done if he doesn't win the election or the court does not pronounce him as the bona fide elected president. I hope it's clear now.
All right, we shall live and see. That's my prayer. Let us live. Let us live and see the future and see what God will bring.
And for the court case, that's a different ball game. The court case itself, uh, if you look at the
Adewale,
prayer,
Babati, can you
yeah.
give us the gist of what you are saying? Do you know
Sorry.
Babati? No, I'm saying Babati is talking
Oh,
about another audio coming out. And maybe he's busy. Yeah. Continue. Solly, you want to put a position to Bartholomew?
Oh, I just wanted to ask him because he was saying Nigeria will not work. So probably it sounds like a pro Biafra. and he thinks Biafra will work. I just wanted to have his understanding of how.
Sorry, I'm a Biafra man now. That's what I believe now.
Okay, so how do you think Biafra will work? Do you think that the leaders will be different from the leaders we have now, if you actually have your Biafra? And which states do you think belong to Biafra?
If Biafra will work, even if they give us only Anambra State, we can become Biafra. Hey, forget about
and you believe your leaders that will be different from the leaders you have now.
Forget about you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry who will be our leader, because you're not among us.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, it just shows you can't answer the question. You don't know if Biafra is
No,
going
you
to
are
be
worried.
better.
No, you are what?
You just don't like Nigeria. When I say I'm you are ready to gamble everything, no. Because if you have your Biafra, and your leaders are now the same as the one you have in Nigeria, you have no escape. You are not coming back to Nigeria. That is the end.
So what? Okay, if I'm saying I don't want to stay with you no more, and I'm going to find my own house to live.
You are doing it on the basis that it will be a better house, but you have no idea what the house looks like. You have not seen the house. You have no plan for the house. You have nothing. It's just the grass is greener on the other side that is making you want to go to that other house.
Sorry, you need to know that there's many countries in Africa that don't even many. If you go to their village, you go still see mud house, and they're still living, and they still enjoy it. They're still living. They still enjoy it. They still dig well. They don't even have a stream. They still dig well, and they're still living.
Okay, can you put that in the case of your Biafra?
So if we talk about our Biafra, there's no way it's gonna be easy. There is no marriage. There is no marriage without ups and downs.
Okay. You know what? Can you give me one example? Just give me one, because it just sounds like it's a dream that you guys have promised yourself. Just give me one example of why you think it will be better. One example now that you can see that tells you that when you have this Biafra, it will be better. Just a realistic, something that is in real life right now, that is real, that you can point out.
But why this Biafra is like this? Biafra is giving you headache.
No, it's not giving me headache. I want to.
Okay, so don't worry about it now. Don't worry about it.
I'm worried. Let's say I want to.
Why you worry for me?
No. Let's say I want to come to your country too. Now maybe me too. I want to leave Nigeria. I want to go to Biafra. Please.
Why you want to come to Biafra since you don't like
that will make me join?
Since you are Biafra, Biafra xenophobia, whatever, how they call it. And
no. Now you are trying to do emotional blackmail. I didn't insult Biafra. I didn't attack Biafra. I just asked you a simple question. That let's say even me too. But maybe I want visa, so that when you guys leave,
I'll give you visa now.
Tell me why
I'll give you visa. Don't worry.
You know, Oga Bartholomew, what Soli is trying to say is this: that no matter who separated from Nigeria, it's still going to, the story is still going to be the same. Whether Oduduwa, whether Arewa, whether Biafra, it's still going to be the same, because we'll have the same people that are still going to be in charge.
Yes. That's for it's never gonna be easy.
Simon Ekpa told us before the end of last year they will get Biafra.
But
why you guys just
Thomas?
I hate this thing.
Thomas,
listen.
No, there is something you don't understand. When people are fighting for freedom, they will always give themselves hope that it go better. There is no way Biafra will just come like that. Me and you know that it's not gonna be easy to come, but I believe that Biafra will come. It might not be in our own time, But I believe that this Biafra will still
Yes,
come.
but Bartholomew, what I asked you is that
Yeah.
I'm not even asking for two examples. I'm asking for
Okay.
only one single example.
Okay.
What do
Okay.
you see
It's not gonna be.
today
Is it
in
okay?
2023?
Listen. The first tenor, which is like the person that we make the chair, the president, whatever. If we made a mistake, it will still bring us back. If we choose wisely, we can be able from there build it. Just like South Africa do. South Africa, the time they were with the white people, I think things were working normally. That now they were ruling. Now they were leading themselves, because you need to understand that a black man is always a comfort greedy. So it's never gonna be easy. Let me just tell you that one. If we say we are going to take Biafra now, remember, we the Igbo people, every Igbo man don't like to bend down to his own brother, except only our senior, and that our senior is our own immediate brother. But if it is like somebody from me, I'm from Anambra State. If it's like the only way I can respect anybody from Imo State is somebody that I know that have love of people. But if you ask me now, all this a politician like Ojus or Carlo, Okorocha Demo, this and that, all those people I don't like them, because not that I hate them, but I hate their characters and their attitude, because they have made the Imo people and the Abia people, they have set them back a lot. So if we get Biafra, and we already know these people already, this type of you see, we the Igbo, we don't like somebody, our people, anybody who talks with two mouths, we can never trust that person. Anybody who goes side sell his brother to other people. That's why you see a lot of language that Biafra people know is always sabo. It doesn't mean that they hate that person. Just to tell you that they don't trust that person. And when they say this person is a sabo, means if you give that person chance, he will not lead well. That is the meaning of sabo, or the person that we don't trust. That means sabo. And you see, we the Igbos, especially Anambra State, we don't respect you because of your money. And we, especially Anambra people, we don't respect someone because he has money. We respect you because of your personality. That is the culture of Anambra State. We would not respect if our king, my own village king.
If we have won the election, will there still be an agitation for?
Do you know? Listen, you know that Obi is not pure pro Biafra guy. And the one thing that make Anambra people like Obi, is only his submissive. He's very obedient. He's very patient.
No, that is a lie. Because he's an Igbo guy. That
Listen
is
to
only,
me. Listen. My brother, what do they call him? Thomas. I just told you I came back from Nigeria. I came back on February 4th. I spent 1 month for Nigeria. So in my village, waiting this Anambra governor now. Soludo come to my village. Do you know that my people did not allow him to come in? Because people say all the gara way he talk, say he could do this, he could do this. He don't stay more than 6 months. It's not doing anything. He just carry tax. They hit people. So sometimes, if you don't know how to manipulate people and lead them, he just, I don't know how I'm gonna explain it. To lead them, people will, if people lose that very trust that you have, I mean they have on you, is gonna be so, just like this very of recent. Soludo don't have no respect in Anambra again. Nobody, no in the
Because
whole,
of
when I say,
Peter, yeah. Because of Peter Obi.
no.
We know now.
Okay,
Why you
why he
defeat
doesn't?
God?
Okay, let me tell you why he doesn't have that respect. When he first came, you know that he went to Onitsha, say he will make those the place where they dump their dustbin dump. He will clean it.
Dustbin, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and again he went to destroy Odumeje Church. Say Odumeje Church, they stop the swamp. Instead of we're supposed to they float, they go to River Niger. So the thing they stop there, they give people disease. So not knowing that he was using that for campaign. After they go destroy Odumeje house, they dump Odumeje Church, they dump it. And that very dustbin, they go there, they pretendly say that then they walk. After that, they dump it. So, and all the things where he promised. So now people come to ask and say, the job where you say you go do the job, and again you the tax people, and people they pay that very money with their happiness. Say you go put the money for work. That money, they put them for work. So what are you doing with the money? He said you will turn a number.
Are you expecting miracle from this guy?
No. My brother. I know they expecting him to build
You
anything,
realize
but
that
at
they
least,
just spent 100 days in office.
no, my brother, listen to me. I'm not expecting him to become this thing to become overnight. But at least, if not that very Odumeje church where you destroy, if not that small gota, you join them. You just join and put them for River Niger, leave them. Make people see.
Where is Odumeje church they send you? What Odumeje is just a person.
No, you don't understand me. I don't know Odumeje. Odumeje don't know me. I say
The
you
liquid
went to
metal himself. You don't know liquid metal.
my brother. Look at the matter. He's not a human being. Now they wear the chop. Now they wear the chop now. It is on the chop now. If you fall for him, he go chop you. And so if you fall for him, he go chop you. So at least you see. Okay, do you see how Sanwo-Olu they do the railway work? Even though say Sanwo-Olu they chop money, Lagos people go cause them. If they cause and finish, they go say okay, but may we leave and may we see what thing go do again. If they see say that very Oshodi road, Sanwo-Olu, today tomorrow you go see people go then go carry something, they knock because they build a railway. At least people go see where their money they go. No be say Sanwo-Olu, no be say it to the work, because I dey Lagos, they run it almost every day. So, but at least you go to see say if you want go Osho, yes.
The man just spent 100 days in the office, not even a year. I mean, not even a year in the office. We expect him to.
No, it don't reach 1 year. What did they
No,
talk about?
it's 100 days. He just did 100 days.
What did it be 100? 3 months.
He just did 100 days in the office.
100 days is it 3 months and a half?
Is it not 100 days he did in the office?
No, 1 year is celebrate. We celebrate 1 year.
1 year. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, 1 year is not. It's not. It's not enough to, judge somebody's performance.
No, my brother. You see, then they take the smell of fort. They know how the shit goes sweet. No how.
People, human beings.
If you fought now, if you fought now, if your fought smell good, they're gonna say your wife better food for you.
He antagonized Obi. He is now the devil.
Who?
From the Soludo.
That one, my brother, all these people, they are politicians. Me, I know they worry for them. They are politicians.
You said that
today, tomorrow, him and Obi they call him in Big Brother. In they call Obi, I don't know what they call Obi. So their matter no they worry me, because what thing they worry me, the Nigerian poor masses. Because if I go Lagos now, if I go Lagos, as soon as I land for Lagos, I go Anambra State straight. I go Anambra, my hometown. If I stay 3 weeks, I come back, or 2 weeks, I come back. I stay 1 week in Lagos. I spend 1 week in Cotonou, or I go to my in-law place in Ghana, go stay.
Your in-laws from Ghana?
Yeah. My wife is a Ghanaian. So no be say this Lagos is, this Ilekbo, that Ilekbo market, abi. Huh? You know Ilekbo now. You know Ilekbo now after Yanekwaja.
Oh yeah.
That market where you see there. If I tell you how many my Yoruba friends, my Igbo women, where they sell things for road, at least sometimes if I go there, they give them, at least if I don't get money, $50. Take support your business. Because now the poor people, now they own the pay me pass. Now they own the pay me pass. So if God bless you small, make you bless other people. Lagos. People they suffer for that Lagos though. But if to say our government they create job, it doesn't take them anything. The money where they take the work, it's not their money. It's a public money. Take them create job and make people they work. They see something, they eat. All this a crime where would they talk about? You go limit. You go down small. Because if somebody get up in the morning, no say they go work. If you go work every month, you go make 30,000 naira. At least that person don't get hope. Say, if this month finish, I go see something. But we be say a whole man go wake up in the morning, no job. In wife go to look at, in children go to look at. My brother, I don't live that type of. I don't stay in that type of condition before. So it's not easy. If you don't hold yourself well, it can go commit something. And not be say God no bless Nigeria. God bless us. But now this is our politician people. They put us in this very dangerous time. Not be say Nigeria don't get money. We get money there. But at the end of the day, now then they put us inside the swamp. They cause problem. They cause mayhem. Do we supposed to talk say people they wound people, or people die, or people fight because of election? There's no ear that's supposed to hear that. But sometimes we come for platform. People go to say at least, and not only some people die now, or not only some people na small riot they do. So sometimes we go to talk that kind of thing. The thing they block my ear. Or some go say how many polling units? 1,000. Now they only 80 something. They no do. I mean, the election get destroyed. So this kind of thing and people when they talk this for this very platform, and people when they live for America here, they talk for this America here. You know, go hear that kind of thing. So if we want to do something good, may we know they talk our mouth. They condone evil. It is not good. This election is not supposed to take somebody's life. Election is not supposed to. Okay, these people now where the market now go burn for different states in Nigeria, Anambra or North to Lagos. Tomorrow now, are you telling me now, say those people now tomorrow, if they turn back now, go they kidnap people? Now, this is what is causing all these very problems, because you don't know where they get their money, and they have already the condition they've been into. If they don't get the money back to feed their children, most of them, their children there for university, most of them, their children there for college, and their market destroyed like that. They will not get money from, no help from the state, no help from the federal. Maybe now 1 or 2 people go get help. Maybe 90% of them go enter road. Then go down, few of them will just give up their life. Say, anything will go happen, make it happen. After and once a man they die. Some go carry gun. But I'm not praying for that to make it happen. But the way we say the country is not working. What do you want them to do? Because at the end of the day, if we come here in this very platform and we not condemn evil, because of today, it never happened to us. But may we not forget to say tomorrow. It can happen for someone that we know. That time it already touch us. And which that's not what we are praying for. But you know, don't you see northern side? If they not talk about Boko Haram, then go talk about Fulani bandit, then go talk about this one. What in the cost of not this kind of hardship where our country they put our people into, you know? Because if you know, a hungry man is an angry man. How many of them you go buy? How many of them you go buy? Before you go to buy one, they don't destroy many people. Now so they go to collect people phone, they run for that very Lagos and the other places for Anambra. You see, but if to say our place work day, people they do small thing. But no be say this and crime no good day. But at least you go limit. At least if somebody want buy phone, he can have patient 3 months, go work, do work, save money, go buy small phone where you go to use. You see, so you know, I don't know why we get to this very extent that we are into. And the people we're supposed to plan how things go be, or we're supposed to give hope for those ones where they're for Nigeria. Now we still there here for this platform. They support our politicians. Say, and then this man will the Obi, he don't get money. Obi is a billionaire. Turubu is a trillionaire. Even though say you know become president, the man will never beg for food. In children will never beg for food. So they know they worry for these people. They get money. I know say Tunubu no they be say na present money they find. You know they find the money where they go pay them for salary. He just want to make that name. He just want to say write that name for say in book. Say he don't become president. I understand. He's not been president to do anything. No, the man is a billionaire. He got money. Somebody will own half of Lagos. The money when they get for Lagos in 1 month, Nigerian government no if give them that money. So may we try to promote our people. Our people are suffering. My brother, I buy fuel. I tell you, say I spent 2 weeks for Lagos. I carry gallon. They go for relay. They go they find fuel for station. My brother, you know they easy. You know, sometimes I go there. Now so I go there for line. You know, my brother, Nigeria, I know be say we not get money. Sometimes I go to ask myself whether na cause they cause us. I don't know if any of you have been to Cotonou before. Cotonou when reach like Lagos. If you go there in the night, you go be like saying the America you there. They know they take light for Cotonou now. The same thing with Togo and Ghana. They never take light. But Nigeria will not get light. if God no like you, you go stock for hold up for Lagos. Your own don't finish. But Cotonou, you can never see hold up. I know say they're not big like that, but they beat their road, they get road. You see, for Cotonou, you don't go see all these politicians say they go they chop money. You go see Cotonou people, then go wake up, stand up, or against the politicians, chase them out. Then they do them. But and they don't get anything. But when they get, you reach them, then they sustain them. Now the place where I live for many years, if they tell you say they don't like this person, then they don't go vote them. They don't go vote them. The time why they forgot to know, I vote for them. I the full vote. I mean, I the front and the vote. So, you know, the only thing they get there, now only seaport. Then they tell they sustained. They don't get oil. Now for Nigeria, they come the smuggle fuel. Now for Nigeria, they carry this bag where they put gari, then go form nylon, go for filtration, buy fuel for nylon, put them for that very bag where they put gari, like 3 of them, tie them, smuggle them from Seme to Cotonou. If they run for road, you go to buy fuel for road. You buy fuel, you know people filtration go to buy fuel. So may we try to help our people. Sorry, let me do that. That's everything there. So Thomas, I beg you, make me continue. Thank you very much. Hello?
I can't hear you.
I
didn't really accept your analysis because you are going based on the fact that Tinubu is not going to do anything. Yet
no. Sorry.
Please, Daddy. Please, can you mute? It's having some echoes. Yeah, what were you saying?
Okay, so my brother, it's like you are having a reflection of consciousness. I did not tell you. Listen, I did not say
No, I'm just asking you a simple question. It's not that deep. I'm listening to you and I'm asking you a question.
I did not say Tinubu cannot walk. Listen to me very well. I say the only thing that I'm begging them, whosoever go there, make it help the masses.
Yes, see, that is the antecedents of Tinubu.
That's it.
So
let's give him chance. Let's give Tinubu. It's not they don't give him a certificate of return, and I don't know whether they call to where then they go, whether they go up or then they go down. But if not me, my brother, if not me, if Nigeria saying a Buhari go still rule them, make Buhari there now. What they consign me? So if not Tinubu, may we try Tinubu, may we give him 4 years, may we see.
See, this is your Biafra narrative.
Why they worry for Biafra? Leave Biafra alone.
Now, let's discuss this thing now. I'm not arguing with you. I just want to understand too.
I'm a Biafra man. Sorry, I'm a Biafra. If you like Biafra.
No, one thing you have to understand. No, because see, me personally, I think it's just another. This is my own personal opinion. I think it's just another.
Okay, wait. You get music. Sorry, you get music. What we sing? You get music. What we sing for Osibanjo and the Obasanjo. We say, Osibanjo, Gwakwa Obasanjo, na Biafra la.
No, see, this is my position. I don't think it's going to be any different from what you have right now in Nigeria. It's still going to be the same leaders. They are just going to have power to oppress.
It will be different.
No, it will be different. no other tribe will be able to help you. You will be on your own. That is
No, but we don't need no help from anybody now. Why would
that is what you think? You think you don't need help from anyone?
No. See.
No, wait.
Do you know we don't need it?
Wait. You think you don't need help from anyone? So why are Igbos almost everywhere? If you don't need anyone, why are they almost everywhere?
Because you see, make I tell you something. An Igbo man, our nature, like me now.
But if you don't need help, you say you are nomadic, you like to explore. If you don't need help, that means you just travel, you will not do business, and you will come back to Igbo land to do the business, right?
Do you know?
Basically, you need help, even if it's business wise, even if it's financial, even if it's you are leaving Igbo land to gain the help of others. Basically.
No, you're right. You're right. We all. I'm sorry. I'll take that back. We all need a patronize and assistance from this in each other. But say you get what in like we the Igbos we they call them boy. So but now it's not like before. Me, I do boy my own. I go Cotonou. I go serve my oga. My oga where I serve an Anambra man with his wife and the family. I stayed with them for 4 years. And now Okrika shoe with the sell. Okrika shoe and Okrika clothes. 9 way with the sell. So as I stayed with them for 4 years, they finish. They said to me, then I go back for that Cotonou. I stay my own. I still bring more than 11 boys where they under me for that Cotonou. And all of them, I settled them finish. So now, even as I'm talking to you now, I have almost 8 barrels of okrika in Lagos now, where I go send to my hometown because I send her for my wife. She send her for my village. So, like we would like to start from little. They do boy. Yoruba they call them omodo. They call them, that's servant. From there, from there would they learn.
That's different, though. Well, anyway, continue.
Yeah, now from there would they learn from our masters. So if you grow, you teach your brother or your nephew or your
that's apprentice. That's apprenticeship. That's
yeah.
more important.
Okay. Oh yeah. So now, from there now, some people where they learn mechanic, they're different. People anyone way you want to do, but we like me. I the time where I go Cotonou, my first year was I start my money finish. I go back to my village again. My parents find money. They go borrow money, give me. I have to go back, go struggle, stay there for 1 year, 1 year and a half, get the money. My mother called me. I get the money, carry the money, come back and pay them. So
Bartholomew.
Yeah.
Bartholomew. Guys, I would like to shut down in the next 10 minutes.
Sorry. Let me leave you. Thank God. Thank you, my brother.
Tomorrow
I'll
before you go, may I ask you one question, brother? No vex, man.
Myself.
Yeah. I just want to ask you. So when Biafra comes, so
now who be this one?
I just want to I be listen to now. Just let me ask question. I hear you say.
Now who be this?
Mike.
Hey, Chineke, man. You, Mike, you, where you go?
Who be this now? Who's up with this? I mean,
Mike, I know you long time. We the meet for this one-man platform now. For more than since this year, I haven't seen you for the platform again.
I don't even remember you, sir.
You will go home. You will go home long time. Gonna tell us how Nigeria did. Now what for you?
I know. Maybe not different than they be before. I don't know.
This my real name. Now I know you know where they put Konkambu names. My name is Bartholomew. My friend name is Nnatu. Nnatu means father's wishes.
If you know me, I don't already know my question. Then you don't already know.
Okay, so go ahead. Ask me. No, ask me.
So what they ask you? Say this one where they sharp Biafra. We are not sharp Biafra. You don't say I need to take care every time they ask for. Because if they decide they will give at least Biafra, it's just saying I'm not going to beg to come back to Nigeria. Because it's just going to calculate them well. Because down a population, you know, so that's too plenty. It's just sort of like we fit inside a small Igbo land.
If
with
we
the
know fit now,
landlock.
if we know fit now, we go come Ondo, come buy some land.
But where?
You go give us a land now, Mike. Go to the top.
It is not go say do this agitation. They fight for rights for Lagos. If now I don't
No,
get
no,
Biafra.
no, no be so, no be so. No, I say, if we not get land now, we can ask for help to you know for
all
other
these people when I don't they fight.
Mike, you don't fight anybody. I beg. What did they talk?
So,
No.
Wait. The Fulani when I chase come up for Igbo land. This when Biafra come, they go allow them to remain for their own land for not.
No, Mike, make I ask you something. You know, say, in life, that anywhere you go, you see peace. You know, say you have to learn about that person, or you and that person don't get small misunderstanding. You don't learn how that person they behave before you go know how the way go take they flow that person.
Oh,
There is no
talk.
there's no way we go. There's no way Biafra will come like that. So we have to fight each other. We have to quarrel each other.
I agree. But what they tell you, we say when Biafra come, Igbo people not go be citizen for anywhere for other part of Nigeria again. You not go be citizen. You go be.
I know.
If they allow you stay there, you go be like foreigner. And those way be say don't even when I don't offend too much. Like now where they offend Yoruba people now, these things. When Biafra come, they don't even want deal tonight again. They go want say no, they don't.
Nah, lie.
If brother, they go pursue you come out. They go say man, they go.
Mike, may I get your reference? May I get your reference?
It don't matter. They go see. Listen. Okay. I get question for you now. Okay. Wait. May I ask you this one?
If you pursue me, wait.
Listen. Even though you get your friend, if you get your friend, if someone like you become
solid day. Thomas today.
Now, but won't say me. Even me say me. I say I be your best friend. Say me. I be okay. If Tinubu become the president for Yoruba nation, you get your Biafra. It is after that don't insult and finish. You still go allow na come stay.
No. Listen.
My brother, I they tell you how people they see.
No, everybody
they insult. You got off na. Notice they go get Biafra. Go see they somebody land. They do all these things. They go pursue na come on.
No, Mike, take them easy.
Yeah, they tell you the truth. Now only you they see things for other people.
Farabale.
When Biafra come, I go be. Tell me. You're not go dey. I see one move for comment section. They talk say Biafra.
If we get Biafra, we go get alliance with our Oduduwa people. You know.
No, which allowance? Yeah, we get alliance now. But don't be say you go remain for there. They do you. They follow us. They drag for.
No.
Our land and no man's land.
No.
You go
Listen
know
to
which
me.
land it be now. I don't even understand what I said. You want Biafra and you want it.
No, make I tell you, Mike.
Lagos and no man's land.
Make I tell you, Mike. Any Igbo man where say Lagos na no man's land. Carry that person go hospital. Go check him brain. Anybody
I never carry them go hospital since.
No, I say no. Listen to me now, my brother. Anybody when no be Yoruba, we say Yoruba is no man's land. I beg, carry that. If you want to help that person, carry and go hospital. Go check whether that person in body correct, because Lagos belongs to Yorubas. Then inside the Yorubas, Yoruba indigenes, they will discuss within themselves how they get their land. You know, concern anybody, any other tribe. It is their land. But if anybody come there, you say your land is for them. It's between you and that person. But the indigene is Yoruba.
Wait. This one where your people they Lagos, they follow people they drag for power. They oppose and they follow the Oba, they beef. They fight.
Who?
Your Igbo people for Lagos, they want to fight the
No.
traditional ruler.
Anybody will listen to me. Listen, Mike,
they frontally they challenge, they vote against the indigenous person.
Mike, Farabale. We would respect
trouble. They cause trouble too much.
Wait now, Baba.
People don't vex. I didn't tell you, people don't vex.
Baba, duro. We would respect the Oba pass you, self, we be Yoruba.
No, they give me that. Now many people don't come here. You can't use software they see for internet everywhere.
You know what?
Maybe you know the scam. Maybe I tell you. You don't need to caution people.
Wait.
Bro, I know where they come from. Some there are people like
I know now. Mike, you know my brother. Not everything where people talk, you go listen.
Brother, listen. My best friend, an Igbo guy. Me, I don't say no be all Igbo people they do the same thing. You understand? But wait till I tell you. But when I tell you where they mess up. See, when people are Mongo now, when people are Mongo now, they cause wahala and on keep quiet.
Now. But Lomi is not the spokesperson for all Igbos now.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
press conference.
Wait, talk.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes, bro.
That's how they go on there. Somebody can get kangaroo meat, Abi.
Of course, man. Why not?
Go Cameroon, you go get all the meat for there.
What's concern the question we can? How would they get to kangaroo meat for God?
No, I want to ask Thomas a question about kangaroo.
That's what they do now. They go on divert. We don't they expose they go on divert.
Thomas.
And I'm tactic now.
Thomas, I heard the kangaroo population.
Mike,
brother, you're not going to dismiss reality when people they tell now. Me, I tell you,
Mike, you're begging now. I said nobody fight you. You what did they worry yourself? Nobody. You say you are a troublemaker. No, I said nobody fight you.
Okay, make an
your
one
question.
I don't say anybody
your
fight
belongs to you.
Me, I don't get problem with anybody. Me, I don't even did I just say. Me, I ask you one question. Wait.
Yeah.
May I ask you one question? How do you regard Nnamdi Kanu? Do you see him as your supreme leader?
Nnamdi Kanu is a good person. He's a good person.
Do you like him?
He's a good person. He don't do anything
wrong. Do you follow him? Do you follow him?
I follow him, of course.
Okay. Now let me ask. As a follower of Nnamdi Kanu, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When Nnamdi Kanu get on internet, they tell Igbos for Lagos. So when they go burn down Lagos, when they go burn down Tinubu Hotel, when they go kiss on
No.
Come. You won't make a
you don't understand that. No, Mike, wait.
Bros, wait. May I ask you a question? You know the run from question. But a question they ask you, nobody say go if not allow their life, you go look at when in talk say may they go burn Lagos, may they go burn, may they go attack.
No. Wait.
When that Igbo boy go burn 35 BRT buses. So,
no,
and you talk to your leader be that Abi. Now your leader be that Abi. Okay, and you talk to be my friend.
You know, talk to me and go burn. No, Mike.
No, you talk to me go build. May they go build.
No, he said they should burn. No, he said they should burn.
No, maybe no. Maybe
he didn't say. So here they pain us when we hear them.
Maybe you the best for them. I make you the talker.
Here the best. I know hearing well. I mean, because of the best, I know hearing well. Now see the tell.
Now him.
So my hair on the hair double, the hair rubbish when I because I vex. Now what they tell me? Continue.
This guy want my brother.
But Bartholomew, can you admit that Nnamdi Kanu has done some bad things? Yes or no?
No one is perfect. Nnamdi Kanu
is yes or
no? No, listen. Nnamdi Kanu do a lot of mistakes. You know,
well, I'm talking about bad things. I'm not talking about mistakes. He has done some bad things too.
What is bad? Is it not mistakes?
I go say a mistake.
No.
If you commit murder, I go say a mistake.
Bad.
Okay. Can you clarify the bad things we do?
No, because I don't explain to you just now. Which I just tell you now, no be bad thing. The one I just tell you now, you know bad.
No. Wait. Abi some on top of another woman.
The one where I just tell you saying do now. That one. The one where I tell you saying.
No, Mike, you don't talk that. No, Mike, you never say make them go one house now.
They hear the joke. When I go park them up for Lagos, they go stand loud. I don't say the bank will say when Biafran come, all this your land, all this area go join you. You dey waste your time. Go see they don't prove to you. When Rivers people vote for APC alone, that one don't prove to you say you don't prove to you say Biafra na just Igbo land.
Thomas, make it find me kangaroo meet you.
What do you want to can do?
Eh?
What you can do? What you want to can do? You want chop am?
No, I want to come do something.
What you want to can do?
When you get them, let me know now. I'll send you money. Oh.
I get on the market now. Market is just 5 minutes drive.
Wait, Bartholomew, you want you to me do sacrifice or something? My dear, what's happening?
Babalawo now. Babalawo. Bartholomew na Babalawo.
Bartholomew, you didn't answer my question. No, you didn't answer my question.
Sorry, forget.
Mikey, what of you there? Ovie. Chineke, this boy. Ovie na.
Let me say this. You, Bartholomew.
So, Thomas, before you go ahead, I was reading the reporter was telling you about that there might be a tape of Obi came from Sahara Reporter. So if you go Sahara Reporter, they said they are actually going through 3 months of recording to see if he mentioned anything about the takeover, whatever. That they have loads of stuff on him. So God help him.
They won't finish this guy. This guy they don't finish this guy.
Who?
This guy no go. Peter Obi now.
What it cause that? No be what? Not listen. Where anything? Whatever come to mind.
Bartholomew, listen. Now somebody will dey inside in camp they do the thing. No be government, no be APC. Now somebody will dey inside that labor.
My brother, why they worry for why they worry yourself for Obi? He said a power in one get. Now anybody where won't fight for power. No those kind na something like that you're gonna see. All those up and down, obstacle all everywhere, temptations everywhere. So why they worry yourself for? What make the record them now? What they concern?
So now don't abandon Obidient. Biafra they go back to now. before Obi na Biafra they do. When I want to use Obi to get Biafra, now Obi don't.
Mike,
now they go back to. So who be a new leader for this Biafra movement now? Since Kano, I don't say Tinubu go release Kano. Now for that person go die, man.
Make you ask Thomas about the kangaroo meat. I beg.
So the human meat when they chop for cannibalism when they do for them. Kangaroo, you never do now. Kangaroo, I want to cannibalize now.
Mikey, you want to mock me? No worry. Do you know what I want to say?
Now human being the chop for Southeast now.
Nobody. I beg now platform video, Mike. Now platform video.
No, are they like we cannibal? What they do for the Southeast? Yeah.
Mikey, come on.
Mikey, I say you there for platform, Jari. Mikey,
you can't lie. You have to say that.
Mikey, na clap na. I bon.
Thank you, everybody. I have to shut down now.
Thank you, Jari, mommy, Thomas. Osheo. Osheo,
nice joining
thank you,
guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, good night, okay?
Yeah.
I wasn't even supposed to join you guys today. I was having good time because today was my birthday. I was like, you know what? Let me just chill out.
Adiwale. Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday, bro. Long life and prosperity. Thank you so much. God bless you. Yeah.
And you too.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Alrighty.
I don't think you have Fatai. No. Fatai is going to bed. I think Nnamdi Kanu should be locked under key forever for what he don't do to the Southeasterners. I listened to Professor Natao that normally came on those platforms, on Rudolph's platform, I think in the weekend. He still believes Buhari is dead. So that's Nnamdi Kanu. I think they should just lock him there because he has bastardized some people's brain.
If a whole professor still believe that Buhari is dead, he's jubilating for Sudani, he's being carved, it's just total nonsense. But thanks to everybody for joining all this. We are here in the evening. You guys are on night. Some Nigeria is almost waking up now. Thank you, everyone. May God bless you. We can't do more than this. We try to moderate the section. Yeah, to see what is going on in Nigeria. Thank you for coming. From all our super chats, anyone that has given us super chats, kudos to you guys. The comment section, yeah, you are the lion of the platform. Without the comment section, we will not be here. Thank you, guys. May God bless you all. Thank you. I say peace. Thank you. I leave you with this.
When it offend them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, they never say something. As it sweet us, we go to